Everything started on the day the online game the protagonist had played for 3 years was shut down. He decided to search for a new game and found an ad for an endless one. Without hesitation, he entered the website and chose the Hell Mode difficulty. In that moment, he was reincarnated into the body of a 5-year-old child in another world. The first thing he did was open his grimoire and learn everything about his magic power. The grimoire has 20 slots for creature cards that enhance the user's stats. All he has to do is summon a creature, and that card's stats will grow stronger. Suddenly, his excited training partner Kurena comes running toward him, asking him to play knights. Alan, the main character, even without knowing his true combat level, still feels confident because he thinks fighting a girl will be easy. Without warning, she rushes him with incredible speed. Her attacks were so fast he could only defend himself on instinct. After blocking several strikes, his sword shattered and he lost the match. Gelda, his uncle, comforts him and says not to worry because she is likely a swordmaster. The captain of the knights visited the village to see if Kurena's claims were true. She was thrilled at the chance to fight a real knight. She charged at the knight with everything she had. Alan was shocked that she could fight a knight so effortlessly. The knight had to counterattack just to stop her assault. Even after being kicked away, she continued attacking without hesitation. The knight had no time to catch his breath. The battle was stopped by the captain of the knights. The knight was defeated, and the captain confirmed she really was a swordmaster, but she needs to be 12 years old before attending the academic city for gifted children. Alan was amazed at how strong and skilled Kurena was. Even after 5 years, he was still only level 1. He understood his life in this new world was just beginning. It was autumn now, and at 6 years old he remained level 1. He trained every day and had finally reached level 3. His father was the leader of the beast hunters during fall and winter. He was injured during one of his hunts. Alan realized it was now up to him to support the family. The next day, he carried water for the entire village. He tended all the crops, surprising his father. He worked so hard that he gained enough experience to unlock new cards. After walking for a long time, a huge monster bird ambushed him. He had to use his special card to summon a pack of wolves to defeat the massive monster bird. His family was shocked that he defeated the creature on his own. At last, he earned enough experience to reach level 2. Later that day, he told his parents he was going to start hunting. His father was proud to see his son finally becoming a man. Alan and his uncle went hunting to support their family during hard times. During the trip, he promised to make every member of his family a citizen someday. But for now, he needed to improve his hunting equipment. The gun shop owner's son challenged him to a duel. Alan accepted immediately. The boy charged at Alan full of confidence and was defeated in an embarrassing instant. Alan was in a hurry, so he left the shop without buying anything. 9 months later, he was back home with his family. They received news that the village chief ordered them to help hunt wild boars. A direct order from the chief could not be refused. Months later, his family hunters and villagers gathered to hunt the wild boars. They reached the area and formed their battle formation. A hunter drew the boar's attention toward the group. The wild boar was weakened. Alan used his spellbook to summon a creature to finish the boar, and the creature eliminated the boar with plenty of ease. This helped him reach level 3. As time passed, leveling up became easier. 2 years later, he was already 7 years old and level 6. He could also summon E-rank creatures. He was able to create his own army of summoned beasts capable of defeating any enemy. The autumn hunting season began again, and for the first time, the Lord visited Kurena village. Alan, helping guide the group, told the Lord that the village's goal was 20 boars per season. Soon after, the hunters arrived with 3 boars from that day's hunt. The Lord realized he had nothing to worry about. The village was thriving. Because of the hunting success, Alan's family was invited to the village chief's house. As a reward for their hard work, the Lord elevated Alan's family to commoner status. They were surprised but extremely happy their efforts had been recognized. Alan's father asked the Lord to allow his son to work in his household. The Lord agreed and made Alan an official servant of Baron Granbiel. The protagonist was overjoyed by everything the Lord had done for them. When he returned home, he told Kurena he would become the Baron's servant and leave the village. Before departing, he challenged her to another duel. This time, the battle was completely different. He pushed her back with his attacks. Everyone was shocked, and in the end, he defeated her for the first time. During this hunting season, he grew much stronger. When the time came to leave, he said farewell to his family. His father told him he would become a great man someday. At that moment, Alan left the village for a better life, promising to return and support his family. This was the first time he had ever seen such a large city. A few months later, he was living in the Granbiel household as a servant. He took care of an 8-year-old child and managed the housework. While training to become a hunter, he worked in the mansion to gain knowledge. It might seem like being a servant slowed down his dreams, but he had free time to explore the city as long as he returned before sunrise. In this world, there was an adventurers guild that fascinated him. Inside, he asked an adventurer where the strongest monsters could be found. The adventurer said the closer you get to the White Mountain, the stronger the monsters become. Alan became obsessed with the White Dragon quest, which offered a reward of 1,000 copper coins, but it was so dangerous that no one had the courage to face it. After months of preparation, he finally felt ready to hunt. He had been preparing for this day for a long time. After hours of walking, he finally left the city borders. Further ahead, a group of goblins appeared. He immediately summoned his beast to attack. He was incredibly confident in this hunt, thanks to his overwhelming summoning power. The goblins start running again at high speed, while Alan orders the Thomas to use their claws to attack. Obeying, the summoned creatures begin to annihilate the enemies, delivering blow after blow without any pause. When one goblin is defeated, the boy receives a message that he gained 200 experience points. Suddenly, a buff monster charges full force at one of the Thomas, ending it with a single blow. Worried, the protagonist thinks that apparently he won't be able to win that quickly, deciding to summon a Jiha, a large butterfly that has the ability of scales. Such an ability puts enemies to sleep, and Alan decides to take advantage of the moment. He throws a stone at the unconscious goblin, discovering that just like what happened with Albaharon, he is still not able to kill D-rank monsters with stones. One of the Tamas takes over, and thus in less than 2 hours, our boy earns 1,000 experience points. Smiling, he says the hunt is being more efficient than he thought. And approaching one of the defeated goblins, he starts deciding what to do with the creature's body. Grabbing his dagger, he opts to do what he likes least, collect magic stones, which are the lifeline of the summoner, concluding that this type of monster is very good for that. Later, we learn that Alan defeated 80 goblins and 5 horned rabbits, receiving 16,050 experience points. Additionally, he also learned more about Aegea's ability, as well as about the buff effect of insect tech summons. Since he lost some Tamas, the boy concludes that he will have to collect more stones to create new ones. But since it's getting late, he decides to summon his hooks to go home. The problem is that the birds don't move. Nervous, Alan asks if the creatures can't see that it's getting dark, discovering that the eyes of his summons are similar to those of normal birds. 1 month after his first hunt, the boy is already at level 12, going out to hunt every 6 days. Even without having good equipment and weapons yet, since he's saving money for that. The only problem is that he earns only 50 silver coins as his servant every month. One day, he is called to Gambriel's office. At his desk, the man says the boy has been doing an excellent job, but since that day he tried to flee before sunset again, he would like to know what he has been doing on his days off. Choosing to be careful, Alan says he goes out to hunt monsters outside the city, leaving the Lord shot, explaining our boy says he is the son of a hunter, and that is his family's way of life. Without showing much reaction, the man seems hopeful off the story. Confirming this, Gambriel says he understands after all, the boy is the son of the hero. Interrupting, the butler asks what he did with the horned rabbits he killed, showing that he doesn't know everything the boy hunts, and that if the boy is selling the animals to some butcher, he better stop immediately, because from that moment on, he will earn 1 silver coin for each animal he brings. Hearing this makes Alan very happy, since now he can hunt with pride. 6 days later, the boy finds himself eating a fruit while making a plan to kill 100 goblins and 5 horned rabbits. Hoot catches his attention, apparently wanting a fruit in his hands. However, the protagonist notices that something is wrong when the bird retreats in another direction. While running, our boy thinks that it's very far and that he had instructed the bird to look for prey within 3 kilometers. As he gets closer, he hears voices and someone telling Marushi to run, seeming like a fight. We see a young girl standing in front of a group of enraged goblins. Stating that she won't let the monsters pass, Levin is on the ground, injured on another girl's lap. Alan quickly realizes that they are the people he met at the guild. Without hesitation, he grabs an iron ball, revealing that he got 3 of those custom-made spheres from a weapon shop. Our boy throws the first ball and hits one of the monsters squarely, surprising the girl and another goblin. Finally appearing, he says he's there to help, then throws another iron ball which hits another monster. When he throws the 3rd sphere, the goblin puts its arm in front of its face to protect itself. It works. Even without an arm, the creature remains standing. Wary, the protagonist realizes he's on his own since he doesn't want to use his summons in front of other people. Drawing his dagger, he says he'll take care of the enemies on the right, so she should handle the ones on the left. As he charges forward, Alan thinks that until that moment, he had always avoided fighting goblins directly. His strike hits the creature, staining his clothes with its strawberry juice. All brave, he decides to go for the next opponent. Meanwhile, the girl manages to annihilate a monster. Ewe to injure, she tells Levin that she's done. However, the boy is in very bad shape and Marushi, who is a healer, is almost out of mana. Desperate, the girl with the eye patch starts crying. After finishing the job, Alan approaches the trio, leaving the girls shocked by so much skill. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, he asks if the girls want some herbs that he has. Both accept, saying they will pay whatever it takes. Our boy then takes a recovery herb from the storage, while apologizing in his mind for using the boy as a guinea pig since he's not sure if it will work. The large wound on Levin's abdomen starts to close until it completely disappears. Frightened, the boy wakes up, asking if he passed God's trial. The girl with the eye patch then explains what happened. Approaching her, the protagonist decides to heal her arm as well. Shocked, the young people ask if that is in Mayura's flower and how he can have two types of precious herbs. We discover that the flower restores the physical strength of the wounded person, while the recovery herb can only heal up to a certain point. Looking at the boy's face, Levin says he met him at Big Guild and asks what kind of talent he has. Our protagonist says he has none. Standing up, the trio states that they will reward him, but he only thinks about going back to hunting. Insisting, Levin asks if, besides not telling anyone about him, there's anything else the group can do. After thinking a little, Alan says he would like them to give him the magic stones from the Goblins and 100 rank E stones. The trio agrees and decides that it's time to return to the city. Alone again, and our boy summons Cook since he doesn't need to check anything else and can go back to hunting. When the creature appears, he asks why it didn't follow his instructions to stay away from other people, and if the bird wanted to help the adventurers. Fook gets sad. Alan then realizes that his summon is autonomous, different from what he thought since he always believed summons should simply follow the master's orders. However, it's clear that the creature followed its own will, showing itself to be a different type of summon, created by the god of that world. Petting the bird, he apologizes and says he doesn't blame it for anything, and that next time he'll think better about his instructions in case it needs to help someone again. Spreading its wings, Cook shows it is happy with what it heard. After a few days, Alan, who now knows that summons have their own consciousness, continued his mission. Besides having obtained 100 ranked E-magic stones, he also discovered how to progress as a summoner, and hunting became something really useful. One day, at the end of December, the boy was caught by surprise by the leader of the knights while sweeping the house. We discover that sometimes the knights come to exchange information with the barons as one of their duties is to protect him, even though the army wasn't created to fight other armies. While eating, the visitor asks if that is horned rabbit meat that Alan got. Excited, Cecil confirms. The man then says that Orc Village successfully defeated 20 large boars. Smiling, our boy says he's happy to hear that, while Thomas states that Rodan Muli is incredible. Then asking why they aren't eating boar meat at that moment, the question leaves the protagonist confused. He wonders if the tons of meat were then taken to the royal capital by the king's order. Still thinking, he says that it seems the baron's children eat less meat than the servants in Kurena. Thomas calls him over, asks he can bring a white deer next time, which irritates Cecil since technically the deer is hers. The boy then tells his sister that it's almost New Year's, whisper in the girl's ear. Alan quickly says that he'll do what was asked, making Lady Granville laugh. Thinking, our boy states that a white deer is rank C, like the big boar, and since his father has already hunted that animal, it's now his turn. Outside, we can see that it's snowing. The boy's little frogs jump and make noise non-stop, attracting the big white deer, which approaches snorting. Unfortunately for it, it was all a trap. Holding a shovel, our boy appears, stating that he can't call himself a summoner if he can't use his abilities. We can see that the deer fell into a large hole made by a mole that is also one of the boy's summons. After defeating the beast, he receives only 2,500 experience points, which frustrates him. Looking at the deer, Alan says that even so, he will be praised for this. At the Baron's house, someone shouts, warning that a monster has appeared, but in fact it's the deer that the boy hunted. Tired, he says that he did what the young master asked him to do. Leaving Granville shocked and Thomas excited. Looking at his mother, the boy says that now they no longer have to worry about the New Year's party. And approaching, he thanks Alan. A bit distant, the Lord asks if the boy really has no talent, because at 8 years old and alone, he managed to capture a rank C monster. Intrigued, he asks for them to check the boy's background again. After his achievement, the protagonist received the right to hunt once a week and bring edible meat. His salary was also doubled, and now he earns 100 silver coins, which makes him satisfied, especially because he can now hunt twice a week. March arrives. Getting out of the carriage, Cecil tells Alan to hurry because today is the day to meet Oni-sama. It's the Baron's eldest son, who lives in the school dormitory in the city. The magic airship arrives, leaving the girl thrilled. Enchanted, our boy says it's amazing to see that up close, revealing that he knows the airship is powered by magic stones. Thinking, he states that in that world, clocks follow the duodecimal system, being quite advanced. Holding a suitcase, the boy appears, asking how his little sister is doing. Cecil hugs him and says she's fine. Looking at Alan, Mihai says he looks very young and asks how long he has been a servant. Our boy answers while the girl says her servant is a hunter. Kneeling down, the boy gives a gift to his sister, who promises to take good care of the beautiful butterfly. Happy, both enter the carriage while the protagonist can only think about how Mashu and Miura are doing. Since it's the first hunting day since Mihai arrived, Cecil ordered Alan to bring lots of food. Arriving at the Baron's house completely loaded, he thinks the animals are too big to fit through his infinite storage, so he had to walk through the streets carrying the creatures. When he arrives, he sees Mihai fighting the leader of the knights. Nimbly, the boy manages to block the man's attack. Surprised, the protagonist says the boy's movements are really good and that it's the first time he's seen the commander using his sword. The man then says that the young man has improved a lot over the past year. Cecil, who was watching, notices that Alan has arrived. Approaching, she says that the head chef will be happy. Mihai notices how good our boy is and, holding his sword, asks if he has some time to spare. The protagonist agrees to duel and the commander hands in his sword, called Mithril. Before anything else, he opens his magic book to check his status, which is currently in hunting mode. The leader of the knights then tells the two to get ready. We see that the Baron's eldest son has only 1 star, while Alan has 8. Starting a fight, the protagonist thinks he must be careful not to get hurt. He charges with the big sword, but is blocked by his opponent, who, after changing movement, says, "Here I go." Our boy is pushed back while wondering how his strike did nothing. Realizing next that he is losing in speed, changing strategy, he attacks in the air, but Mihai blocks the attack with just one hand. The leader of the knights tells Lady Granville to stay calm because her eldest son won't lose to someone who has never been to the academy. Proving the man right, the boy disarms Alan and places the sword at the boy's neck, declaring that the duel ends there. Smiling, he says the protagonist is excellent for someone so young, while the protagonist is shocked at how strong the boy is. Thomas and Cecil approach, impressed by how fast Mihai is. Mihai says he has to be because he will fight in a dungeon during the holidays, and if he doesn't succeed, he will have to leave the academy. Confident, the boy says it's a difficult task, but the sacred sword Dobrig is the one that gave him the weapon he uses now. Hearing the conversation, Alan thinks that with that information, he will improve 100 times faster in hell mode. And, interrupting the conversation, asks Mihai to fight him again right now. Without hesitation, the boy agrees to duel, just asking that the boy take care of his sister. Our boy thinks that, at this rate, he will be Cecil's servant for his whole life. A few days later, Mihai returns to the academy. The beginning of April arrives, and Viscount Calinol goes to Granville's house, who welcomes him with joy. Alan asks for permission to serve something to the men while thinking about how a Viscount is a higher rank than a Baron. The man says that a servant with dark hair is something rare, then grabs the famous boar meat, which leaves Granville shocked and Thomas excited. Smiling, the Lord says you would never dare to hide anything. Our boy realizes that if Viscount is the one behind the king's order for the irrational boar hunt. We discover that the men's territories are close to each other, but only Camel's lands prosper due to mithril mining. Different from 100 years ago when the White Dragon was in the Viscount's territory. For that reason, the two kingdoms had a bad relationship. Granville asks why the Viscount is at his house. In response, he says he came to report the result of the evaluation of his youngest daughter, who participated in the ceremony. Thinking, Alan says the girl is the same age as Mashu. Laughing, the man says that fortunately the little one has no talent. Annoyed, Granville says that one day the man will have a child with talent and will have to fulfill the noble's duty just like him. Confused, our boy wonders if having talent is really that bad, while thinking that at least his siblings will be free from that since they are not nobles. More time passes and Callan, now 9 years old, completes 1 year working at the Baron's house, gradually obtaining the necessary equipment like the Death Spider's cloak. Additionally, after killing 10,000 goblins, he finally leveled up. Thus, on that day, he will fight against higher rank monsters. Without hesitation, the boy summons Hook, who a little while later finds a monster Levin and mentioned. An armored ant rank C. Hiding behind a tree, Alan thinks the creature must be about 3 meters tall and decides to summon his Taumas, which quickly surround the monster, then advance using their claws to attack. Watching, our boy thinks that apparently that method is not very effective. We see that the ant manages to annihilate a Tamil with its pincers, making the protagonist change strategy and summon a Jiha, which quickly appears around the creature. The butterflies release the power on the big ant, which ends up falling asleep, making Alan happy at rank C monsters can also be poisoned. Even if the poison doesn't affect them effectively, he realizes he can also use that strategy on white deer. Climbing on the big ant, the boy decides to finish the job before it wakes up, and since his attack status is 400 of 38, using his dagger won't be a problem. However, even aiming at the creature's throat, its shell is too hard. The ant starts to wake up, and a protagonist thinks he won't let it escape no matter what. Sometime later, we discover that he managed to defeat the creature and receive 3,000 experience points, choosing to take the magic stones and move quickly. However, he can't penetrate the monster's shell at all, deciding to abandon the stone mission and go look for orcs. Sometime later, Alan finds himself hiding, watching a monster that looks about 2 meters tall. We see that the creature is leaning against a tree trunk sleeping. Thinking, our boy says that his summons never get tired, but apparently, normal monsters need to sleep. Taking advantage of the chance, he summons his Tamas, which rush at the creature. The monster starts screaming, showing that the attack was effective. From afar, the protagonist is happy to see his plan working. Furious, the creature uses his weapon to attack the boy's summons, which fly far away. Surprised, the young man realizes that the monster defeated 3 Tamas at once, deciding man to summon another batch. The plan works, and we can see the monster spewing strawberry juice from its mouth. After defeating the orc, the boy receives 1,500 experience points. Approaching, he says that this will beat his new farm and target. Using his dagger, Alan manages to collect the magic stones, then wondering if he will need a bunch of those items in the future since he killed a rank C monster while using traps. However, since he was defeated by a 15-year-old student from the academy, he is still weak, besides the fact that former academy students like the Knight Commander and the Vice Commander must be much stronger than the Eye. We discover that in that world, academy graduates are overwhelmingly powerful people, representing less than 1% of the population. Alan then decides that his next goal is to kill 2 orcs at once. At the end of the day, we discover that he eliminated, besides the ant, 15 orcs. Returning home all happy, the boy thinks that now he will be an Orc Slayer because it gives much more experience points. Around mid-November, we see Cecil ordering him not to say anything rude in front of her teacher. We discover that the boy was allowed to attend class with the girl as a gift for his first anniversary as a servant. Saying that he has a question, he asks the teacher if he can tell him the necessary conditions to use magic, revealing that now he wants to use his high intelligence stat to learn something new. Cecil says that the boy doesn't even have a talent, so he doesn't need to know that. However, the teacher says he will explain. The man says that obviously it's necessary to have a talent in order to use magic, leaving the boy frustrated. The teacher then states that Cecil, for example, still cannot cast spells. Confused, Alan asks how if the girl said she was a sorceress. Nervous, the girl asks for the teacher's crystal ball and proves that she can indeed use magic. The protagonist asks if he can try too, making the girl hesitant. Positioning his hands, he starts to strain, hoping something will happen. Nothing happens, and the man says that in this case, magic is impossible for the boy. In his mind, he wonders what the hell is the point of having so much intelligence if he can't use magic and can't win with a sword. December arrives and we see Alan carrying shopping bags that Cecil asked for. A man thanks him one last time, revealing that the boy saved him when he was surrounded by monsters. We discover that it's been a year since the protagonist was officially authorized to hunt, which made him known around the city. Looking to the side, his situation catches his attention. Right in, he asks Levin what is happening. Replying, the man says that Madagalshu appeared near the south gate. Alan asks if the group was going to face the creature, but one of the girls in the trio says definitely not. It was only the most powerful person in the territory, in this case the commander of the Knights, who had the chance. Since the man and the vice commander are absent, they are going to help evacuate people. Thinking, our boy says that this is not good at all since most adventurers but don't have talent and won't fight. Determined, he says that helping those in trouble is the duty of the hunter of the Granville family, so he's going to challenge the rank B monster. Running, he easily leaves the trail behind. At the south gate, we see people running, including the injured. A guard orders the gates to be closed and not to let the monster in. Another man begs to wait because his carriage is still outside. However, the huge monster has already arrived and is now devouring one of the horses tied to the vehicle. The creature is enormous and seems to have human-like teeth. Approaching, Alan says that it must be 4 meters tall or more. In a carriage, we see that a woman and her child are about to be attacked. The protagonist decides to do something, unlike the guards who remain frozen. Opening his storage, he grabs an iron ball, and with all his strength, throws the object toward Madagalshu, hitting the creature straight in the eye. Running in another direction, the boy thinks that the hit should be enough to attract the monster. Being bold, he calls his opponent a stupid dog while ordering it to attack him. Worried, Levin and a guard ask the boy to stop doing that. Suddenly, the bizarre creature charges at the protagonist, who decides to speed up since his mana is not yet fully recovered. Madagalshu tries to attack him with its huge paws, but Alan, even falling to the ground from the impact, manages to dodge. The adventurer trio, desperate, asks the boy to get quickly. Face to face with the monster, our boy wonders why it's not coming after him. The creature places its paw on the ground and starts laughing, showing that it was just having fun. Shocked, the protagonist thinks that his father had the worst naming skills since he named Mashu based on this monster. Standing still, he wonders if this is a turn-based battle or something else, then promising that he will make Madagalshu regret not attacking him. Alan decides to summon his creatures, thinking that his agility and endurance must be increased so that he can dodge the attacks. Perplexed, Levin wonders how the boy could use himself as bait. Meanwhile, the monster chases him through the forest. Happy to have lured the enemy away from the city, a protagonist orders Aja to put it to sleep. However, his summons are quickly annihilated. While continuing to run, he decides to try again. Sometime later, we discover that Alan lost sight of Madagalshu. In shock, he wonders how all his debuffs didn't work, deciding to get more XP to be able to take revenge later, now that the monster is far from the city. However, something ends up catching his attention. We see that Madagalshu is actually behind him, while in front of him stands an orc. 3 days pass, and a guard sees someone approaching. It's Alan, all battered, and as he gets closer, the boy collapses on the ground. Worried, the guard yells, asking for someone to call a doctor. When the boy wakes up, he finds himself face to face with Cecil, who asks how he's feeling after sleeping for 2 straight days. Then she says that, as his lady, it's only natural for her to be worried. Thomas approaches and says he's glad Alan is okay, while the butler informs him that the Baron would like to see him. In Granville's office, the man asks where our boy was thinking. Apologizing, Alan says he only managed to escape and that he's sorry for acting on his own. To his surprise, the Knight Commander appears and says he's very grateful for Alan fulfilling a duty that was supposed to be his. The Baron also says that Alan doesn't need to apologize for saving the city, and his reward will be 20 gold coins. With shining eyes, Alan can only think about how he needs to go to the weapon shop. Granville then says that next time he shouldn't go so far, agreeing the protagonist promises he'll be more careful. Thus, the next day, he is hunting another monster, but this time with a very sharp mithril sword that costs 25 gold coins. Alan also discovered that the memories of a previously summoned beast are passed on to the most recently summoned beast, and that summons walk alongside the summoner, so they store all information gained through effort. Additionally, the giant rank B bird and the fierce goblins, and the rank C monsters that an adventurer cannot handle alone. Together with the Madagashu, they make the creatures of that world far too strong. Spring has arrived and Mihai has returned home, granting Alan his rematch as promised. Thinking, our boy says that even though his level is higher, his opponent is still 100 times faster than him. The other family members watch the duel excitedly, as the two boys engage in a sword battle. Confused, Cecil wonders if her servant is weaker in the last time. After a while, we see that the protagonist loses again, even though he is bigger. Everyone praises Mihai, who thanks them, stating that his opponent has also improved a lot. Shaking the boy's hand, our protagonist says that even so, he still doesn't compare to Mihai's strength. During dinner, the eldest son finds out that the protagonist fought against the Madagashu and was chased for 3 days. Looking at the boy, Mihai says that must have been very dangerous, and Thomas asks if Alan can defeat the creature. But Cecil says absolutely not. Granville then tells Mihai to keep getting stronger. Suddenly, guards burst in, warning that the white dragon is awakened. Surprised, our boy wonders how that's possible if the beast has been asleep for 100 years. One of the men then says that the adventurer Dill reported seeing the creature flying toward Talmal's territory. Shocked, Granville asks for an investigation to be conducted in all Mithril mines. The Knight Commander interrupts, stating that the mountain slopes are full of powerful monsters, so the task will take months. Excited, Thomas says he feels that history is about to change. While Mihai says his return next year will be very fun. Approaching, the boy's mother says it really will be. The commander then says there's still a chance the white dragon might come back, so the story must remain secret. Thinking to himself, Alan says that he's probably about to lose the chance to hunt beasts alone. In the first week of July, our boy celebrates having had a very productive day. Checking some things, he concludes that it will take another 2 years to level up his summoning skill. However, his interest now is to figure out what the companionship skill is about. When he activates it, something happens that leaves the boy wide-eyed. We see that now he can see through Hook's eyes, so the skill works for both of them. Additionally, hearing's also shared. It's as if he's flying around himself. Combined with the Hawk Eye skill, Alan can now see miles ahead. He also discovers that he can give commands while doing this. The boy concludes that it's like controlling multiple characters at the same time with no limit to the quantity. Thus, since each summon requires 200 points to use the skill, with 1,200 points he can control 6 summons. He then decides that it's time to check out new ranked animals since he has 10,000 magic stones. Upon seeing what the new creatures are, the protagonist is in complete shock, because except for Jalagada, all of them have intelligence above 100, which means he can control them remotely and use the companionship skill. His only frustration is not being able to do this with Tama. Alan chooses to use summons to hunt beasts immediately, quickly finding another giant ant. Using his spider, he orders it to shoot its web, while the bear finishes the job. Successfully, he defeats the monster with just a few strikes, satisfied that he can now hunt armored ants. His remote summoning team also celebrates. We discover that Horu and Hook are in charge of reconnaissance, and with Haremi's skill, the entire team can dodge faster. And with the bears handling the fence and defense, he no longer needs to worry about rank C beasts. Furthermore, the companionship skill does not deactivate while the boy sleeps, meaning farming is now always possible. As he leaves, he asks his summons not to approach strangers and not to fight back even if they are attacked. While thinking, the boy feels that his strength has increased a lot. Remembering that he can view things from the air, the protagonist has a very interesting idea. We return to see the village of Kurena, where one of Alan's birds watches a boy and a girl training. It's Kurena and Dogora. The young swordswoman charges at the axe user with everything she's got, that its master's turn to practice. Happy, the protagonist's brother stands in front of the pair. Meanwhile, Rodan is working on the farm. Looking up, the man says the flying bird looks suspicious. We see Alan's mother fixing Mira's hair, who can't sit still. With the hairstyle finished, the little girl thanks Teresa. Both hear a strange noise and find a gold coin at the door. Rodan finishes his work and heads home. We discover that our boy has been visiting his family every day thanks to the companionship skill. October arrives, which is when he turns 10 years old and completes 2 years working at the Baron's house. Wiping his mouth, Granville comments that the investigation has lasted half a year and asks how the situation at the mines is. The Knight Commander then says that the place is full of magical beasts, which are also gathered around in the Mithril refinery. so it should take 3 years to resolve the situation. Hearing this leaves the Baron and his wife worried. The man then asks the commander to do everything possible to shorten the time. We also discover that because of the Viscount's rush to exploit the mines, they ended up angering the dragon. Hearing everything, Alan feels relieved that he didn't use his skill to explore the creature, as it's still too soon to face a rank A. Granville then says that when Calno can no longer mine, he'll be out of options, as their team must keep an eye on him, revealing that the punishment from the Night Order has just begun. Thankfully, Alan says he has prepared for this. Thus, when he turns 12, he will leave that place and start his own adventurer guild. Meanwhile, you'll have to keep praying the knights don't take away his experience. Behind a mountain is the home of the armored ants. At the base of the White Dragon's mountain is the territory of the goblins and orcs. The Goblin King rules over the goblins, and the Orc King rules over the orcs, and the Ant Queen rules over the ants. To start, in a few days the Goblin village will be wiped out. The goblins and orcs that were hunted were born in villages like that. Upon noticing the existence of baby goblins, the protagonist starts to hesitate a little. However, he notices the human skeletons on the ground. Apparently, the goblins had eaten the humans and stolen their weapons. Normally, he hesitated when he had to remove an XP source, but at that moment, he was determined to kill them all without leaving a single one behind. A fish is thrown in front of the animals. The spider had great strength, while the bear had high endurance. That's why the warrior decides to send the bears into battle first. The fight begins, and the animals show all their strength and cruelty. The goblins try to defend themselves as best they can, trying to lure the enemies elsewhere. Soon after, the bears get confused in battle, not knowing what to do. From the top of a structure, a creature prepares its bow and arrow aimed at the opponents. However, the spider was already prepared and manages to use its webs on the goblin. Noticing that the goblins were capable of ranged attacks, the warrior sent the spider to handle it. With the defeat of one of the goblins, the Let's Red's gauge increased to 200. Nervous, the boy watched his enemies approaching. More and more furious, the goblins seemed ready to take down anyone who stood in their way. An abundance of creatures began gathering, wielding their weapons. Upon counting around 200 or 300 enemies, he realized he should join the fight. Shortly after, the scanning was completed. Thus, he seemed extremely confident in sending his bears to defeat the opponents. Noticing the movement, some goblin warriors tried to defend themselves and counterattack. However, the bears were too powerful, and some enemies were already fleeing out of fear. Like reading from a book in his hands, the boy announces that he had already mobilized his troops to prevent any kind of escape. Many bears surrounded the area, blocking the creatures from leaving. The fight became more and more intense with brutal and powerful blows. Confident, the boy seemed certain that he would win the battle. Suddenly, a thunderous scream could be heard from the depths. A large shadow appeared behind the troops. It was the powerful rank C Goblin King, who didn't look very happy with the situation. With a smile on his face, the boy realized that the boss had appeared. Those warriors had already defeated 1,000 rank C beasts, so this would be difficult. The Goblin team began to get nervous and let out a growl. Shortly after, the strong creature was defeated, granting a bonus of 4,200 experience. Upon realizing another victory, the boy asked the bears to gather all the goblins in one place. Meanwhile, he started approaching the bodies scattered on the ground. His goal was to try to collect all the magic stones. In the end, the pile of bodies kept getting bigger. With one hand, he searched for the torch in his book. Realizing that his inventory didn't automatically extinguish fire, he showed a small smile. The boy pointed the torch at the bonfire, causing the fire to burn the bodies. At that moment, he declared that the mission in the Goblin village was complete. Kneeling on the ground, he offered condolences to the spirits, wishing that the remains would be delivered to the next knights. That time, man earned 48,800 experience by defeating 223 goblins. In the following months, the protagonist was determined to continue conquering goblin villages, leveling up to catch up to Madagashu. In March, he came across a young man carrying some bags. With a smile on her face, she seemed happy about graduating from the academy, saying that the family could reunite again. The man held the girl's hands while the boy carried the luggage. Quietly, he reflected that something was very strange about his colleague's expression. The girl at his side had already turned 10 years old. Cecil seemed confused by the man's behavior. Suddenly, he called out to Alan. With a mysterious look, he stated that the two would fight seriously. Upon hearing that, the boy wasn't confused since he already expected to challenge the young man. However, he still noticed something different about him that year. In the end, his daughter stated that she would fight with all her strength. Shortly after, the whole family was gathered. The children talked about Mihai and how he seemed strange. Others just watched with some apprehension without saying a word. After finishing the support check, Alan realized which was his best individual stat for battle. With his summoning skill, the bears and spiders were his best options. The protagonist was fully determined to win the battle this time. However, his expression changed upon hearing his name. Mihai showed his swordsmanship skill while expressing his gratitude for something. Without wasting time, the protagonist gripped his sword firmly, waiting for a first attack. Raising one hand, he announced the start of the fight. The boy moved his legs quickly, swinging his sword at his opponent. His agility reached 1,438, almost double compared to the previous year. This time, he was determined to defeat him at all costs. When launching an attack with his weapon, Mihai managed to block it. Frustrated, the protagonist realized that the opponent was still very strong. Even so, he wasn't going to give up the battle and did everything he could to maintain his balance. Wielding his sword, he showed he was ready for a new attack. Alan thought that due to his agility, he was much faster. Again, he tried to land new blows using all his skill. Meanwhile, the children noticed that Mihai seemed to be at a disadvantage. But the old man reassured them, informing them that the young man was not losing. With determination on his face, he dodged all the attacks. Sweat dripped down Alan's face as he used all his attributes. Apparently, his opponent was able to read his movements, which is why he'd block everything. At that moment, he realized the situation wasn't looking good. But you continue fighting the powerful and intense strikes. Suddenly, Mihai managed to disarm his opponent, throwing his sword far away. Both were shocked when they heard the order to stop the fight like them. Disappointed, the protagonist tried to figure out the reason that led him to lose again. While a tear runs down his face, he thanks the compliments from the young master. Confused, Alan notices that the boy walks straight past him. At that moment, he realizes that there would be no handshake this time. The man informs that the intense 3 years of training made Mihai much stronger. With a smile on his face, he thanks the compliments coming from his father. Meanwhile, Alan reflected on the promise to fight the boy. Cecil shows that she was very happy with the warrior's progress, even being inferior to Mihai Oni-sama. The three talk about the possibility of the boy becoming a disciple to learn the sword style. Suddenly, the young man calls Cecil and Thomas, wishing to tell them something. Curious, the two turn their bodies towards their older brother. The young master announces that he could not return home due to a noble obligation for the next 3 years. His siblings are completely shocked upon receiving that information. With a small smile, the warrior apologizes for the inconvenience. Soon after, he starts being bombarded with questions from Thomas and Cecil. The girl's face completely changes when she realizes that the obligation would start the next day. Quickly, she turns her gaze towards her father, but the man remains silent beside his wife. At that moment, the girl realizes that her brother would really be leaving. Cecil shows that she would really like to stay with him longer. Holding his sister's hands, Mihai states that he would send letters and return after 3 years. However, tears begin to fall from the girl's face as she realizes how much time she would be away from her brother. From afar, Alan observed the whole family scene. To him, it seemed like the same situation as turning 15 in high school and going to apprentice school. With an evil smile, a man reveals that he feels sorry for Baron Grabiel, saying that 2 out of the 3 children had talent. The young master's father seems irritated with this noble obligation. Since that moment, the Baron had been mentally prepared. Even so, Alan seemed to feel something very suspicious. The sun rises in the distance, illuminating around the mansion. Wind up, the servants await new instructions. The boy questions Rickle about the noble obligation. But even after working for 12 years for the Baron, the employee had no knowledge of that. Shortly after, Mihai descends the stairs step by step. With wide eyes, the protagonist notices the armor he was wearing. Thomas asks Cecil to say goodbye to her older brother. Cautiously, the girl approaches her family member. Tears begin to stream down her face as she says that she would anxiously await his return. With a warm hug, he assures that they would see each other soon. His parents show that they were very proud of the Grabiel family's talent. One of the servants wishes a safe journey to the young master. Suddenly, Alan begins to sense a kind of approach. Mihai hugs the boy, who seems not to understand the situation. Lowering his body, he whispers in his ear, asking the protagonist to take good care of Cecil. Even nervous, he affirms that he understood the orders received. As he watches his departure, he starts to reflect that the warrior seemed to be trembling a little. But a smile on his face, he states that he should leave to fulfill his obligation for the family. Everyone waves to the young master, while Cecil says that they will be waiting for him. Alan thinks that after 3 years, it was time to leave and Cecil would go to the academy. As long as he is a servant, he would still be devoted to protecting her in every way. May arrived and 2 months had passed since Mihai left. In October of the previous year, Alan began fighting against the Goblin Village with only a few creatures remaining on the White Dragon Mountain. After conquering the Goblin Village, his level had increased to 35. The order of the knights would arrive in the morning, so the warrior had to hurry. As expected, he didn't know how many enemies might be in the place, only investigating superficially. Similar to the strategy in the Goblin Village, he had a team of summons for an ambush in the rear. That was the pincer movement tactic to destroy the enemy. His time, Braum would support with ranged attacks with his special protection talent. Shortly after, he gathers his troops and asks them to aim at the Orc Village. The spiders and bears begin to approach the narrow gate. The sentinels notice the suspicious movement and start getting irritated. Wielding their weapons, they were determined to protect the fortress with all their strength. Without wasting time, the attack begins and the bears aim directly at the guards' necks. Accustomed to fighting one-on-one, the bears were indeed a very powerful weapon. Noticing the attack, arrows begin to be launched. At that moment, Alan calls for Braun's protection. With a gigantic shield, the knight protects his master. Despite everything, the protagonist notices that there were many enemies. Shortly after, his bear is hit by arrows. Even so, they don't seem to give up on the battle and continue the attacks. Unable to read the current HP of the summons, Alan knew that the bears would fail if they kept ignoring your injuries. Suddenly, he tries a new approach by using his insects. The spiders start to move upon hearing the order to kill the archers. With a leap, the arachnids quickly approach. Without realizing it, the enemies receive a powerful attack from the spiders. At that moment, Alan realizes that he should increase the number of spiders to fight the orcs. With determination, he gives the order to keep marching forward. His troops advance into the fortress, leaving all the destruction behind. One of the creatures notices the approach of that dangerous threat and rings a bell, warning its companions. As he walks, Alan seems to reflect on everything ahead. He didn't want it, but there could be more than 200 orcs in the place. Therefore, he seemed excited to realize there was a chance to gain more XP. His next order is given, asking for all the bears to enter the battle. The rear ambush team should also launch an attack. Bears and orcs start fighting with massive attacks against each other. So far, everything was going well, but Alan notices that it was taking longer than the goblins. After defeating about 100 of them, he didn't understand why the teen had not appeared yet. Suddenly, something in the middle of the smoke starts to catch the protagonist's attention. His expression completely changes when he realizes what it was. Desperate, he immediately calls for bronze protection. Upon hearing the command, the knight raises his shield to the master. Frightened, he starts to realize what was happening before his eyes. That was magical power being used against his warriors. Powerful orcs had arrived, but apparently there was more than one boss. With a staff in its hands, the creatures seemed to carry immense power. At that moment, Alan had to find a way to deal with the enemy's magical power. Smiling, he realizes that the first magic attack he saw in his life came from beasts. Birds began flying over the battlefield. Alan was with his soldiers, protected by 2 shields. Confused, he tried to analyze the situation against the opponent. Suddenly, the enemy starts moving its staff, casting something into the sky. The protagonist realizes that he is being attacked by a fireball and calls for bronze protection. Quickly, the spell is launched against him. The shield was protecting against the attack, but even so, everything was very high. Alan becomes more nervous as he notices 3 new fireballs coming his way. With their staffs, the orcs began to unleash magical power. Fireballs were launched in all directions, hitting their opponents. Opening his book, Alan realizes that the boss was capable of attacking from behind where Braun wasn't covering. Shortly after, he holds his spear in his hands. With determination, he throws the weapon at the opponent, calling it to the fight. At that moment, a magic orc is defeated, earning 2,000 experience. Smiling, the protagonist realizes that the magic orcs were only rank C. With only 2 iron balls remaining, he couldn't miss his attacks. Meanwhile, his enemies had vanished from sight. Confused, Alan seems not to understand what was happening. Suddenly, the fireball hits bears and spiders. The boy realizes that the components were out of his attack range and his battle strength was reduced. In the middle of the battlefield, numerous orc warriors appear. Nervous, the protagonist realizes that there were hundreds of them. Despite everything, he wouldn't give up on his goals and was ready for a fiercer battle. Moreover, he still had magic stones to summon another 20,000 bears. More than that, he also had 100 magic balls made from rank key beasts. Until this magical power is exhausted, those warriors would be the defensive wall. Shortly after, the bears start doing everything to protect Alan from the attacks. Meanwhile, a figure begins approaching the gate. From afar, a creature screams with great anger in its voice. Intrigued, he starts observing where that voice was coming from. A giant orc was approaching with its weapon in hand. Still protected by brawn, the boy notices the arrival of the powerful Orc King. That opponent was really strong, and his appearance could scare anyone. Alan realizes that it was on the same level as the Matadelshu. That gigantic beast, Orc King, was a rank B. The bear was a completely small animal compared to it, which was about 4 meters tall. Increasingly enraged, the monster starts screaming desperately for Vumo. Wasting no time, he charges forward with his sword, destroying everything around him. Alan grows increasingly frightened by the threat he must face. Flipping through his book, he decides to look for a powerful enough strike to finish the enemy. Using his cards, he decides to summon an enhancement for one of his creations. Meanwhile, his bears are being completely destroyed. Alan had lost his army faster than the summoning speed of the animals for reinforcements. Moreover, the Orc King didn't seem determined to wipe everyone out. Realizing he would be the next target of the fireball, he calls for Braun's protection. The knight answers his call and manages to arrive in time. But even so, Braun is defeated by the intense heat of the flames. Suddenly, something powerful starts coming his way. With nowhere to run, he tries to use the bears as a means of protection. An explosion occurs on the spot, sending debris flying in all directions. Alan's body is thrown far away. Meanwhile, the Orc King continues wiping out every bear he sees in front of him. With the special skill Mamataru, Fruit of Life, his recovery is 1000 HP. Opening his eyes, he realizes the horrifying scene in front of him. Confused, he doesn't know if he can continue fighting him until the end. He wasn't sure if he could dodge magical attacks from that position. He tries to think of some way to regain the initiative against the enemy. His eyes reveal all of his anger as thoughts flood his mind. At that moment, he realizes that maybe the best option would be to retreat. Suddenly, he notices the presence of a man in front of him. Confused, he doesn't understand what is happening. The warrior continues observing the protagonist's difficult battle. The knight commander was supposed to arrive only tomorrow, but seeing the smoke, he came to check. Kneeling, Alan explained that he was trying to invade the Orc Village and considers the possibility of fleeing. Calmly, the old warrior starts analyzing the situation. Besides everything, the young man realizes that the summoned beasts had been exposed. They shouldn't be mixed with magical beasts, so they should retreat. Shortly after, the bears disappear completely from the battlefield. With his sword drawn, the commander decides to fight the Orc King. Alan notices that the man had completely ignored the summoned beasts. More than that, he didn't even flinch in front of the king, being able to defeat even Matadalshu alone. The commander announces that he will defeat the Orc King alone and the vice-captain, Rebrand, will take care of the rest. Alan starts observing the man, realizing that it had been a long time since he last saw him. Originally, the protagonist tried to secretly monopolize the XP, but this was the perfect chance to watch the two show their true power. The commander was a skilled swordsman, while the vice-captain was a powerful lancer. On the battlefield, the opponents exchanged intense stares. Worried, the young man reflected on the dangers of standing in front of the Orc King, who was a very fast monster. Wasting no time, the commander continues advancing to meet his enemy. The creature screams with its thunderous voice, showing it had no fear at all. With its gigantic weapon, it launches the first strike. But the commander was already prepared for that move and defends himself with all his strength. The ground around him starts to sink, but the man holds his position. Alan seems impressed with what is happening before his eyes. On the other hand, the vice-captain was already used to scenes like that. The knight commander had a fighting style that overwhelmed his opponent. Therefore, his nickname was Xenoph, the Battle Demon. Standing still, the two continue staring more and more intensely. Their eyes reveal the desire to start the battle again. At that moment, Alan realizes that the Orc King was truly crazy and enraged. The fighters raise their weapons, pointing them at each other. With skill, the monster launches a powerful strike, but isn't accurate. Xenoph doesn't seem worried about that situation, while the orc's veins bulge across his body. Suddenly, he starts to show all his swordsmanship skills. The protagonist realizes that the knight commander didn't seem inferior to that gigantic opponent. Shortly after, the vice-captain starts moving across the battlefield. With his spear on his shoulder, he was determined to defeat all the other enemies. Quickly, the combatants launch fireballs into the air. Understanding the situation, the fighter realizes that the cause of the fire was the magic orc. Wasting no more time, he jumps toward his enemies. Landing in the middle of them, he starts positioning himself for the fight. Meanwhile, Alan watches the entire scene with extreme attention. The opponents begin advancing with their weapons drawn, but the vice-captain was much more agile and skilled, managing to block the attacks. Suddenly, the magic orc is completely struck, with no chance to defend itself. Nervous, the protagonist seems truly oppressed by what he sees. That man seemed afraid of nothing even when fireballs came his way. Wasting no time, he lowers his body and moves his spear with extreme precision. Destruction begins to spread across the battlefield, of fire scattered everywhere. Irritated, the orcs seem unwilling to lose that fight so easily. But the warrior doesn't let them recover and attacks everything that appears in front of him. Alan notices that the man was defeating the orcs as if they were nothing. Suddenly, he looks again at the knight commander fighting against the Orc King. Smoke was spreading everywhere as the man made a magnificent leap toward the giant monster. With a powerful strike, he is able to split the creature's body into two parts. The scene becomes increasingly grim, with remains scattered all around. The knight commander seems unfazed by anything. To the boy, the Orc King is nothing more than a fly in front of that warrior. Even the vice-captain is very strong, using a move that seems to be the same as Kurena's extra skill. At that moment, the boy starts wondering why he himself doesn't have the same skill related to his talent. However, the knight commander didn't even need extra skills to defeat the Orc King. After finishing his fight, the man asked the boy to stay and help since the knights would only arrive after nightfall. Despite everything, something still lingered in the young warrior's mind. Curious, he asked if he could take the magic stones from the bodies. Receiving a yes as an answer, the boy wastes no time and starts scavenging the orcs. Meanwhile, the vice-captain seems suspicious of that scene. Now the camp should be burned so that the monsters wouldn't return. But the two didn't need to worry about that, since the knights would take care of the rest tomorrow. As it was getting late, they would rest for a bit, and tomorrow the commander would have a conversation with the baron. At the camp, the men gathered wood to make a bonfire. Sitting on a log, the boy enjoyed a piece of meat. Meanwhile, he told the warrior that he had attacked the Goblin village alone, exterminating more than 50 of them. The commander seems curious about that number, being much higher than he had thought. For a moment, the boy stops enjoying the meal. He explains that 4 years ago, an abundance of albaheron feathers was found in the place where the secret sword was discovered. The Kurena village exceeded the wild boar hunting target by 10 each year, and as a reward, Alan was accepted as a servant of the Grabio family. Suddenly, outside the city, many bodies of demonic beasts appeared, from which the magic stones had been removed. More recently, they found bodies of many goblins who had lost their magic stones, as well as traces in a burned village. Therefore, the man believed that the boy was hunting alone, capable of defeating a rank C monster. At that moment, the protagonist realizes that he had been discovered. As the assessment showed that the boy had no talent, the commander decided to question the officers. At that time, there was a blinding light coming from a strange boy with black hair and eyes. They could read it clearly, so they had to say no talent due his low stats. Zenov claims to believe that Alan might have his own talent, the ability to fight alongside animals, but the boy remains silent, unable to confess that he received special powers from the creator of that world. Meanwhile, the commander resumes enjoying a piece of his meat. In any case, it was just the result of his small investigation. Alan is completely distraught upon hearing that the Baron already knew about his talent. Probably he must have noticed it since discovering the boy's fondness for hunting. Reflective, he thinks that this might be the reason he was granted 2 days of hunting, something quite generous for a child like him. However, the Knight Commander could not answer all the protagonist's questions. The may keep today's events a secret from the Baron, but the boy would need to provide a report on the beast hunts. For him, they both have the same bulls, and that was a great proposal. With a bit of guilt in his eyes, the boy accepts the agreement with the Bull of gaining experience. Suddenly, a soldier informs that the backwater is ready. Showing his gratitude for saving his life, the boy offers to wash the commander's back. A short time later, he opened the curtain holding a basin in his hands. However, he is shocked by the scene's witnesses. The commander's back had extensive wounds. Confused, Alan didn't seem to understand how the man managed to survive with those injuries. The boy had brought medicine for the commander and would take care of the situation. Even so, the man claimed that everything was fine. After wetting a cloth, the boy begins washing the fighter's back. While continuing his tasks, Alan thinks that next time he would like to defeat an Orc King by himself. Startled, he receives a question from the commander asking if he felt happy or hunting. Reflecting for a moment, the protagonist seems confused, realizing that maybe the man was able to read his thoughts. With a smile on his face, he says that it's really fun to keep practicing and getting stronger. 5 years ago, the commander had a wound on his face, which was now completely healed. While the boy cleaned his back, the warrior showed a small smile. The soldiers guarded the area, ready for any kind of threat. Alan was sleeping deeply, next to the vice captain. After 1 day, they returned to the mansion and reported the destruction of all bases occupied by monsters. Cecil ran toward Alan as she noticed his return. Irritated, she said that she was very worried about him. Meanwhile, the girl's father watched the boy carefully. Even though he had gone out without permission, the young man was not being scolded, receiving only smiling expressions. 2 weeks after being saved by the knights during his second orc subjugation, the fight spreads across the area with an extremely angry Orc King being attacked by several bears. Suddenly, it receives a fatal blow and falls backward, with no chance to defend itself. At that moment, Alan was able to defeat the creature, gain 25,000 experience. From the top of a tree, he seemed safe with his movements. At first, he let 40 bears attack from all sides, reducing the number of enemies and prioritizing hitting the magic orcs. He continued summoning additional bears to compensate for the ones defeated, leaving the king's power to be exhausted. The experience gained in the Orc Village was 7 times more than in the Goblin Village. Celebrating, Alan seemed extremely happy with his victory. After the hard work, it was time to collect some magic stones. That time, the boy had used more than 120 reg magic stones and should try to use fewer next time. October arrived and the protagonist turned 11 years old. Since May, he had destroyed 20 Orc villages and always reported everything to the Knight Commander as promised. The time required for mithril mining was reduced from 3 to 2 years. At that pace, he would be able to eliminate all the orcs and then, next year, would hunt the armored ants. After turning 12, he would start his life as an adventurer. Lost in his thoughts, he gets tapped by his companion, saying that some people had arrived. The person in front of him was a royal messenger, who entered the mansion calmly. Wearing clothes that covered his entire body, he thanked them for the welcome. But Alan didn't like the look of that man, who was responsible for increasing taxes. The patriarch of the Graybiel family receives the messenger, questioning the reason for the visit. With his hands together, he states that the Baron has always been loyal to the royal family, following the king's orders. For the man, being in good standing with the king is a great privilege. Alan thinks how strange the conversation was, something too calm. The messenger states that he has something for the Baron to receive personally. One of his subordinates hands over a box with a letter inside. That piece of paper was from his son, Mihai Dambriel. At that moment, the man's expression changes and he needs to be restrained by his wife. Cecil doesn't seem to care being teased by Thomas. Still, the girl tries to hide the happiness on her face upon hearing about her brother after a year and a half. Wasting no time, the Baron decides to open the letter. Nervous, he seems unable to believe what he is reading. The messenger states that he received that letter about 3 months ago. Meanwhile, the children seem increasingly worried. Suddenly, his wife asks her to read what was written. Placing a hand on her face, she seems unable to believe any of what was written. Mihai Gambriel did his best for the noble obligation and ended up passing away. Everyone is extremely shocked upon hearing those words from the messenger. Irritated, the Baron raises his voice and claims that the man was completely mistaken about those facts. Mihai had just graduated from the academy and that dangerous place was not suitable for a noble from a small family. With a piercing gaze, the messenger questions if those words were being directed at the royal family. Speechless, the man seems not to know what to do in that situation. His wife cried uncontrollably, remembering her beloved son. One of her subordinates tries to help her, noticing all the nervousness present in her body. The money for the funeral would be discussed later during other visits. Wasting no time, the man closes the doors and leaves, leaving the family completely shattered. Remembering Mihai's words before his departure, Alan realizes that the warrior might have foreseen what would happen to him. Meanwhile, Cecil seems confused and unable to understand what was written in the letter. Finally, her father asks everyone to leave, including Thomas. Suspicious, Alan doesn't understand the reason for leaving only Cecil in the room. The door is closed quickly, leaving father and daughter inside. Meanwhile, the hours pass and the servants continue their chores, even devastated by the news. With a broom in his hands, the boy reflects that the entire family was in shock after reading that letter. Suddenly, the boy hears shouting coming from inside the room. Cecil seemed extremely angry about her older brother's death, heading the so-called noble obligation. Despite everything, her father tries to calm her, but the girl doesn't want to hear any nonsense and runs away. Her eyes were full of tears and her expression was lost. Cecil runs up the stairs, leaving her father talking alone. Alan thinks that probably the girl should follow the same steps as her brother in the future. To him, the death of a 15-year-old boy made no sense. The Baron tries to hold back his tears, but his sad expression is clear to everyone around. Suddenly, Alan begins to remember the scenes from earlier. In the end, he understands that this was the duty of all nobles and nothing could be done. Alongside a butler, the boy goes to Cecil's room. The servant knocks on the door, informing the girl that her dinner is ready. At that moment, the Baron says that the best thing to do is let Cecil rest. Eleven Alan reflects that Thomas would become the new heir of the Greybeard family. Meanwhile, Cecil cries uncontrollably in her bed. The next day, the servants prepare breakfast. Rumors said that the Greybeard family tended to have short lives since the Baron's parents and his brother died very early. Remembering the young master Mihai, the man starts feeling emotional. Despite the boy being born into a noble family, that situation was so very cruel. Suddenly, a servant enters the dining room, startling everyone by speaking about an emergency. One of the maids reported that the young lady was no longer in her room. Everyone begins a frantic search for the girl, who had completely disappeared. Alan notices that the window of her room was open, and maybe she could have escaped through there. Determined, he calls the butler to inform him of his findings. Finally, he asks to leave the mansion and search for Cecil outside. Wasting no time, he opens his book and starts summoning birds to search for the girl. If she had escaped through the main door, she would have been seen, so he calculates that she must have fled through the back. His powerful birds begin to scour the entire village. Tired, Cecil had walked too much through the city and couldn't stay on her feet anymore. Her feet were sore and she decides to rest a bit. Holding a butterfly in her hands, the child starts remembering her older brother. Covering her face, she says she misses Mihai a lot, letting her tears fall. Suddenly, she notices someone familiar approaching. But Alan wasn't there to convince Cecil to return home, since his duty was to accompany the lady. In the end, he was Cecil's most loyal servant and was willing to agree with her wishes. The girl asks if the boy was trying to force her to return, but he stays silent. Annoyed, she says that Alan didn't need to worry about her. Suddenly, her stomach makes a very loud noise. Crossing her arms, Cecil says she hasn't eaten anything since last night. Shortly after, the protagonist holds an item in his hands. In front of the girl, he sets up a feast and asks her to eat immediately. Curious, she doesn't seem to understand where those items came from. Cecil picks up the food in her hands and starts inspecting it. Soon after, the girl's already enjoying all those delicacies. While she eats, the two remain silent, observing the landscape. Suddenly, tears begin to well up again. Embarrassed, she covers her face while whispering about her brother. Alan says that Mihai was extremely strong since he had never managed to defeat him. Hearing that, Cecil feels even sadder, remembering her brother's fate. Finally, she simply says that she should die too, just like Mihai. The protagonist tries to understand if the girl already knew something. In addition to learning that the kingdom had never been in conflict with its neighbors, he knew would not be military conscription. To begin with, he would have to find a way to persuade Cecil. With determination, he asks if the lady was willing to leave that city with him. Just go on a trip to forget all the negative things using money the boy had saved. Confused, Cecil seems not to understand how that situation would be possible. But for now, she should return home and wait for Alan's 12th birthday, when he would become an adventurer. However, the girl informs him that it would be impossible since she was already in the academy. Suddenly, her expression changes completely upon realizing his plans. Alan was talking about the right to choose how one should live. However, Cecil had no idea what kind of life she really wanted to live. Sitting, she looked at the small butterfly in her hands. Meanwhile, when the protagonist's birds watch the two from afar, her gaze completely changes as she realizes in that instant what kind of life she wanted to live. Determined, she tells Alan that the two of them could go back home. Finally, she puts the butterfly in her hair while saying she's tired of walking. The two set off with the protagonist carrying Cecil on his back. Resting her face on her friend's back, she shows all her gratitude. Shortly after, they arrive at the Greybeard family mansion. Her father starts approaching upon realizing that his daughter had returned. Cecil seems nervous about the reaction the Baron was about to show, but she is surprised to receive a warm hug. The girl begins to cry, saying that she caused trouble for everyone. However, her parents were only worried about the safety of their daughter, who was suffering too much. With a smile on his face, Alan realizes that he did something good. In the end, the Baron asks Cecil not to worry about anything for now. The mithril mining had started, and once recognized by the royal family, the noble obligation would also be dismissed. At that moment, the protagonist realizes the reason for promoting the mining. Feeling guilty, Alan thinks that if he had started cooperating with the knights earlier, perhaps Mihai could still be alive. Meanwhile, he continues to watch the family from afar. Cecil Grabiel states that she will fulfill her noble obligation, following the same path her brother took. But determination in her eyes, the child shows that she is not willing to run away. Upon hearing her words, everyone falls silent. After half a year since the funeral of young Master Mihai, the Grabiel family was returning to normal. The Orc garrison was destroyed by the knights, gaining full control of the mithril mines. After the summer, mining would begin and the Baron could rest for now. Now it was simply a matter of keeping an eye on the Kalmel family, which had lost its mining rights. The Knight Commander received the order to be cautious at all times. In March, Alan starts climbing a very steep mountain. Even though Cecil really wanted to accompany him on the hunt, he realized that he was smart not to allow it. Everyone knows that the girl wanted to get stronger, but she needed permission from the Baron to do anything. Suddenly, the young man notices something strange in front of him. Apparently, the protagonist had arrived at the right place. Now he would face another obstacle in mining. His next target would be the rank C magical beast, the Armored Ant. There were possibly 1,000 inside that cave, and a rank B clean ant had produced them all. This time, he had less information than usual and couldn't use aerial scouting in that battle. The entrance size was big enough for one of those ants. It was really narrow to go when the Tyne designed that way on purpose. Therefore, Alan would try to reduce the number of enemies before the attack. Opening his book, he decides to use the bear, the spider, and Harami. First, he would set up the rear lines similar to what he used against the orcs. All those bears had an ability to dodge attacks and would be crucial in the battle. His ideal world was one where he should dominate on his own without any manual. Thus, he was willing to fight any opponent. With a command, he sent the bears forward. Soon after, the ants start coming out of the small hole. A gigantic number of insects begins to gather. With a smile on his face, Alan was determined to finish them all one by one. That was the perfect moment to use all his strength. Without holding back, he sends his bears and spiders against the numerous ants. Shortly after, he had already managed to defeat some armory ants, gaining 3,000 experience for each. From past battles, the protagonist had discovered all the weak points of the ants. On the other hand, it was a waste of military resources. Since a full blow from a giant ant is capable of defeating a bear, he should unite countless bears against just one ant. But the intelligence of the bears is not very high, so they can only perform simple commands, making several mistakes as a group. Meanwhile, Alan continues with his daydreams, flipping through the book. One of his birds begins to fly over the battlefield, heading toward one of the bears. The bird lands on the animal's head and starts controlling its movements. Smiling, Alan realizes that his plan had worked. The effectiveness of that tactic would increase considerably. From above, he observed the battle, which was becoming increasingly powerful. After a month, he still had managed to destroy the first ant cave. Twice a week to kill more than 200 at a time, about 2,000 per month. Something strange happened a few days after more than 200 of them were killed, since their bodies had disappeared. For him, maybe Ant Queen could have been able to eat them all and immediately give birth to a new batch. Despite gaining a lot of experience that time, the ants kept appearing, making it difficult to collect the magic stones. In the end, he realized that he would have to completely change his strategy. The month of May arrived, and the Baron agreed to change the hunting work schedule, allowing Alan to hunt 2 days in a row. In his second month, the total number of ants killed surpassed 50,000. The bears on the battlefield draw his attention to the situation. Nervous, Alan awaited the appearance of a few more monsters. However, everything seemed very quiet, and the cave was empty. With a smile on his face, he realized that the ant-clearing strategy had worked. Alert, the bears watched the cave entrance together with their master. Alan didn't notice any kind of movement from the ants. Now he needed to think about his next steps. Looking at the book, he realizes that he should send more summoned birds to scout the area in search of the queen. Shortly after, an owl named Horu was selected due to its night vision ability. Those birds would share everything for their vision. Without wasting time, the protagonist sends the owls into the cave. The inside looked like a gigantic and endless labyrinth. Additionally, there were mysterious small rooms everywhere. Suddenly, he notices the appearance of some ants and decides to retreat. If found, his only option would be to summon them again. Alan calls for full cooperation with the bear battalion to finish off the remaining ants. However, the bears were extremely bad at seeing in the dark. Therefore, they needed guidance through Horu's eyes. Who shared vision, he noticed the room where the newborn ants were. That was the place where the larvae were located. Controlling 8 summons at the same time, the bears would attack in that direction, while Horu continued the escort on the other side. Alan needed to give exact instructions, since none of those ants were allowed to live this time. Shortly after, he becomes apprehensive when noticing a new blockage. Horu gets trapped inside the cave, and his master calls him back to cards. For him, it felt like solving a minigame in an RPG. Additionally, it was getting dark, and they would have to return to the mansion. Pensive, Alan knew he couldn't pass up the opportunity at that moment. Suddenly, he begins to see hope in all that chaos. Without a doubt, Horu had spotted the Ant Queen. The opponent was a rank B monster and had to be taken down calmly. The protagonist's current intelligence was capable of controlling 8 summons at the same time, and the queen's room was about 5 kilometers away. The best thing to do would be to change the tactic to balance his strength. Without wasting time, he decides to enter the cave with Horo by his side. Soon, the two encounter countless ants that were protecting something precious. Meanwhile, his bears await new instructions, confused by the darkness. The young man lights up the environment, thinking that he had been waiting for that moment for 2 months. The queen appears, showing all her power, trying to scare her enemies. Alan realizes that she was indeed huge, 3 times bigger compared to a normal ant, but the head was the same size. First, he would need to build a solid defensive line and decides to take down the soldier ants. Upon hearing her master's commands, the bears begin attacking all the creatures. First of all, Alan notices that you should clean up the mess along the way. The queen joins the fight, ready to destroy all her opponents. Quickly, a powerful blow hits several bears at once. Animals are thrown far away with no time to defend themselves. At that moment, the protagonist concludes that the ants understood his strategy, even if they were slow. Taking advantage of the enemy's slowness, he ordered a blow to the abdomen to attack. The bears listened to their master's commands and charged into battle, using their sharp teeth and claws. With some confusion, the warrior realizes that the queen was apparently inviting him to attack. As she moved, she made thunderous noises that echoed through the environment. Tension spread through the atmosphere with a powerful attack directed at the queen. Shortly after, Alan manages to destroy the Ant Queen, deeding 45,000 experience points. If only 20 bears, he was able to defeat the beast without much effort. He probably wouldn't be able to return to the city, having to sleep outside and meaning to bring the spoils to prove the reason for his absence. However, the smell spraying through the place was extremely foul. It took 2 months to conquer the First Night Cave. This meant that while he killed 5,000, another 4,000 new larvae were born, weakening the queen. Even though she was a magical beast, she still needed to eat and sleep to stay healthy, which left her at a disadvantage. Shortly after, the boy holds the magic stone in his hands. But as he illuminates the item, he begins to notice something strange. In his hands, there was a stone unlike anything he had ever seen. The next day, he returns to the mansion after completing yet another task. The Baron seems extremely angry about the boy's unauthorized departure and waits for an apology. Alan said that he went on a mission to the slopes of the White Dragon Mountain and yesterday conquered the lair of the armored ants. With determination, the boy seemed committed to completing the task to help the Graybeard family. Meanwhile, they exchange glances with each other. Cecil claims that the boy was lying about his mission. At that moment, Alan realizes that the news of his invasion into the monster's territory had not reached the Baron. Therefore, he was willing to prove it by showing the shell of the Ed Queen. The family members seemed to show no reaction without any thanks or smiles. The Baron asked Xena if that could really be a queen, since its color was strange, different from a normal armored ant. Despite everything, the commander of the Knights says he had never seen a queen before. For that, destroy an ant nest was something extremely impossible. Cecil asks if Alan had painted the ant shell just to deceive everyone. However, the protagonist believes that the Knight Commander should also be capable of defeating the Queen. Until now, Xenov claims he had never known anyone capable of destroying a giant ant colony. The greatest achievement conquered by the Knights was the villages of Orcs and Goblins. Curiously, Cecil asks if his friend was really able to kill thousands of ants and explore the labyrinth. The boy simply nods without mentioning the summoned beasts. Desperate, he begins to rummage through his bag. Those magic stones have been collected from the Ant Queen's chamber. Upon seeing those items, the men are extremely shocked. The Baron knew that this was not something that could be collected randomly or easily. With a smile on his face, Alan realizes that he was gaining the men's trust. At that moment, Cecil and his mother realize that the boy had conquered the lair of the armored ants. Zenov seems to trust the boy's abilities greatly, saying that for him, anything was possible. Finally, the Baron asks the boy to accompany him and explain all the details. The matriarch of the Graybeard family concludes that Alan was capable of defeating a rank B monster on his own. In the end, the smile on Cecil's face reveals all the pride he felt for his friend. Meanwhile, in a room, the boy was telling everything he knew. On the map, he points out the cave he had conquered. That was the 5th mine, and the knights would be dispatched there immediately. First of all, the boy informs them that he also possesses the map of the cave. Confused, the men seem unsure how to proceed with that situation. Due to the remarkable feat, the Baron decides to forgive the protagonist for being out all night. Moreover, his name had been added to the list of those who discovered the nation's valuable mithril mines. According to the law, he would be entitled to 30% of the mine's proceeds under the mining rights guaranteed by the king. Confused, Alan seems not to understand what those words meant. The butler explained that half of the mithril would be taken to the royal family, and the mining rights would benefit the remainder. Thus, 7 parts would go to the king and 3 parts would be Alan's property. At that moment, the boy freezes upon hearing the information. This time, he had obtained this substantial benefit and should take advantage of it. Without even knowing, the protagonist had laid his hands on an unexpected prize. In October, Alan turned 12 years old. The Graybeard family was finally able to mine mithril again after 100 years, and the discovered mine would be exploited the following year. The conquest of the armored ants lair ended peacefully, and now he no longer needed to worry about money or threats. Despite everything, the protagonist continued to feel something strange. From the beginning, he only wanted to play like crazy to reach the top, and that peace was not something he desired. Therefore, he was determined to jump to the next level. Suddenly, a servant informs him that the royal family's emissary was at the location again. The two to meet the man who had caused a lot of trouble for the Baron. The Viscount O'Connor had returned carrying a suitcase in his subordinate's hands. Everyone sits at a long table. Without wasting any more time, the Baron asked about the reason for the new visit. After stating that he was pleased with the successful mining, he says that he brought an offer. The Greybull O'Connor clans had often taken turns competing on the mountain, and now the royal family wanted to solve that problem. Shortly after, the butler hands a letter to the patriarch. Nervously, he realizes that it was an order to manage the Backlong Mountain territory together with Counter. The children seem unhappy with that situation. The messenger explains that the families would manage the mountain area, the profits equally divided between the clans. Furthermore, Viscount Calmer had already signed the treaty, leaving only Lord Greybull's signature. Alan realized the kind of trip being played on these people again. Apologizing, the head of the family asked for the letter to be taken back to the capital for verification. Irritated, the man realizes that the Baron was doubting them and accuses him of greed regarding a Mithril. Shortly after, they decide to leave the mansion. His wife begins to notice how much that situation was affecting her husband. There was nothing absolute in a stupid contract like that. A butler informs that the commander of the knights would take 2 days to return from the White Dragon Mountain. If he returned in time, he should go with the Baron to the capital. Additionally, Master Thomas would also be notified about his father's arrival. Looking into Cecil's eyes, he declares that he wouldn't allow anyone to touch the Gabriel territory. Meanwhile, the protagonist observed the entire complicated situation. Perhaps he should set aside his resignation request for now and help the family. In the kitchen, he overhears the conversation of two maids who seemed worried about moving to Backlong Mountain. Managing with equal gains sounded good, but Connor probably had an evil plan behind it all. The women believed that if the master refused this time, he would be called greedy by everyone. Suddenly, a scream invades the entire environment, leaving Alan completely shocked. In desperation, someone was screaming for Miss Cecil. Worried, the protagonist left the kitchen and headed toward the stairs. Upon reaching the upper floor, he saw one of the servants wounded and leaning against the wall. Bandits had invaded Cecil's room, and one of them was carrying an unconscious girl in his arms. At that moment, the protagonist realized he had to use something to stop that situation. Grabbing his sword, he was ready to defend the girl from that attack. With a strike, he tries to approach a fearsome figure with an eye patch. The furious look on the warrior's face showed all his determination to protect the lady. The fight between the two begins while another man runs away with the girl in his arms. Alan is thrown backward, realizing that his opponent was too strong. His best option would be to use some support cards. Additionally, he used the Leaves of Life to restore 1,000 stamina. Increasingly angry, his opponent was determined to finish the girl. Suddenly, Alan starts showing all his skills, wielding his sword with strength. Meanwhile, the news of an intruder in the Greybull family mansion reaches the Baron's ears. His wife, he become completely terrified by that situation. Upstairs, the boy tried to fight in every way to protect Cecil. But the other bandit throws a smoke bomb into the environment, showing that it was already time to leave. Losing consciousness, Alan can only watch those thieves carrying Cecil away. Shortly after, the protagonist's body loses strength and falls to the ground. His gaze seems confused, unable to do anything to help the lady. Beside him, he realizes that Cecil was still breathing, even with her mouth covered. At that moment, he realizes that even a simple servant had been kidnapped. Luckily, the protagonist was still alive, even though he had been very reckless. A summoned creature can fight as long as it can see, so he decides to use the Chiathi birds. From above, he begins to observe the situation. The three bandits watching the children tied out on the floor. They were the same guys from before, and the place seemed to be a warehouse. At all times, the boy seemed worried about the situation and pretended to be asleep to avoid suspicion. Shortly after, Dagraha appears in the room and looks confused when he notices the two children. With a smile on his face, one of the bandits says he thought the black-haired boy could be sold for a good price. Irritated, the man punches his colleague in the stomach, clearly disagreeing with that stupid idea. With anger in his eyes, Bambra says that the man shouldn't act on his own and would be forgiven next time. Understanding the order, the bandit decides to step back to recover from the blow. Before leaving, the warrior orders them to kill a black-haired boy to save space. Meanwhile, Alan grows more nervous, realizing that this guy was more dangerous than the other three combined. To the injured bandit, Dagraha was just a fugitive who had been on the run for over a year. Suddenly, one of the men mentioned that this warrior could defeat Sinuf. Alan's mind immediately thinks of the commander of the knights upon hearing his name. The bandit becomes curious when he hears that Dagraha could defeat someone who had served dutifully for over 10 years. Apparently, all of Zinov's soldiers were dead, and it would be foolish to head to the battlefield. Not understanding anything, the protagonist realizes there was a war happening somewhere. Finally, they discuss the possibility of selling both children or just the boy. Alan knew that the best thing to do was to save himself instead of waiting to be rescued. Besides losing his mithril sword, he only had 3 iron balls and a short sword. He notices that one of the men is leaving to go to the bathroom. Without wasting time, he decides to use chat to explore the escape route. Confused, the bandit doesn't understand why there are birds on the ship. Hearing that, Howland realizes he was very far away since there was no sea near the Greybeard territory. Kayat continues exploring everywhere, thinking about guiding Harami to the coast. Suddenly, the bird notices some windows on the ship. Outside, it was already dark with countless stars in the sky. High up on the wall, a radio transmits a message thanking them for trusting Bahona's services. The airflow was unstable at the moment, and they should pay attention in case the magic airship started shaking. Shortly after, Alan's expression completely changes when he realizes he was actually flying through the skies. The magic airship was something extremely unexpected for the boy. Moreover, he realized there was no escape when flying higher than the clouds. His best chance would be when the magic airship was about to land. Despite everything, he decided to continue his exploration looking for Dagraha. The flow of people inside the airship was very large. Shortly after, the bird arrives at a luxurious restaurant full of customers. Realizing that his presence was noticed by many people, he thinks about asking for help. Suddenly, he hears a familiar laugh coming from the same place. At that moment, he begins to reflect on the presence of Viscount Connor on the magic airship. Meanwhile, the means of transportation continued flying through the skies. Kayap approaches to listen more closely to the conversation. Apparently, the Viscount could be the person behind Cecil's kidnapping. The men were discussing the new vice minister who would take a seat in the ministry. Alan remembers the contract shown to Baron Granbeal. The appointment of a vice minister meant they needed to mobilize and allocate money in many places, such as the Backlawn Mountain. To the messenger, the lower nobles should know their place. Agreeing, the Viscount said it was refreshing to see the Baron's bitter face. Since the Baron's interference would be bad for both of them, it decided to kidnap his daughter as a hostage. Additionally, a warning letter had already been sent to the man with the main information. If even then he broke the contract, then a part of Miss Cecil's hand would pay for his choice. Upon hearing those words, Alan becomes increasingly angry. If the Baron crossed the territory to save his daughter, he would be prosecuted for rebellion. The messenger's help would be properly rewarded when the Viscount received the rights to the Mithril mines. The protagonist realizes that this dirty plan was being executed with the power of money. To him, the Baron was truly in a very difficult position. Suddenly, Cecil opens her eyes and becomes extremely nervous with what she sees. One of the thieves notices that the girl had awakened from her deep sleep. Her expression reveals all the shock and fear of being in that situation. Without thinking twice, she kicks Alan's leg. But the bandit with the eye patch warns her that it would be better for her to go back to sleep peacefully. Additionally, her magic could not be used, and they were almost arriving in the city of Kaunal. Completely desperate, Cecil kicked the servant's legs with all her strength. Tears began to form on her face, showing all the fear in her expression. Standing up, the bandit threatened her, saying that she didn't know pain and that's why she was disobeying orders. At that moment, the protagonist realized there was no way to delay any longer or have to act immediately. Using his summoning ability, he started plotting a way to escape the situation. In the end, the plan to protect the summoner was prepared, and he should counterattack. Shortly after, the butterfly Ajal appeared in the warehouse. Confused, everyone seemed unable to understand the presence of magical beasts. Suddenly, the insect began unleashing its powers against the enemies. Still lying on the ground, Alan realized that his plan worked on people, even if only on one. Without wasting any more time, the long-haired man cut the insect with his sword. The butterfly completely disappeared from his sight, leaving him intrigued. Suddenly, the protagonist managed to free himself from the ropes that bound his arms. People's gazes were impressed by his abilities. Standing up, Alan was ready for the fight and determined to strike back. However, the bandits didn't believe that boy could defeat them without a real weapon. Flipping through his book, he summoned a large bear to bite and scratch his opponents. Cecil and the bandits looked shocked by the appearance of another magical beast. The bear attacked one of the men fiercely, but he was able to deliver intense blows with his weapon. Noticing his companion's distraction, Alan decided to try an approach with a punch to the stomach. At that moment, he realized the second guy had been defeated, still weak after being punched by his boss. Meanwhile, the man with the eye patch grew increasingly irritated with the boy's actions. Gripping his weapon, he was determined to face that small threat. The protagonist knew it was necessary to clean up that place before allies arrived. Still tied up, Cecil watched the entire fight with extreme anxiety. Now the two would duel one against the other. Shortly after, Alan decided to defend himself with Bronze Shield. Once again, the man was baffled by the situation. The protagonist's goal was to buy as much time as possible that way. Therefore, he decided to summon for the battle insect fish. Alan controlled Harami, using aquatic scales to protect himself. Even tired, Braun used his shield to protect the master from the imminent danger. But the boy was more concerned with ensuring Cecil's safety, watching for any suspicious movement. The spider would use its webs to tie up the opponent, and Shu would be responsible for weakening him. Upon hearing the command, the insects headed toward the opponent. At that moment, the man realized the boy's ability was to manipulate magical beasts. Confused, he couldn't believe there was such a talent in the world. When caught by the webs, Alan decided to approach with his small sword. With determination, he tried to stab the weapon into the opponent's body. The man felt some pain, but it wasn't enough to defeat him. That defense was incredible, like skin too tough to be penetrated by swords. Even so, the protagonist was determined to exhaust all his strength. On the ground, Cecil seemed displeased with all the violence around her. Shortly after, the man collapsed completely injured. Tired, the boy realized that his plan had worked. Suddenly, a warning informed that the ship was about to land in Camel territory. Realizing they had arrived in the city, Alan looked in Cecil's direction. Kneeling, he said he would untie the ropes that bound the girl's body. A door opened and Dagraha began to observe all the mess inside the warehouse. With a slight smile on his face, he said he hadn't expected to have such a boy on board. His men were lying on the floor, completely defeated. Realizing the man was in the place, Alan called for Braun, seeking some kind of protection. But the powerful warrior was faster and managed to land a blow on the child. His body was thrown far, hitting his back against the wall. Due to the attack, Alan fell to the ground immediately. Meanwhile, Cecil watched the entire scene with tears in her eyes. Slowly, the boy tried to recover his breath, which seemed almost non-existent. Dagraha was too fast, attacking as soon as the boy turned as if he had disappeared out of nowhere. The bandit mocked his opponent, saying that the boy still hadn't learned any skills. Even so, the protagonist was more worried about figuring out a way to defeat his enemy. First, he needed to save Cecil from danger. Alan decided to use the Tree of Life as a form of recovery, but Dagraha had declared that it was useless. Shortly after, a voice could be heard coming from outside. The man didn't seem to understand the situation, looking quite confused. Alan used the false voice ability and ordered Dagraha to bring Cecil outside. Realizing that his enemy was distracted, he decides to launch an attack. Alan summons a spider which heads toward the big man, ready to restrain his body with webs. Meanwhile, the protagonist holds the girl in his arms and runs away without looking back. But Dagraha notices his movement and becomes extremely furious. To defend himself, Alan uses Braun with his shield to try to stop the enemy. The protagonist climbs the stairs as fast as he can. Dagraha had easily broken through the spider webs and would be able to defeat Braun in no time. Upon reaching the upper floor, he heads toward one of the windows. The loudspeaker had announced that they had entered the city. Looking outside, he notices a landing area and estimates that the vehicle must be about 100 meters above the ground. At that moment, he tells Cecil to be ready to jump. First, he needs to increase their defense to avoid severe damage. With resistance enhanced for safety, both should jump at any moment. Alan counts to 3 and jumps out of the window carrying Cecil in his arms. The protagonist heads toward the ground using his feet for support. Shortly after, the boy begins to feel intense pain throughout his body due to broken bones. Cecil looked extremely scared, with tears streaming down her face. In the end, Alan shouts the girl's name while recovering his strength, the Tree of Life. With a smile on his face, he says that they would both return together to the Graybeard mansion. He asks if Cecil is hurt, and she replies that she's fine but wants to know where the magical creatures are. Touching her arm, he says they need to leave there before being found. Alan puts Cecil on his shoulders and starts running as fast as he can. She says she found an exit and believes the city ahead is Kaunel. The boss elsewhere becomes furious upon learning that the youths are still alive. His employee finds it impossible that they survived that huge fall. So the boss decides to capture the bodies because Cecil is essential to the plan. The two show an item to the guard, who realizes it belongs to the Gabriel family. But the man finds it strange that the two came alone, though Alan says it was Cecil's choice. Outside, she celebrates and praises the boy's convincing lines. They discuss which path to take to avoid the White Dragon. Cecil worries about the days of travel and the darkness around them. Alan reassures her, saying he activated his night vision. The two stop to rest in a place that looks like a cave. He says they need to take care of their needs before continuing the journey. Cecil doesn't like the commanding tone and makes a salty face. The boy shows the dinner, and she wonders where that food came from. The owl is with them, and Cecil wants to know if she can talk to beasts. He replies that all summoned beasts are docile while petting animal. Cecil looks at him suspiciously, and he asks if she's scared. She says they've known each other for 4 years, so it's not surprising. The Ami wonders if Kalmo has already discovered that they're alive. Alan observes and comments that they're leaving the city. Cecil panics when she hears that the destination is the cave. The boy says they need to flee immediately because the enemies are heading there. She asks how he knows that, and he explains that he summoned a beast for reconnaissance. Then he puts her back on his shoulders and says he will increase his speed stats. He also mentions that Dagraha is following the tracks left on the way. Alan realizes that Dagraha has a natural talent as a tracking scout. Kia suggests leaving false tracks and runs back and forth. The protagonist says that now Dagraha will take about 100 years to find them. Dagraha observes the false tracks and becomes completely confused. Cecil asks if the boy is going to fight him, but he says it would be useless. According to Alan, Dagraha is the leader of the group that forced them to board. They look toward the horizon and see that the other path leads to the White Dragon Mountain. The fearless boy summons Braun, who raises his shield, and some guards appear to help. Cecil is impressed by Alan's summoning ability. They believe that Dagraha may be far away but has not given up the hunt. They decide to sleep among the trees to recover their energy. As she prepares to sleep, Cecil turns to the side of Thoughtful. She asks why Alan hides his talent. The The boy says his talent is too dangerous to be revealed. According to Alan, if anyone discovers his talent, they might try to eliminate him. The next day, he wakes Cecil so they can continue the escape. The boy realizes that Dagraha has found the real trail hidden in the tree trunk. Dagraha wonders if the two have already figured out his tracking ability. He then runs in a spiral, trying to find the right direction. Cecil doubts he's capable of doing that. Furious, Dagraha tells himself that they won't escape. The boy decides to erase the footprints again to throw him off. The next day, at the northern border of White Dragon, the guards receive Cecil with joy. Tiger's still on Alan's shoulders. She says she's back. The guards ask them to rest as the carriage will be prepared. Alan says he doesn't need a carriage since he runs faster than horses. He leaves carrying Cecil, leaving the guards confused. The girl notices that he looks more serious and asks what happened. He says the summoned beast lost Dagraha's signal. The boy suspects that Dagraha is fast enough to even escape Hook's vision. He also believes Dagraha noticed he was being tracked. Cecil says that if he left her behind, he could escape more easily. Alan knows all of this is too much for a 12-year-old girl. Even so, he promises that he'll protect her because he runs faster than anyone and has a promise to keep. Cecil asks what promise he's talking about. He reveals that he promised young master Mihai that he would protect Cecil at all costs. Getting emotional, she starts crying and can only say thank you. With the girl on his shoulders, Alan asks the owl to watch Dagraha's movements. On the morning of the third day, they were still on the road. Cecil asks if they'll make it by tomorrow at this pace. Alan doesn't reply and simply hands her urge to eat. In the sky, evils appear and send an alert signal. Immediately, the boy stops walking and looks around carefully. Cecil's heart races when she sees how serious he became. Suddenly, a jutting shadow appears on the horizon at high speed. Alan prepares while watching the enemy approach. It's Madable Shu, the same one who lost an eye to him 3 years ago. Cecil asks what's happening with a trembling voice. Then the boy calmly replies that they are being chased. According to him, it's dangerous to face two at the same time, so he decides to eliminate one before the other arrives. She asks if he can really defeat that creature. The smile he gives is pure confidence and certainty. Keeping his eyes fixed on the creature, he says he's going to win. Cecil only asks that he does his best in this fight. The monster is now right in front of him and looks ready to attack. Alan stares at the beast and says it's been a while since their last encounter. The tension between them is thick, about to explode. He then asks the enemy to fight with everything it has. Cecil watches the creature in fear and asks if Alan can really win. Very serious, Alan asks her to stay silent so she won't be detected. He thinks he needs to win before Dagraha catches up with them. According to him, his advantage is the army of beasts by his side. Several bears charge full force toward the creature, but they are crushed easily as if they were nothing. Alan realizes he's wasting his strength like this. He shouts for the guards to form a circle around the monster. Taking advantage of the distraction, he orders the bears to attack again. This time the bears climb the creature and bite hard. Madable Shu roars loudly, feeling the pain pierce through its body. Alan notices that it's more cautious than last time. The fight intensifies and a creature starts attacking with everything. From a distance, Cecil understands that this is how Alan fights. Alan believes he can win. After all, it's just a rank B monster. Suddenly, the creature leaps into the air, heading straight for him. Alan panics and calls the guards, creating a shield, but the impact is so strong that the guards are thrown away. The beast grabs Alan with its hands and stares at him with one eye. Trapped, he wonders if he can still get out of that situation. Desperate, Cecil runs and screams his name with all her might, but he tells her to stay back, saying it's okay. In reality, Alan realizes that the monster wants to have fun with his pain. The monster lifts the boy and opens its mouth to devour him. Cecil watches in terror as he starts being swallowed. The monster starts with his legs, thinking Alan has already lost. But when the boy's face gets close to the beast's eye, Alan asks if it usually eats fish from the tail. With no time to react, the creature feels something pierce through its eye. The boy drives the sword straight into the only eye it have left. He says he switched his cards when he was caught. According to him, the monster's mistake was not killing him right away. Alan tells the creature to go straight to the depths of hell. He says that the creature's strength was weak, that's why it lost to the bronze. He also says that he created dozens of grams of life to fight against Dagraha, but now he will use as many as necessary against Madable Shu. While being crushed, his body begins to heal multiple times. The boy smiles, feeling the nostalgia of fighting difficult bosses. The creature can't take it anymore and collapses completely to the ground. Alan finally defeats Madable Shu and feels that his revenge is complete. Cecil runs to him crying, asking if he's okay. He says yes, since he still has several potions stored. But she can't hold it anymore and starts crying, relieved. Cecil thought he had truly lost this time. Alan watches her and apologizes for scaring her so much. He looks to the side and realizes that it's not over yet. Confused, she turns and also sees who they fear the most. Dagraha appears behind the two with a look full of fury. He declares that he will finish Alan once and for all. He admits that he didn't expect them to defeat Madable Shu. Taking heavy steps, he approaches ready to attack. Alan realizes he is without his iron orbs. He also realizes that he left the sword stuck in the monster's eye. Unarmed, he faces the enemy with determination. With no choice, he tells Cecil to step back because he will fight to the end. Dagraha gives an ironic smile and calls him a loyal servant. In the blink of an eye, he delivers an absurd kick that launches Alan far away. Cecil watches everything terrified, unable to react. On the ground, Alan tries to understand what happened. He realizes that he might have run out of magical energy. Dagraha walks arrogantly and mocks his condition. He asks if the boy won't summon any more creatures, since that's his only talent. Using a mocking tone, he asks if his magic is over. With the sword in hand, he points at the fallen boy and says the game is over. But a gigantic noise interrupts the moment. Everyone turns and sees Cecil staring with something different in her eyes. Alan is shocked and wonders if it was her who used magic. Cecil also seems surprised by what just happened. She stares at the scene with a new look and understands that she needs to save Alan. She also remembers the warning she received about how dangerous magic is. Alan begs her not to do it, but it's already too late. Cecil is hypnotized and launches a fireball at Dagraha. The enemy reacts quickly and throws the girl before the attack hits. Alan panics as he sees Cecil falling injured to the ground. Dagraha stares at the fallen girl and asks if she thought she would get away unscathed. He then turns to the boy and smiles at the boy's rage. With his head down, the young man asks if the enemy fled the battlefield a year ago. Then he says that now he only knows how to attack defenseless children. Alan calls him a bastard, and that seems to hit the enemy hard. Angry, Dagraha hits the injured boy with an even stronger kick. Even following, the young man whispers, asking him to get even angrier. The provocation continues, and Dagraha charges with more violence. Alan thinks to himself that now he understands how the skills work. According to him, the first depends on the opponent's magical power. The second comes from intense training since childhood. Old memories come to the surface as he tries to resist. Alan realizes that many are in normal mode of extras. He notices that he was born with the talent of summoner, and that sets him apart. He also realizes that Dagraha has a tracker and has extra tracking. Alan blocks the sword combo at the last second and survives. Dagraha calls him a stubborn brat for continuing to insist. On the ground, Alan laughs and thinks about how much he can still evolve. The enemy gets even more irritated and keeps hitting hard. Confused, he asks how many human charms the boy still has. Alan asks if he's tired already because now it's too late to run. Dagraha finds the boy's words strange and tries to understand the reason. The young man says that since the attack on Cecil, his sentence was sealed. Alan looks to the sky and sees the bird that was following him before. The great bird descends and transforms into a mysterious man. Zenith appears before everyone asks how that boy is still breathing. Dagraha realizes he was deceived and that the boy was just buying time. Fallen and bleeding, Alan can barely move but keeps talking. He asks Zenith to finish it already and end the fight. Dagraha confirms that the man is Zenith and takes a step back. Zenith looks at the two injured young ones and says that now it's up to him. He advances saying that you will cut down the enemy in the name of the commander. Dagraha mocks and says that the noble scent of Zenith disgusts him. Surprised, Zenith asks him to repeat what he just said. The enemy smiles, saying he loves crushing parasites like him. Alan notices that Dagraha is also activating his ability. Zenith realizes that he is an explorer of the analysis and concealment type. Ready to attack, Dagraha says that only idiots sacrifice themselves for nothing. He screams, saying that all explorers die and only he remained. He hates nobles and feels disgusted just thinking about their existence. With hatred, he drives a magical stake straight into Zenith's chest, but the weapon stops halfway and doesn't pierce him. Zenith reveals that he is a swordsman, and that's why the attack failed. With his eyes glowing, he says that his friends died for him. Then he shouts that Dagraha will not escape his own fate. He pierces the enemy with his aura blade and ends the fight. Cecil wakes up and sees something that leaves her completely speechless. Alan also sees it and can't believe what just happened. Finally, the three return to the castle after the long battle. Cecil's parents run over when they see Alan all injured and covered in strawberry juice. And so after 4 days of intense fighting, the pursuit comes to an end. Alan is in the bathtub thinking about how lucky nobles are to be able to bathe like this every day. He recalls the last mission and realizes how much he has learned. The protagonist thinks he needs a plan to resist poison, and remembers that when the Knight Commander killed Dagraha, if he had been a demon beast, the bonus experience would have appeared. However, he received no notification. Getting out of the bathtub, Alan realizes that he has to report this to the Baron. At the assembly, the Baron asks Alan if that was really just a trick from Kaunel. Alan replies that yes, and that he did it to gain the position of Minister of Justice. He also says that's why Kaunel allied himself with the messenger. The people present in the assembly are outraged by the revelation and call Kaunel a bastard. But the Baron becomes very angry and states that he will report this to the palace. He says that what they did is unforgettable. Alan intervenes, saying that this will change nothing because even the emissary is involved. With an idea in mind, the protagonist decides to speak. He announces that he will give up his mining privileges and hand them over to the Baron. Everyone looks at the boy in shock. Alan continues, saying that with that power, the Baron will have more strength at the negotiation table. Still perplexed, the Baron asks if he is suggesting that he secretly bribed the royal source. Trying to convince him, Alan explains that this way the Baron will always have advantages first. The Baron becomes thoughtful about that idea. Alan thinks that maybe the Baron is too righteous a person to do that. but without that resource, there will be a second or third Talmoth to threaten him. He says that he and his father always work hard on the farm and they only did it to protect their family. Annoyed, Alan questions how nobles don't want to do the same to take care of their family since they are nobles. One of those present asks the boy not to say such things. The Baron interrupts and says it's okay. Telling his story, the Baron says that when he was Alan's age, his father died, he lost his title. After that, his mother died, and shortly after, his brother also passed away. He continues saying that even as a child, he had to learn to fend for himself. Turning to the protagonist, the Baron apologizes and says that he will accept the mining privileges. Alan asks what exactly is a noble's obligation. Cecil hears the question and tells her father that she also wants to know the answer. A little embarrassed, the girl's father says that the teachers will explain it to her. The Baron states that he must prepare for the trip and asks for those who remain to take good care of the mansion. A few days after the Baron heads to the capital, Cecil is in class with her teacher and Alan. The teacher says it's a relief to know the young lady as well, but she replies that it was all thanks to Alan. The boy counters saying that she also helped him. Then the girl tells the teacher that she doesn't like being ignorant. Alan asks the teacher to explain what a noble's obligation is. The instructor asked both of them to keep what he is about to say a secret. He continues and asks them to look at the map to explain it better. Looking at the map, Alan realizes that he was born in a small kingdom and wonders why the Northern Empire is so big. The teacher says that in the past, this kingdom was invaded by the Empire, but now is a time of peace, not war. He continues and says that the obligation of the nobility was erased for history. He further adds that the truth of that world lies in another historical system. Finally, he points to the map and says that this is the history of the Demon King, and that it comes from the Forgotten Continent where he was born. The two young ones are frightened upon hearing the name Demon King. Alan thinks to himself, and he saw this before reincarnating. The teacher says that 112 years ago, a man called the Demon King of the End sought the surrender of all kings, but the kings did not accept submission. Telling the story, he says that 60 years ago, the great disaster happened and all beasts became inexplicably violent. E-rank monsters became as strong as S-rank ones, and in this way, many people died. Alan, paying attention, asks if all of this was the work of the Demon King. The teacher says he doesn't know, but according to rumors, that was the Demon King's final act. He says that not long after, the claws of the Demon King reached the south. At that moment, a great army of demon beasts invaded the Zhangyan continent, but no one knew who the Demon King was. In 4 years, that army destroyed 4 kingdoms. The teacher says that perhaps the purpose of that king was to let the beasts rule the continent. Alan comments that this story is very scary. The man continues saying that this army has already invaded 2 continents. They invaded the continent where the dwarves live, the continent of Vukas. The second place they invaded was the residence of the elves, Roseheim, but they fought bravely. Cecil and Alan listen to the story, perplexed. The girl asks if elves and dwarves really exist then. The teacher says that to stop that Demon King, the alliance of the 5 continents was formed. But unfortunately, the situation did not improve. Many people and warriors died, and the Baron's father also perished. At that time, the system of 1 academy per country was born, and many talented people began training. But even so, that did not stop the Demon King. The Jamut Empire fell completely into his hands. Still speaking, the teacher says that at that time he also fought to protect the world and saw many of his comrades die. He revealed that the creator of the world did not abandon humans and that hope arose. At that moment, Helios appeared as the first person in the world with heroic talent. Helios graduated from the academy and ended up defeating many from that army one by one. Alan wonders why that story feels like an RPG game. The teacher says that the kingdom was never invaded, which is why they must obey the tribute pact, sending supplies to the battlefield. Alan realizes that the place where he was born belongs to the war. This way, he understands why the Baron accepted the order to increase the tribute. According to the teacher, that is a rule agreed upon between the continents. Everyone must go for at least 3 years to the battlefield, whether noble or not. He also states that there is a place as good as where the hero commands. More than half of the people do not return from the battlefield. Cecil realizes that's where Mihai was sent to fight. Alan gets irritated upon hearing that more than half of the people die in that war. The teacher also reveals that those who return after 3 years gain benefits, such as being able to retire. He says that he is Cecil's mage and will train her for when the time comes. Cecil thanks him, and Alan says he has a question for the master. He realizes that when the Demon King appeared, the normal world was destroyed, leaving only the Hell mode. Now the Demon King and the hero coexist, and it was him who tilted the balance. The Baron returned to the mansion after a month in the royal capital. He says that the problem with Kalma was over and that he will no longer harm anyone. One of the servants calls Alan because the Baron's asking for him. In the office, the Baron thanks Alan for protecting Cecil. He gives Alan 200 coins for saving his daughter and another 200 for killing Mad Al-Gashu. Alan thanks him but gets confused when he sees a 3rd sack of coins. The Baron continues and talks about his daughter, who at some point will have to go to battle. Alan says that Cecil has a lot of power, and that this power will be highly valued on the battlefield. The Baron states that he wishes to ask the boy for one more favor. He says that the boy's supposed lack of talent is just a disguise and that he trusts him. The other 200 coins are to protect Cecil both on the battlefield and at the academy. When he sees the 600 coins, Alan thinks about how much he has gone without eating because he was poor. Alan reveals that his true talent is that of a summoner, but that he hid it from the church. The young man says that he accepts taking care of Cecil, leaving the Baron impressed. But Alan states that he doesn't want the coins as a reward. He asks for his family to be exempt from paying taxes. The Baron accepts the offer without hesitation. Alan says that he will prepare himself to protect the Baron's daughter. He also asks to be exempt from his service so he can dedicate himself to Cecil's protection. The Baron confirms the request, and then he hands a sword to Alan. He then says that the sword is a gift from Viscount Gambriel for the family's special guest. Alan doesn't understand those words. The Baron explains that thanks to Alan, the Gambriel family was promoted to Viscount. Still confused, the young man asks who this special guest is. The Baron says he is sure that Alan will become an adventurer when he turns 12, but he doesn't want to let him go. He reveals that the special guest is Alan, and that the Viscount family will be his shield. At that moment, the Baron bows, thanking the young man for his 4 years of work. Alan thanks him, moved by the Baron's words. In Kurena Village, a humble woman and her children realize that no letter arrived in the mail. When they look back, they see Alan and celebrate his arrival. They get emotional seeing how much he has grown in those 4 years. Alan is also surprised by how much his siblings have grown. He notices that one of his sisters no longer recognizes him, which saddens him. His parents call him to eat something. They offer him soup, and Alan thinks the house looks a bit smaller than before. His mother thanks him for sending money every month but asks how he has managed to support himself. The protagonist says that he will no longer be able to send money home. His father asks what happened. Alan says that he is now going to the academy, leaving everyone in shock. He shows the sword he received for saving Cecil and says that now they won't need to pay taxes anymore. Alan hands over a sack with 100 coins to his family. They wonder what happened over the last 4 years. The family, still in shock, asks him to keep the coins for his expenses at the academy. The young man says it's okay because he still has a lot of money. He starts talking about some of the goblins he faced. The family listens, unable to believe it. The father comments to his wife that their son is a strange human. Then the young man says goodbye to the family and says he will get in touch when needed. His little brother smiles and says he will also go to the academy when he turns 12, making Alan happy. His little sister shows him a letter he wrote a long time ago. The boy kneels down and apologizes for the delay. The little girl just gives him a tight hug, making him emotional. The father asks his son to take care of himself. The mother asks him not to work too hard. In March, Alan is back at the mansion as the main guest. Cecil watches him annoyed and asks why you didn't tell her he had stopped serving her. Alan replies that he will continue serving until he goes to the academy. He asks why she is angry since he will still be her bodyguard. Cecil asks if he really wants to go to the academy. She says he can simply return to the village if he wants. The boy replies that he really wants to go to the academy. Cecil asks if he prefers going to war where he won't be safe and reminds him that he doesn't have that obligation. Alan replies that he knows that. At that moment, Dagoma and Kurena show up calling for Alan. Cecil doesn't recognize them. The boys introduce themselves and explain who they are. They run to hug him after 4 years without seeing each other. Cecil hears her brother calling her in the background. Alan's friends say that it's already been 4 years since they last saw each other. Then Alan apologizes and comments that there are only 3 days left until the exam, asking if everyone is ready. His friend replies that they are prepared because in those 4 years they become much stronger. She also says that now she can even take down a large wild boar. Cecil asks her brother if everyone in the village learns to be very skilled since childhood, and he replies that only those two are able to hunt. Alan asks if they study for the technical exam, and his two friends get embarrassed. His friend asks if he is also going to take the exam. The boy replies that yes, he will participate and has been studying for it. His friend deduces that Alan also has a talent. The young man simply apologizes for not telling them before. Dagraha says he already knew, and his sister comments that he also didn't pass the exam last year. Then young Alan introduces Cecil, the Baron's daughter. The young girl also introduces herself as Cecil Gambriel. Thomas Gambriel, Cecil's brother, also introduces himself and says that he hopes everyone becomes friends. Alan's friend says that she and Cecil will become great friends. The master appears and thanks the young girl for coming. She returns the thanks to the master. Alan thinks to himself that he should get her to drop that habit. The master meets Alan's friends and asks them to rest for the next 3 days. Everyone observes the mansion and thinks the place is pretty big. They also take the opportunity to eat a lot. Seeing his friend making the biggest mess, Alan tells little Cecil that she is a sword master. Excited, Kurena talks about how she imagines the academy to be. Dagraha says that he just wants to graduate quickly and join the Knight Order. Cecil asks Alan if they should tell the secret to them, but the boy says it's not the right time yet. Little Kurena still doesn't know that she will also have to join the battlefield. 3 days later, Cecil says goodbye to her parents to go to the academy. The girl's brother calls Alan and asks him to teach his sister to fight on her own. Meanwhile, Cecil's father asks the boy not to tell others about the Demon King. The man says that he has many friends, but that his daughter will be under Alan's care. He tells the Viscount not to worry. With determination, Alan says he will defeat the Demon Lord together with Cecil. But the girl's father gets startled and says that he didn't ask that of him. They both say goodbye and leave. The other servants also bid farewell to the two. And so those four friends begin a journey. In the north of the Xianian continent, a guard informs the Lord Hero that the magic train has arrived. The guard says that the Elemental King had another prediction, that he must have another projection of hope. This catches the attention of the Lord Hero, and he says that he needs to see this with his own eyes. From above, on a kind of airship, the four young ones observe the city. Upon stepping on the ground, they see that many people are also flying around. Cecil asks if those are the flying balloons made by dwarves, and Alan confirms. But when they see a train, they are even more impressed. Alan goes to buy the tickets, and Cecil gets annoyed seeing that it doesn't impress him that much. The friends are also impressed with the speed of the train. They are yet amazed by the size of the buildings. At the academy, they observe the 20,000 applicants who arrive every year. Cecil complains about seeing so many talented people her age. Alan is determined and thinks that they only have 3 years to pass the tests. The master welcomes them to the kingdom of Ratashu, but he says that before starting the exams, he needs to reassess their talents. Alan's friend asks what this evaluation is, and he replies that it's the same one they did in childhood. The boy goes first, and a staff member instructs him to touch the crystal. The woman says that Dobra has a great talent. The protagonist observes how the growth rate works. When it's Cecil's turn, Alan notices that she has rank E in intelligence. When it's Kurina's turn, the staff congratulates her for her talents. This makes Cecil feel insecure. Everyone watches attentively for Alan's turn. Besides that, all of the boys' stats show as E, which leaves everyone confused. In this way, they understand that the crystal didn't provide any answer. Alan says that because of Hell Mode, his growth rate all appears as E. He turns to little Cecil and says that even if she goes to another school, he will continue protecting her. Then the headmaster appears, asking about the commotion going on. They discuss how they don't understand how his summer's talent works. The headmaster comments to the young man beside him that the story of the rank E boy is real, just as Lord Rosen prophesied. Alan is confused by this conversation. The headmaster asks the young Helmios if the inspection system is broken. All the kids realize that boy looks very young. Helmios approaches Alan and wonders how his status resembles that of a mage even without talents. Alan gets startled hearing Helmios talk about his personal characteristics. The young man says that Alan can proceed to the next test. He also asks Alan to show his summoner ability, which he hasn't seen yet. Cecil asks Alan to do it already, but the boy asks Helmios to introduce himself first. Helmios introduces himself as a great hero. This leaves Cecil and Alan impressed. Little Alan says he's never heard of that boy and asks him to use the machine. The hero then says that won't be a problem. When he does his inspection, everyone is impressed. Cecil even comments that he is stronger than her own sword master. Alan realizes that this is a hero with many physical attributes. Helmios then announces that it's now time for that boy. He calls for little Chorosuk. Alan says that this is his talent. Helmios observes how the protagonist's talent works. The boy states that even a hero won't be able to read his bonus status. Alan leaves that place and Cecil gets annoyed with how they acted. The boy thinks to himself that 1 out of every 3 people fails the exam. Now the academic test will begin and the boy finds it strange, but there's no practical exam. During the task, he thinks that this feels like a last exam he took. Shortly after, everyone passes the evaluation. The headmaster asks the successful candidates to organize themselves to get their uniforms. Cecil asks what the accommodations will be like. Alan suggests they rent a house to live in together and the friends agree. He also says that before entering, they should register for adventurer certification. At the Adventurers Guild, they prepare for certification. The little boy says he wants to buy ranked E-magic stones. His friends comment that it's strange how 100 silver coins are only worth 1 gold coin. The clerk replies that she will only accept 10 gold coins and that there will be a dungeon if they want to earn more. She hands the certificates to the young ones. As they leave, she asks if they will explore the dungeons together, and Alan confirms. The boy tells another clerk that they want to register as a team and wonders what name to use. Alan suggests calling themselves Game Junkies, and Cecil asks what that means. The boy says it means those who bet everything to reach the top, and everyone likes the idea. And the boy thinks that in his previous life he only occupied himself with work, and now he can have a truly majestic life. He also says that his main goal is to become the strongest. Still with the clerk, the boy says he has more questions. Sometime later, Alan is satisfied with the answers and Cecil asks if they can vote for a house now. Later, a man shows a large house to the young ones. They see that it's close to the dungeons and the rent is 10 gold coins per month. Alan says they will sign the contract and his friend asks if he became rich. In the dining room a few hours later, Alan and Cecil prepare to tell a story to their friends. Upon hearing the story of the Demon King, the two friends get quite scared. Young Alan says that he and Cecil will defeat the king. The girl says she's in and will participate as well. She asks Dagraha if he will also be part of that plan. But Alan knows how difficult this is and asks everyone to think carefully before making this decision. Dagraha comments that if helping to kill the Demon King means being remembered as a hero, then he's in. Then a book starts floating in the air, scaring everyone. In it, it says that Cecil, Dagraha, and Kurena have become key members. The four of them wonder what that is. Cecil says it's floating on Alan's finger, like his summoned beasts. The boy realizes that this happened because they are now a team. Alan says that to defeat the Demon King, they will need to practice in the dungeons, equip themselves, and have a teammate with a recovery talent. He continues saying that his growth rate at birth was equivalent to 100 people. Mound sees that he needs to find someone with magic recovery in that city. The friends realize that's why he is always collecting magic stones, and together, they promise to be their best as the game junkies. On the first day of class, Alan walks alongside Kurena, Cecil, and Dagraha through the main courtyard of the magic school. While heading to the classroom, Alan reflects on how difficult it was to be accepted among so many enrolled students. The protagonist enters the room and, observing the environment, concludes that he was placed in the first year of high school. Professor Karlova introduces himself, says he was the head of the Adventurers Guild in the capital, and was called because of the Sword Master. Dagraha gets excited seeing that Kurena is in the same class. Cecil comments that Kurena is quite famous, while Alan says that the Adventurers Guild supports the alliance of the 5 continents. Karlova says that the class is made up of all types of people, so it doesn't matter where someone comes from. During the explanation, he tells the students to stop using honorific titles and to forget the past because they are all students now. Alan suggests that they speak freely from now on, leaving Cecil surprised by the change. She gets irritated by how naturally he speaks and grabs him from behind. The boy tries to resist the attack but complains that he has lost all his strength. While Cecil suffocates her classmate, Karlova asks the class to learn from their relationship. A teacher informs them that the schedule has 6 days a week with 4 hours each day. In the morning, they study general knowledge, and in the afternoon, they are divided into specific classes like swordsmanship, magic, and axe mastery. Since there is no class for summers, Alan is free in the afternoons and can visit other classes. During the first day off from school, the boy and his team head out to face a level C dungeon located in the city. Tarita and Alan excitedly celebrate going to the dungeon, while Cecil gets irritated seeing how happy the two are about it. In a dungeon lobby, the group receives an identification plate and is instructed to head to room number 205. They climb the stairs toward room 205 on the second floor, and Alan comments that the place looks like a hotel. 2 adventurers wish the academy students good luck, and the boy thanks them. While Dover observes the amount of luggage, Kurena praises Alan for the logistics, and Cecil talks about the costs. The group arrives at the room, and upon opening the door, they react in surprise to what they see inside. Floating cubes present themselves as the dungeon system and announce that they will guide them to the mission dimension. Kurena is startled to see the cube talking, Dover is surprised, and Alan questions what it meant by dimension. The system explains that each room has its own entrance, preventing different groups from using the same path in the dungeon. Surprised, Alan compares the experience to a private game server. The protagonist celebrates excitedly upon realizing that he can use his magical creatures without revealing his secrets to the world. Alan raises his hand to ask the cube a question while Kurena and Cecil don't understand what he's thinking. After answering the questions, the system authorizes entry and activates the room's mechanism. Before entering, Alan cheers up the group with a shout of encouragement, calling them game junkies. They enter, observe the environment, and with enthusiasm, Alan takes the lead and encourages the group to move forward. Before they can move, a flock of magical birds flies in front of them, leaving everyone impressed. As they walk, Dagraha notices that the place is lit even without torches or windows. Alan checks the map in his book and indicates the way. He tells them to take the shortest path and warns about traps in the chests. After that, he opens the book to check the status of the new team members. The book reveals detailed stats of the 3, showing their talents, equipment, skills, and experience levels. With this information, Alan smiles suspiciously, making Kurena suspicious of his excitement. The protagonist then warns Cecil that there's an enemy ahead. Nervous, she replies that she already noticed and attacks the monster with the fireball. After defeating the enemy, the group receives a notification in the book informing them of a gain of 8 experience points. Smiling with relief, Cecil celebrates having defeated a monster alone for the first time. Alan reminds Dagraha and Kurena that they also have skills, leaving both surprised. The protagonist reads his friend's skills aloud, but both don't understand anything and complain about the lack of explanation at the academy. When they finish talking, Alan asks Kurena and Dagraha to face the 2 enemies approaching. The 2 that attack with full force, delivering accurate strikes against the monsters. After defeating them, Dagraha gets excited knowing that the monsters drop magic stones, and Alan comments that he likes collecting them. Kurena is surprised by the feeling of being stronger, and Alan informs her that she leveled up for the first time. The leader encourages the group to keep up the pace and says he believes in all of them. After more than 10 hours, the group returns, satisfied for having completed the first 4 of the dungeon in a single day. Knowing that the dungeon saved progress from the previous day, Alan found a way to take advantage of this. He organized his summoned creatures to hunt on their own while he returned to school with peace of mind. With this strategy, he will be able to collect around 200 magic stones per day. During the 5th day of study, the group reaches the 6th floor of the dungeon. On the lower floor of the dungeon, the group comes across a rank C boss and 10 rank G monsters ready for battle. Facing the boss, they get excited about the opportunity to see Alan fight, and he assures them that he is ready to use his powers. Before the battle, he comments that he used 35,000 magic stones and 7,000 orbs to strengthen his summon. The protagonist commands his summoned bear to attack the enemy group with a special skill, Fight. After the victory in the first attack, the group is impressed by the size of the summoned beast. A chest appears before the group and Alan informs them that they have received a reward. Upon opening it, the protagonist receives a steel sword as a reward. He then suggests sewing the sword at the weapon shop, leaving Dagraha confused. The sword is sold for 1 gold coin, while the group reflects on the high cost of living. While eating, the group decides that they can use the remaining kind to focus on their studies. Back at school, Alan thinks about how convenient dungeons are, especially because they allow teleportation. Cecil sighs and says that she suddenly feels very tired. Kurena comments that she's happy with her own progress. Alan smiles, satisfied to see that everyone is comfortable with the routine of battles and training. Bands arrive and Karlova announces that after the vacation there will be a dungeon test and those who fail will be expelled from school. He emphasizes that the test will be in groups of up to 8 students, without external help, and warns that 20 people died the previous year. The students react in shock to the announcement of the test, unable to believe it. Alan comments to Cecil that those who do not know the story of the Demon King do not understand the situation. While Kurena is being pursued by several classmates, the rest of the class panics trying to form their own teams. Kurena hesitates in front of the insistent invitations and Alan intervenes, asking his team to stand up. He announces that the team has already completed 2 C-rank dungeons and is looking for a cleric for support and healing. The classmates react surprised to learn that they have already completed 2 dungeons. Alan says that the new team member must participate in at least one of the 2 weekly expeditions. He highlights that exploring dungeons requires fully trusting the abilities of the team members. With a smile, he says that by limiting the number of members, everyone receives more rewards. The students react in shock and silence upon discovering that the sword master is already part of the group. Alan reassures a classmate, reinforcing that he is open to hearing any concerns. The classmates show gratitude and excitement towards Alan, who responds with friendliness and a willingness to help. Kurena observes the protagonist with admiration, impressed by his attitude. Still without a volunteer, Cecil says that the class does not single out anyone with healing talent. During the lunch break, they arrive at the hall and Kurena gets excited about the buffet. While serving himself, Alan is approached by a new student. Kill introduces himself as a cleric and asked about the requirements to join his group. Alan invites him to talk during lunch, but he says he does not eat lunch. The protagonist observes the classmate's physique and mentally questions why he does not eat. Believing the reason to be money, he shares 2 silver coins with a new classmate so that he can also eat. The cleric reluctantly accepts the coins and apologizes, showing wounded pride. Kurena, realizing that Kill was hungry, serves a large portion on his plate. During the meal, Kill resumes the subject and directly asks about the income generated by the dungeons. Alan hesitates for a moment upon hearing the question, showing caution before answering. Impressed by the income mentioned by Alan, Kill asks to join the explorations. After being accepted, he says he can participate in the next expedition over the weekend. Kurena and Dagraha welcome Kill enthusiastically, offering food and warmly welcoming the new team member. Alan is extremely satisfied to have finally gotten a cleric on the team. Kill comments on Alan's politeness. Alan responds casually, telling him not to worry. On the first day of exploration after Kill joins the team, the young cleric wonders if the practice has had any effect. Kurena asks if that is the first time the boy has leveled up. Alan comments that if everyone works together, they will be able to defeat all the beasts and become stronger. While the summoner distributes tasks to each person, Kill seems surprised to be considered a team member. 2 weeks later, on a lower floor of a C-rank dungeon, the group encounters several beasts. Cecil leaves the attack and the others follow her without hesitation, taking down every monster along the way. After the brief combat, Alan considers that C-rank monsters are no match for the team. Noticing that Dagraha is injured, Kill goes over to heal a boy. Impressed, the protagonist asks if the cleric studied magic at school. But the boy explains that he already mastered the spells before that, as he had worked as a healer in a church. Alan thinks that it was an incredible job, since he was a servant on the noble family. All the members of the group are impressed by Kill's ability, who comments that it took him 2 months to master it. In the middle of the conversation, the cleric notices a silver chest, which he believes contains treasures. Inside, they find a Mithril hand shield worth 15 gold coins. Alan then splits the money, giving Kill 3 coins plus an amount of magic stones. Happy with the profitable mission, the healer asks if he can officially join the adventurer group. The protagonist replies that the boy is very welcome to game junkies, and the others celebrate his arrival enthusiastically. With that, Alan is able to visualize the new colleague's status in his book and invites him to live in the house that the team uses as a base. Kill refuses the offer and runs away, promising to see everyone the next day. After the boy leaves, Cecil comments that he doesn't seem to be a noble. The protagonist agrees, saying that without a noble's obligation, the cleric won't have to go to the battlefields. Even so, he knows that Game Junkies needs a healer. Despite the strange first impression, that Rupert's excited to meet Kill again the next day and hopes that he joins the meal. The protagonist wakes everyone up with his enthusiastic shouts as he runs out of the base. His happiness comes from the fact that he has leveled up several skills and activated a new one called Awakening. When checking his grimoire, he learns about 3 new beasts. Suddenly, a new creature appears in front of him, the spirit Maria, who can communicate with the boy. He is impressed by the ghost abilities, including the ability to pass through walls. To test the evolution of his skills, Alan summons Denka, who in turn summons a swarm of insects. Frightened, the protagonist wonders what the awakening of other creatures will be like. Back at the base, the summoner introduces Maria to his group members. Cecil notices the excitement of the dark-haired boy, who responds that he is eager to use his new ability in a dungeon. 2 days later, the Game Junkies are at school when they discover that 3 special guests will visit the campus that day. The students get excited to see the masters. Kurena stands up to ask Gilbert, the sword master, how to use the slashing skill. The man asks why she wants to use this skill, and the girl says she wants to get stronger because Alan can also use it. Dilberg is surprised that the black-haired boy have this ability. The man calls Kurena, and the 2 step aside to talk. They stand face to face with their swords ready so that the girl can show what she is capable of. Alan worries about his friend's safety, while Cecil wonders how she can match a master with years of experience. Kurena charges with determination. However, Dilberg easily blocks her strike and pushes the girl away. He tells her to try using this skill, but even then, the girl cannot break through the master's defenses. Once again, Kurena is thrown far with a simple sword movement. The master taunts her, implying that she is not ready, but the young swordswoman gets up ready to continue. As she keeps trying to fight Dilberg, Alan and Cecil watch with concern. Akira Homios asks the protagonist if they should start a battle too, but the dark-haired boy refuses. He's irritated because Kurena has been fighting the swordmaster for 8 hours, and it doesn't seem like he is going to teach her any technique. The girl does not give up and remembers that some time ago she noticed that Alan is always thinking about something during battles. She knows that her friend has a big dream, so she needs to get stronger. Finally, Dilberg advises her to focus only on using the skill and try attacking him again. Kurena charges and successfully uses the slash on the master, who this time does not defend. He tells her to remember this feeling the next time she tries to use the slash. Very exhausted, the girl faints. As the colleagues gather to give Kurena a healing potion, Helmios asks why Dilberg didn't tell the girl what to do. The muscular man replies that that was the best way. However, the hero thinks that the demonstration was excessive since the girl is only 12 years old. He also asks Alan what the boy's dream is, but the young summoner says he will only tell when he can trust the hero. In a C-rank dungeon, the protagonist informs the group that he was waiting for the exploration to show the creatures he can summon. He then summons large birds, which serve as transportation for the team members. Each child rides a creature, and they continue their exploration. When an enemy approaches, Kurena prepares to show her flying sword skill. She launches the attack and says that with that strike, she can do anything. Before they return to exploring, Aria points out that one of the protagonist's magic stones fell. The Game Junkies continue on their way riding the giant creatures, and the boy thinks that now they are a beast cavalry. They reach the last floor of the dungeon and Cecil comments that they have already managed to defeat the boss. At that moment, Alan looks at Kill and wonders why the cleric still refuses to eat, even though he has money. But the completion of the 3rd C-rank dungeon, the group decides to celebrate the achievement, as well as the arrival of the new member. But the young healer quickly says that he would feel bad about his family if he went to a party. He says that the 8 members of his family moved to the city when he enrolled in the academy. However, the others still haven't found work, so it felt wrong to be at a party at that moment. With encouragement from Cecil, Alan invites Kill to take care of the base house and asks if the boy would like to move there with his family. The dark-haired boy would even pay him out for the job. But the young cleric is touched by the camaraderie gesture from the group leader. To make everything very clear, Cecil decides that the treasures found will be divided by 6, with the last share going to Kill's family. She explains that with this agreement, all the magic stones will stay with Alan, who needs them to level up. With everything decided, the group is excited to prepare a celebration party. Kill and his entire family arrive at the base and are greeted by Maria. Nina, the cleric's younger sister, introduces herself with a bow, which surprises Alan. However, the healer says that he will talk to the protagonist about his family later. During the big meal, Kill thanks them once again for the opportunity and asks Alan not to treat him so formally. Upon hearing this, Cecil asks if the boy is a noble. The cleric explains that his title was stripped, so now he lives with the other servants who also had nowhere to live. He continues saying that he has already gotten used to civilian life, but his sister Nina still struggles. The protagonist comments that he and Kurena were servants who were recently promoted to civilians. Surprised, the young healer says that he thought Cowan and Cecil were nobles. The girl confirms the information but says that she doesn't need to be treated differently. Seeming more relaxed, Kil says that he feels envious of the group's friendship. We've known each other for so long, and asks where they are from. Alan replies that he, Kurena, Cecil, and Dagraha are from the Granbriel territory. This surprises the cleric again, who realizes that the mage is the heir to the Granbriel family. Quite irritated, he shouts that it was her who defeated his family, the Calma House. Then he asks what his family did to deserve the punishment that the Granbriel gave them. Alan remembers that Caproni Calno, the head of the family, told him that he was happy to have a child without talent neither. While he remains lost in thought, Cecil decides to talk privately with Kil to explain what really happened. The two step away from the team, and the cleric demands to know the truth. Thus, the young noble explains that, in fact, Kil's father was the one who had a plan to rob the Granbriel family. He hired a group of assassins who kidnapped Cecil and Alan. After hearing this, Kurena and Dagraha are shocked. The girl says that it is true that her father defeated the cleric's family, but none of it is her fault. She adds that you should look for proof of what really happened in the capital. Alan appears and, seeing Kil devastated, asks what his relationship with his father was. The boy explains that his father took care of him until he was 5 years old. But everything changed after his talent evaluation ceremony. Now he no longer has memories of his parents. He only knows that the couple left him in another city to live with the servants. Therefore, he has been used to living as a civilian since childhood. Kil continues his story, saying that when he turned 10, his parents sent a tutor to teach him. His father said that the teacher would help him prepare for the academy. The idea of fulfilling his role within the family made the boy excited. However, in October, his parents made several budget cuts, firing many servants and sending Kil away from the house. They left Nina with her brother and then disappeared, so the boy was forced to work at the church. Sometime later, a royal emissary appeared and told the young cleric that the Granbriel family was to blame for the downfall of the Calma house. The boy remembers that the emissary informed him that the obligation of nobles changed from 3 to 5 years of fighting monsters. Disappointed with what he discovered, Kil says he's going to leave the team. But he, his sister, and his new family still need a place to live while he works to revive the Calma house. Alan says that everyone that has a duty and they will fulfill it together. The protagonist gives a speech and says that it doesn't matter which family Till belongs to because he is now part of the gang junkies. Besides, fulfilling the duty is very dangerous, so the group meets the cleric. At that moment, Cecil comments that her brother died while fulfilling his duty. This information leaves everyone shocked and saddened. Determined, Alan says that together they will level up and become strong enough to defeat the Demon King. Kil has a sort of existential crisis and says that he doesn't want to use the group to achieve his own goals. The boy doesn't care about defeating the Demon King. He just wants to become a noble again. To the cleric's surprise, the group members continue supporting him and are determined to face everything together. This moves him to the point of crying. The next day, Kil's family offers their help to the game junkies. Even after a day has passed, Alan remains excited about the new residents of the house. However, he also questions whether the words of a royal emissary are trustworthy and what the Calmal family will think about Kil's actions. The game junkies are about to set off on an adventure when Nina shows concern for her brother. However, the cleric reassures the girl, saying that his friends are very strong. Thus, the group leaves excited to explore a B-rank dungeon. At the dungeon, the receptionist warns the children not to be reckless. Analyzing the place, Dagraha comments that it looks like a C-rank dungeon. The protagonist says that it takes twice as long to complete missions at this level, but still hopes to finish it in a month. The boy informs the group that they will face many traps, so it's better for everyone to take antidotes before starting. Riding the giant birds, they begin the exploration. On the 4th floor, Kil gets excited when he finds a treasure chest. However, Cecil warns that it might be a trap. Marietta is in charge of checking a chest, which immediately transforms into a huge monster. Alan guides the spirit, and she defeats the beast. The boy is happy to see that the treasure is worth 50 coins, but the children are attacked by another beast. This time, Dagraha is the one who eliminates the enemy using his full-body armor skill. Everyone is happy with the achievement of a dungeon at that level. The following month in July, the group explores the B-rank dungeon again. Face to face with the boss, a 5-meter-tall boar, the youngsters wonder how they are going to defeat it. While each one uses their powers to defeat the creature, Alan reflects that the others are about to reach his level. Kurena delivers a precise sword strike, finishing off the giant boar for good. The children are happy to have defeated a monster of that level. After the fight, Kil uses his healing power to restore the health of his allies. At that moment, he spots a silver chest. Inside are gauntlets made out of flaming material, worth 1,000 gold coins. Once again, Alan notices how much the cleric seems to love money. In addition, he thinks about the group's evolution rate and how much he still needs to strengthen to defeat the Demon King. The protagonist calculates how many magic stones and gold coins he will have by the end of each B-rank mission. He also remembers that with the profits from the tasks, he bought a magic compass and built more stables. During the month of August, the children go on vacation from the academy. In Kurena's village, Alan's family is enjoying a moment together when suddenly a bird lands on the window. The bird is holding a basket, and when it opens its beak, it starts speaking with the boy's voice. He tells his family that he is still at school and can use that bird to transmit his voice. The boy's parents are shocked by that ability. Meanwhile, one of his brothers finds the letters for Dogora's and Kurena's families inside a basket. Alan and his father exchange information about how each one's life is going, and the boy learns that his father was appointed as the village chief. The bird appears again, but this time in Granbriel. Through the bird, the boy tells a mustached man what has been happening at the academy and about the surprising encounter between Kil and Cecil. He takes the opportunity to ask if the Cownall family can really regain a mobility after the cleric's 5 years of service. The man, who's Cecil's father, replies that there is a possibility since that was a message from the king. However, he also warns that it could all be a plan by the king to use Kil's healing power on the battlefield. He says it's possible that even after the years of service, the cleric may not return to being a noble, but he's glad to have a Hewitt near his daughter. After hearing this, Alan understands that the emissary was sent to convince Kil to fulfill his duty even after becoming a civilian. He knows that the cleric loves his family and would do anything to become a noble again, so he decides to help his friend. Cecil's father asks if the protagonist could get into trouble for having told him about the emissary's message, but the boy simply says that there are still many things to happen before the game junkies reach the battlefield. Therefore, the best thing the man can do is wait for more news. At the base, Alan tells his friends about his suspicion, but the king is only trying to use Kil for his own purposes. The youngsters are shocked to consider this possibility. While Dover starts to consider the messenger an enemy, Cecil suggests they wait for the capital's reaction to the report her father said. Hearing everything, Kil simply thanks his friends and says that he still needs money, so the group should explore more dungeons. In September, with only 1 month left before summer vacation, the group prepares to challenge an A-rank dungeon. In the room, we discover that fewer than 10 teams manage to reach the required level to participate. The adult in charge then says that even though the youngsters are very strong, it's still better to be careful. Thinking to himself, the protagonist says that on the lower floor of the dungeon, there is an A-rank boss he has never seen before. Hina notices how the blonde boy has been sad since learning the truth about the Imperial emissary. We learn that the dungeon has a lot of subdivisions and complicated paths, with its end being unknown, and that it is allowed to sleep inside while exploring. Alan chose to summon beasts to stand guard so he could sleep peacefully. The deeper the group goes, the more B-rank monsters they encounter, like Orc Kings and even Cyclopes. Quickly, the team advances on the enemies. Kurena announces that she's finished, while one of the boys says he's almost done. After some time, the only one left is the big and raged Cyclops. Dagraha is attacked, being healed by another boy. We see that the healer and Cecil, who are on top of summons, end up falling into a teleport trap that forcibly takes the person to anywhere in the dungeon. Shouting, Alan says he will leave Kurena to take care of a Cyclops. The girl agrees with the plan. Thinking, a protagonist reveals that he prepares healing potions and magic fruits, but the items have a limit, so he needs to find the missing pair quickly. He then decides to give a mana seed and a life leaf to one of his summons, asking it to help him find his friends, and 30 minutes later he informs the others that he found them. Heading to the place, our boy tells Kil and Kurena to hold tight to Franz, then activates the creature's dash ability. Far from there, we see Cecil using her fire spear. Murio approaches and asks her to use the life leaf. Dauber is also nearby and has just defeated a monstrous creature. The trio finally arrives just in time. Approaching, the pair who were fighting earlier thank Alan for the extra help. Our boy looks at the sad boy and says that when he is in trouble, he will also be helped. Kil smiles, happy to have someone he can come on. Next, the group decides to hold a meeting to discuss how they can be more careful. September comes to an end, specifically the day when the youngsters will conquer the last 4. The healer boy finally feels calmer about the situation. However, inside the last 4 of the dungeon, the group encounters an A-rank magical beast. It is the Great Warrior, a creature that was about 10 meters tall. The protagonist then says that they were lucky since the first fight was against an armored type with strong resistance. When opening the team's status window, he realizes that he is falling behind, then wonders if he should change his cards to use a new formation, with the goal of reaching the lead. Approaching the great beast, our boy summons a team of cabios. Then he sets the firepower to maximum. Several explosions occur, which makes Alan proud of his own spell. However, to the group's misfortune, the great beast is still alive and standing, now aiming at Kurena with its massive fist. We see that the girl was apparently hit by the blow, leaving the entire team very worried. To everyone's relief, the young girl is beneath the creature's fist, blocking the attack with her weapon. Kil activates his healing skill to help his friend. Meanwhile, Dagraha charges at the enemy with full force, delivering a strike called Violent Revenge for covered. Alan's best friend says it's her turn now. She then launches an attack called Red Lotus. The protagonist says that he and Cecil should take advantage of the opportunity created by the pair. Thus, the group launches a full-on attack, from which the Great Warrior cannot escape. With victory, the group earns 400,000 experience points. Happy, the youngsters celebrate completing the most difficult difficulty level. Holding the magic stone, Alan says the item is really big. Suddenly, the treasure chest appears. Upon opening it, Dagraha receives the Scarlet axe, much better than the Mithril axe. Panting, our boy thinks that this isn't even a real battlefield, but it was very intense. The voice from the magic queue appears to deliver the A-rank dungeon completion certificate to the team. Holding the paper, the protagonist wonders if that is some kind of stamp card. The voice then says that after the group obtains 5 dungeon completion marks, the card will transform into a certificate, which will grant free access to enter an S-rank dungeon. Afraid, the team starts thinking about how huge the boss of that place must be, thus ending the summer of adventures. The month of October arrives and Alan, now 13 years old, returns to school after the vacation. A young girl approaches and says that thanks to the boy's advice, her team managed to complete the C-rank dungeon. Suddenly, a boy ends up telling everyone the protagonist group completed the A-rank dungeon. Kurena asks what her friend will do after class, and he says he will practice more swordsmanship to get stronger. Excited, the girl asks who to practice with her, but the protagonist refuses due to the power difference between them. The Sword King appears and, taking Kurena away, says that she will practice with him. Alan then decides to practice with Lifo, and in his thoughts, he says that the boy reminds him of his fights with Mihai. 3 hours later, we see the Holy Swordswoman exhausted after practicing a bit with the Sword King, who says that she is different after the vacation. Our boy approaches, and the man tells the pair that the principal would like to see them. On their way to the office, the swordsman asks what the boy will do now that he has obtained the A-rank dungeon completion certificate. Explaining, Alan says that before they graduate, they will finish the S-rank, then asks if the man has explored anything. The swordsman says he has completed only 3 A-rank dungeons, and that since Mr. Dilber completed an S-rank dungeon, no one else has succeeded. Until the boy arrive, who will surely succeed. Pointing his finger, he says the principal's office is over there. Inside a monument, the man thanks the pair for coming. Unable to hold her curiosity, Kurena asks the principal if he is an elf. He says yes, and that despite his appearance, he is 1,000 years old, having been responsible for managing the academy for 43 years. Thinking, Alan says that's why he couldn't read the man's mind. Getting straight to the point, the principal says he would like them to participate in the school's martial arts festival convention. Our boy says he has never heard of the event. A swordsman man says it's because the festival is only announced starting from the 2nd year. Continuing, the elf states that many distinguished guests will be present, including the King of Ratashu. Intrigued, Alan asks if the man shouldn't call Dogura to go in his place, but the principal says the boy is not a qualified candidate. The protagonist concludes that the elf wants to see the maximum potential of the summoner, and therefore decides to refuse, stating that his summoning abilities cannot be shown to the world, and that if he is forced to participate, he will lose on purpose. Kurena accepts, and a principal reveals that the winner will challenge the swordmaster named Gilberg. One day before the festival, 3 guests go to the group's house. They are the Baron, Lifil, and the leader of the Knights. Granbiel immediately recognizes Kill and Mina, children of Kaunel, because of their resemblance. The man then says that he had already asked the Viscount about the revival of the Kaunel family, but the Viscount said he never promised that. Therefore, he decided to bring a contract that allows the duo to revive their family, with only one condition: to dedicate 5 years to the battlefield. The Baron also says that he swears by the honor of the Granbiels and the Hamiltons, and Lifil takes the opportunity to introduce himself to Kill. Lifil will testify in place of his father. Alaman says that in that world, many fathers don't care about their own children. Smiling, Lifil reveals that while Kill is completing his duty, the rest of his family will be taken care of by the Hamiltons. Intrigued, the young man asks why Granbiel is doing so much for him. The man then asks the boy not to worry because if a person is a noble, they must take responsibility for their actions and do what needs to be done. He then reveals that the royal messenger who used to go out with Kaunel actually served the same royal figure. That figure is Crown Prince Imbo von Ratashu, grandson of the current king and likely successor to the throne. Everyone is shocked. Alan thinks to himself that the guy who deceived Kill and kidnapped Cecil is still up there. The boy from the Kaunel family thanks everyone for their help, saying he will do whatever it takes. Cecil smiles and says she is happy for the boy and his sister. Before leaving, Granbiel says he will stay for the martial arts festival because he wants to see Krena's performance. The next day, many people show at the festival to watch and judge the warriors who will fight against the demon army. Alan gets irritated when he sees that Imbel is present. Meanwhile, his friend seems to have won her first fight. The announcer declares that the girl is the champion, being incredible for having defeated a third-year student while being only in the first year. Anxious, the girl's friends comment that her next fight will be against Doberg. The two stand face to face, and we learn that the man is known for always defeating the tournament champions. Doberg stares at Kurena, who says she has gotten stronger. The man then says that he is the one who hunts demon beasts, the one who slaughters demon tribes, and the one who exterminates demon gods. Therefore, she can go all out and use whatever is within her reach. The girl charges forward using the flying sword technique and Thunder King. However, her attacks don't work. Her opponent prepares to strike as she advances again. Both swords clash with full force. The clash throws the girl backward. Doberg asks if that's all she's got. Krena's friends get nervous. On the ground, she thinks about how powerful the blow she received was. Shouting, the man asks if the girl wants to give up already, but she replies that she does not. It both resume attacking each other frantically. with the girl seemingly getting the worst of it. After some time, we see the girl badly beaten, saying that she still wants to fight, but she ends up collapsing on the ground shortly after. Once again, Dober wins. Looking at the girl, he asks if she got stronger because of her friends. Without answering, they find out that Kurena was rushed to the public health station with serious injuries. Alan approaches and uses the life leaf, making his friend quickly stand up. Crying, the girl says that she did her best but couldn't land a single hit. The protagonist then asks her not to be so disappointed since she proved to everyone that she had become stronger. Steven, next year she will surely be able to defeat Dilberg easily. Cecil appears and says that her friend did a good job. Suddenly, someone clapping says it was a beautiful fight and that it's been 10 years since he saw two sword masters compete. It's Imbo, who then asks if Granville would like to talk. Surprised, the discount asks what the man would like to talk about. The prince replies that the royal family should reward the lord of a land that produces champions. They both head into a room with a dark tone. The prince tells Granville to sit down. The protagonist suddenly appears and points out where his lord should sit, leaving him all confused. We discover that it was all part of the boy's plan to listen in on the conversation. In his thoughts, he says that his friends are safe with the leader of the knights, so now he needs to figure out what the prince is plotting. Cynically, the royal man says that everything Granville did, including the destruction of the councils, will soon be known all over the world. A little uncomfortable, the Viscount says that destroy is not exactly the right word. Imbel then asks the man to let his daughter, Kurena, and the Council boy go to the battlefield. Interrupting, our boy says that he is the captain of the members the man just mentioned, and that he needs to protect Cecil at all costs. Hearing this makes the prince smile. With no way out, Granville says that if that is the king's will, he has no objection, while Alan thinks the man should be thanking him. 3 months later, we see that the protagonist's skill enhancement has reached level 7. Another group has completed another A-level dungeon, attaining many treasures such as weapons and armor made of scarletite and adamantite, and a newly introduced ring that increases attributes. Then January arrives, the day when a team will challenge the dungeon boss. The strongest boss, called the Heavy Dragon. Kill says that dragons are usually solitary, while Dobera says he's trembling with excitement. Ignoring the advice he received from the guild members, Alan states that he will fight because that's what he desires most for entering a dungeon. He decides to change the position of his cards to optimize attack power. Everyone gets ready with their respective weapons. The protagonist then warns that he will deliver the first blow and that the others should be careful of the dragon's breath. After striking, he thinks that, as expected, Cecil's preemptive attack is the most appropriate. Then he launches a KBO bomb rain. However, when the dust settles, we see that the monster is still standing, and surprising everyone, it asks how the boy dares to challenge it with a team of only 5 people. Kurena is in shock, while the enemy says that the ignorant must be punished. Alan decides to launch another KBO bomb rain, celebrating that he managed to reduce the creature's power a bit, which, despite everything, continues speaking. Mounted on their Freyan, the team attacks at the same time, causing the dragon to split into 5. When Kurena attacks, we discover that the dragon's skin is very tough or has physical resistance as nothing happens. Irritated, the dragon launches its breath for the first time. The protagonist activates his self-sacrifice ability and saves everyone, leaving the monster confused. Davra feels relieved, but Alan warns that the dragon will fire again. Cecil decides to move forward, stating that if you can defend, there's nothing to fear. She and the protagonist then want to join attack. However, since the dragon does not attack, our boy realizes that it is concentrating energy. Shouting, he says that things are about to get dangerous and orders everyone to move away. The problem is that the monster doesn't wait and launches its powerful attack, which only doesn't hit the team thanks to the Teku. Thinking, our boy says that a single breath wiped out 4 summons at once, and that if Kill or Cecil get hit, it will die. With no time to summon other creatures, he mentally apologizes to Kurena and Dogora. The great dragon breathes again, blasting the 3 young ones far back. Worried, Cecil asks Kill to activate his healing ability, while Alan asks if his friends are okay. The youngsters get angry upon seeing that the dragon is about to launch another breath, and we realize that Kurena is not doing well. However, determined, Alan says that he knows enough about the opponent and that they still have a chance to win. The rest of the team decides to trust their captain. Our boy then asks everyone to stay behind him, but his childhood friend disobeys, showing that something is very wrong. The girl charges forward without hesitation, while the dragon says she's in a hurry to die. Then what we see is the girl getting hit directly by a breath. Kill is shocked, while protagonist tells the girl to come back and eat a life leaf. However, Kurena remains standing even after taking the full attack. Aiming at one of the dragon's legs, she uses her sword to cut it off. The creature starts screaming while the Holy Sword's woman lands on the ground, revealing that she has awakened her extra skill called Mimic Break. We see that the magical beast is still standing. Shocked, Delgora says that he and the protagonist saw the girl's extra skill for the first time when they were 5 years old. Looking at Kurena's status, Alan is impressed to see that the girl's physical strength recovery is at 1% per second. Furious, the dragon throws the sword's one far away, calling everyone human trash. To its misfortune, its opponent is now stronger than ever. Determined not to surrender, the monster prepares to launch another breath, but is stopped by the girl, who strikes its belly with her sword. A message appears, informing that the heavy dragon has been defeated and the reward is 1,600,000 experience points. With her mouths open, the team is left speechless, not understanding how Kurena did everything alone. She approaches and Alan asks if his friend is okay. With a big smile, the girl says that she defeated the dragon. Kill praises the girl's extra skill, while the protagonist laments not having one and Cecil gets curious to know more. However, Ihila draws his friend's attention to point out the golden chest that just appeared. Kurena picks up a ring pressed by the item. Putting the object on her finger, our boy says that maybe that is the healing magic ring he's been looking for. Quickly discovering he was wrong, the axe user says it's sad, but there's still hope. Cecil approaches and asks Alan if maybe they could defeat the white dragon. The other youngsters get excited, but the protagonist kills the joy, stating that it's still not possible, since Kurena awakening her extra skill was pure luck, and if they do that, Kill might not return as a lord. Given that Kauno is under the royal family's domain, and if the white dragon dies, the same family might not return the lands to the boy. Thus, the best way is to wait until the group's healer takes on his inheritance. The group then agrees that they will continue exploring the dungeon during a spring break. 3 months later, we discover that the team completed the 3rd A-ranked dungeon. Kurena is surprised to see that she leveled up again, as did the other youngsters. Annoyed, Alan thinks about how he's the only one who hasn't reached the level cat, even though everyone is the same age. Nervous, Dagraha asks how they will get stronger if they can't level up, but the protagonist states that there's still a lot of work to do. The first of which is mastering their own extra skills individually and collecting as many powerful weapons as possible. Thinking to himself, our boy says there might still be a chance since he remembers games that set a condition to break the level cap. Since if they have 2 years until they go to war, he needs to find another way to make the whole team stronger. April arrives along with the end of the summer break, and we discover that 2,600 students pass the test to enter the 2nd year. In class, everyone is amazed to see the new students. We see 3 elves. The teacher then says the trio came from the kingdoms in the northwest and northeast of the Zhongying Empire. Introducing herself, one of the girls says her name is Shupiron, and she comes from the elf kingdom of Rosenheim. The boy follows the girl and says his name is Fonol, and he is the guardian of Princess Shopi, next in line to be queen. With their mouths wide open, the youngsters are shocked to see elves, even though the principal is of the same species. Suddenly, the princess exchanges glances with the protagonist and seems to get nervous. Not understanding, Alan wonders if it's because of his hair, which is dark, stating that he's ready to fight back if the Dew is looking for trouble. Finally, Maruru introduces herself, saying she's from the kingdom of Vukas and that she's a dwarf. A trio of students finds the girl very cute, while our boy thinks she looks like a tomboy. The teacher then calls the protagonist's attention and says that the new students will join his group, which only has 5 people. Reflecting, the boy says that leading 8 people instead of 5 won't be easy, but he's curious to know what the trio knows about the Demon King. Lunchtime arrives and everyone heads to the cafeteria. Taking the lead, Alan introduces himself as the captain of the Game Junkies team and says they camp inside the dungeon every day. Not caring about the last piece of information, Sophie says that she is a spirit element mage and Folmo is an archer. Maruru then says that her talent sounds strange and is called Magic Statue. Confused, the protagonist and Faye must be unique talents of each race. Cecil comments about Sophie's ability, wondering if it's the same as Alan's, while the dwarf reveals she has personal issues, which hinder her when working in a team, but her desire is to get stronger during a 2nd year, no matter what. Excited, Kurena says that everyone there is strong and will become even stronger if they stay together. Happy, the protagonist thinks everything is going well since everyone shares the same goal. After lunch, the principal approaches the boy, calling him, revealing that he's worried about the princess, who holds a much higher position in the royal family than his own. Therefore, besides Folmo, he would also like the boy to protect the girl, and the protagonist agrees and says he understands. 4 days fly by, and we discover that the group is now living in a new place, rented by our boy. Approaching the new members, he says that now that everyone will be living together, he's already apologizing in case he's ever rude. Cecil seems uncomfortable with the way Sophie treats Alan, while he says they should eat before it gets cold. However, the newly arrived elves, along with their servants, begin to pray. Explaining, Sophie says that elves are a religious race and always give thanks specifically to the one who granted them elemental magic, because elemental spirits grow according to sincere prayers until they become an elemental god. Cecil then asks if Maruru doesn't pray and the girl says no, ever since Dagraha said it was no longer necessary. The girl says she's talking about the god known as the Master of Dungeons, whom the dwarves worship, responsible for making a lot of magical devices, which her race uses as a basis to create new things. The princess asks if Alan worships anyone, and looking at the group, the boy says no. Kill reveals that he worships the creator god Omiya, and changing the subject, Dagraha asks if the trio plans to try the B-rank dungeon. Shocked, the newcomers reveal they didn't know they had joined a group of people who had already reached A rank. Thinking for a moment, Alan says they can pause the A-rank dungeon exploration and accompany them to the B rank. Then he informs them that for this, the group will be split into 2. With no objections, everyone agrees to the plan. Thus, we discover that Cecil, Kill, and Kurena are now responsible for the A-level dungeon, while Alan, Dogora, and the newcomers handle the B rank. However, the protagonist and his friends will only stay in the new team for half a day and switch to the other group. We find out that quickly all the newcomers of the Game Junkies team became team companions. Therefore, our boy presents his talent and his magic book. As well as the means of transportation they use the friend. Meanwhile, the axe user is shocked to learn that Sophie is 48 years old. Happy, the girl says that the protagonist's skill is incredible, and so everyone begins the exploration. In the dungeon, Alan tells Maruru not to push herself too much and to stay behind the others. Trying to help, the princess uses her staff to activate her healing power, a water-type spell that eases the dwarf's pain, and Sylvian says that spirit magic is good for support. Falmol then attacks with his bow and arrow, aiming at the giant spider climbing the wall. Smiling, the princess tells everyone that she and her guardian will protect the rear. Murmuru apologizes for being useless, but Alan says it's okay and that there are no golems here. We discover that the girl's power consists of controlling golems and that 1 in every 10 million people possesses such a talent. Explaining, Sophie says that Vaucus is a military powerhouse because it has these creatures and uses them to block the demon army's attacks. But since Daughter and Alan are strong, being on the battlefield will be easy. But disagreeing, the protagonist says it's not quite like that. Then he asks why the girl keeps calling him Sir. Surprising everyone, the girl says it's because he is the person mentioned in the prophecy of the elemental king Rosen, who 10 years ago said that the boy with black hair was born under the Zhongyin Empire, with all the minimum talents. The protagonist says that the entity must have been dreaming, but Sophie insists that this is the prophecy, which says that the great boy with black hair dancing in the sky full of light will dispel the darkness of the world. And after seeing the boy's summons, she is certain and everything is correct. Thinking, our boy says that he really wants to defeat the Demon King, but those words are very vague. But now he understands why the principal and the hero allow him to act without restrictions. Shortly after, in mid-April, in Granville's territory, we see Alan's summons arriving at the village, and Roden realizes immediately that it's his son. Mariette introduces herself and says that she and the other beasts will help with mining. Looking at one of the creatures, Delta says it's as big as a boar. In Tree, Roden asks what all those things are. Explaining, Alan says they are weapons and tools that he and his friends bought. Confused, the man asks what kind of weapon that is, and the voice states that it's a scarletite spear, leaving his father confused and his uncle amazed. Whispering, Roden asks if it's really okay for him to spend so much, and the protagonist says yes, because now they have a capital of 20,000 gold coins. Speaking to Maria, the boy asks her to help everyone and that if they catch a boar, they'll let her eat it. The end of July arrives, and we see Sophie asking the others to step back because she's going to use her extra skill. It's called the Manifestation of the Great Spirit, or Nomu, Beer of Spirit, lends his power to the girl. He targets the enemy creature, striking it with many, many stones. The rest of the group is amazed by such power. Happy, the princess, who is now level 55, says that she's getting stronger, and that's why her summon didn't fail. She then reveals that Falmel also has one. However, the boy says he always saves that skill for when the princess is in danger. One day before summer vacation starts, the principal calls Alan and Kurena to his office again. The man says that there's someone who would like to see the boy. It's Helmios, better known as the hero. Approaching, the man says that he and Alan are colleagues so he can drop the formalities. It then reveals that he came personally to recruit the youngsters for the martial arts conference happening in October. The protagonist says that he won't participate again since he doesn't mean to show off his skills. However, the principal states that everyone wants to know more about the summoning skill in case he is the one mentioned in the prophecy. Reflecting, our boy concludes there must be some reason why the man is being so direct. Then he asks what the man thinks will happen if he shows up and reveals his powers to the demon army. Playing dirty, Helmios throws a ring that was on his finger to the ground, claiming that he accidentally dropped the rare magical healing ring, showing that he had the very item the protagonist had been wanting all along. Picking up the accessory, the man says that it was a gift from the elemental king for saving the elves during that period. He then asks if the boy wants some advice on how to get one too, but Alan refuses. The man says that this ring can't even be found in S-rank dungeons, being a secret he makes sure to share. In addition, Homeo says that the dungeon master can't make magic items and that he personally asked him. It is possible to obtain or chalcum weapons in S-rank dungeons, something he doesn't advise Alan to do, since for sure some members of the group will die along the way. Annoyed, the protagonist thanks him for the information, then asks what the man wants in return. The man then says that the champion of the tournament will fight against him, and if Alan wins, he will give the boy the magic healing ring. Before answering, our boy asks to test the ring and is delighted to find that the item restores 1% mana every second. Helmios then asks if that's enough to make the boy participate in the conference. Thinking, the protagonist says that both the magic ring and meeting the elemental king are his priorities. He then announces that he withdraws his previous statement because now he will participate. Curious, he asks if he can use items in the fight. Bihiro says yes, and that since there are only 2 months left, the duo should prepare. Alan replies that in that case, he'll see him in October. Faking to himself, he states that he'll crush him in front of the entire royal family and the audience to then take the ring. Outside, the dude tells the rest of the group that they will participate in the conference for the chance to fight the hero. Everyone is shocked except Sophie, who says it will be a great opportunity for Alan to show his skills. Kill asks if the boy thinks he can win, and he replies that in his current state, no, so he will start practicing alone. Since to get stronger in 2 months, he needs new beasts, and for that, he will need to accumulate as much experience as possible. Cecil says she understands because summoners need a lot of magic stones to use their abilities. The protagonist confirms and says that his plan is to go to other cities to buy more stones, where he'll also take the chance to buy good items. Meanwhile, his friends should focus on completing the 5th A-rank dungeon to finally be able to enter the S-rank one. Excited, the princess says it will be her first time in an A-rank dungeon. Turning to Kurena, Alan says that she needs to focus on mastering her extra skill before the conference. We also discover that the Jew's plan is to see if, before fighting the hero. Kurena's showdown with Dolberg is finally here and everyone's buzzing. The big question, can she actually win this time? Cecil's got doubts, but her dad's all, nah, not happening. Alan's like, hold up, she's faster now thanks to that ring, so there's still a shot. The swordsman kicks off his speech, then challenges Kurena to show off her year's worth of training. Kurena recalls her friend's tip about Dolberg not using his extra power on students. She goes all in, activating Limit Break and charging with her Thunder move. The clash begins, and it's epic. Watching the action, the protagonist notices Dolberg's speed is next level and wonders if he's hiding something. Dolberg admits Kurena's stronger, but as he throws her back, he says it's still not enough. Alan's worried, saying Dolberg's reading Kurena's moves, which is bad news. With a powerful earth attack, Dolberg sends Kurena crashing down, telling her to get up fast. Turns out, Kurena was just stalling to activate her real extra ability. She charges again, catching Dolberg off guard. Dolberg's eyes go wide. No way. Kurena's crew is cheering like crazy, while Hermios checks out her new power. Dolberg's confused, trying to defend, but fails to block an attack. He's sent flying with a massive hit. The protagonist notices Dolberg whispering something, looking worried. Dolberg gets up, asking if Kurena really thinks she can beat him. He's ready to go all out. Without a second thought, he hits Kurena with guard break. Even with her sword up, Kurena realizes something's off. Everyone watching feels it too. Hermios jumps in, stopping Dolberg, asking if he's trying to hurt Kurena by losing control. Kurena rushes over, asking if Dolberg's okay. On his knees, he admits she won. He apologizes for breaking her sword, giving his own before leaving. The announcer crowns Kurena the champ. Everyone agrees she earned it, especially for pushing Dolberg to his limit. Alan sees Kurena's mostly fine, just a few scratches, but something's off. Hermios asks if Alan's worried about Kurena. He nods, thanking Hermios for stepping in. Hermios says it's no biggie. Dolberg's super competitive, so he keeps an eye on him. The announcer cuts in, saying the main event's about to start. Alan's pumped. Seeing the young fighter in action is something else, realizing he's special. While armies fall, heroes are the gods' chosen saviors. Hermios first went to war at 15, and at 24, he's still battling demons. Facing Hermios, Alan vows to wipe that smug grin off his face. Hermios predicts Alan will be famous after the tournament, which Alan doesn't want. He hates pointless fights, so he warns Alan to quit if he doesn't want trouble. Alan wishes he'd leveled up more but decides to stop talking, announcing he's ready. The crowd's on edge, watching closely. Hermios takes his stance, asking Alan to show his skills. Alan charges, shocking Hermios with his speed. Alan blocks the attack with his sword, impressing everyone with his strength. He admits he could have been toast if he'd hesitated. Hermios finds it odd, thinking Alan couldn't dodge his attack. He couldn't see through the summoner's blessing with his ability. Alan doesn't back down, attacking again. He blocks Hermios once more. Hermios teases, saying he hasn't even used his powers and Alan's already tired. The crowd's getting bored with the fight. Switching it up, Alan summons Dora, his beast. The crowd goes wild at the sight of the massive dragon. Hermios admits Alan's stronger than he thought, while Alan wonders if he hurt Hermios. Grinning, Hermios says Alan finally played his magic card, snorting the dragon's all. Nah, this dude doesn't deserve any mercy. His squad's totally vibing with it, not expecting the boy to summon the dragon again. The announcer's like, chill, the fight's on, Alan's got the green light for this move. Thinking hard, our boy's ready to make the hero pop off his power. He orders Dora to unleash the beast mode. Without a blink, the dragon's spitting fire, totally cornering the young dude who's using his arm like a shield. When the smoke clears, Hermios pops out like a phoenix. In the air, he's all, ouch, that stung, leaving Alan and everyone shook by his flying skills and his epic self-healing powers. The protagonist finally clocks who he's up against, and figures out the dude's got 6 abilities in chill mode and a secret attack move. Still airborne, the hero's bragging he flies faster than the dragon, so the boy's got no chance. But Alan's like, not so fast, and calls in the caballos, who surround the dude and go boom. Cecil's all wide-eyed at her friend's guts. Hermio's all chill says, that hurt too, and asks if the summoner's done. Grinning, the protagonist's like, told ya, no easy escape, and summons more caballos, which go boom again, big time. The crowd's yelling to stop the fight, thinking the boy's gonna KO the hero. Meanwhile, Alan's hyped his plans working and goes for his 7th ability, high-speed summoning, which lets him call in new beasts in a blink, his ace move to summon before the other guy even knows what's up. Smirking, the young dude's like, this power's a hell mode exclusive. Hermios decides to strike from above, but his hit just smacks the ground. Dodging like a pro, Alan summons Kurena. A 3-headed dog shows up, ready to rumble. The hero's all, feels like I'm battling a beast army. He attacks Kurena and is shocked when the creature's not full of strawberry jam. On the ground, the protagonist orders Dora to spit fire again, but the plan flops, and Hermios lands a sword hit. While flying back, he triggers the 9 bites combo of the 3-headed dog. The hero heals up, saying things will get messy if he keeps holding back. Closing in, he tells Alan to quit if he doesn't want to get wrecked, cause he's going all out now. Surrounded by his beasts, our boy's like, bring it on, show me your best shot. Hermios attacks with his red bird move, while the protagonist orders Kurena and Dora to charge. Both creatures get smacked hard. Zooming in after taking out the beasts, the hero tells the boy to hang in there. To block, Alan uses his high-speed summoning again, blocking the hero's hit with the Great Warrior's shield. Standing firm, Hermios says that gear's solid. Giving props to Mira, our boy orders a counterattack. The beast obeys and sends the hero flying. The crowd's jaw drops seeing the hero sprawled out, except for the protagonist, who says only the hero's attack can beat the hero, revealing his move flips damage back. Pumped, he says that was a risky play, giving Mira more props. Hermios stays down with arms wide open, then says the boy did good waiting for his attack move. The protagonist asks if he's admitting defeat. Getting up, Hermios says the Spirit King's prophecy was spot on, and humanity's got hope. Since he aced all divine trials and snagged the best gear, but couldn't beat the Demon King. All cause he's a hero who can't ditch his peeps. The only thing keeping him going is the countless lives lost on the way. We see when Hermios got the ring. Someone said he might meet someone who'd prove there's still hope. Facing the young dude, our boy asks if he wasn't supposed to be the hope. Grinning, the hero's like, you're right, maybe I should teach you some moves. Annoyed, Alan's mentally like, just hand over the ring, dude, I'm low on stones. But Hermios spills it's not over yet. In the crowd, the protagonist's friends are like, no way. Worried, our boy figures the young dude's as competitive as Doberg. He's all like, is this Teku power-up gonna be enough to save my butt? With a smirk, the hero's all, time to charge, folks. He's saying this attack is humanity's big hope. No pressure or anything. Alan's summon gets totally wrecked, like, poof, gone. He's got to use his self-sacrifice move to stay in the game. Still, the dude gets slammed into the wall. Ouch. His friends are freaking out and the hero's like, how are you still kicking after that hit? Alan, missing his arms, figures the guy really tried to off him, so he's going all out now. He uses his celestial blessing to regrow his arms, no biggie. Hermios is all, did he just use elf magic or something? He's finally getting what a summoner can do. Trying to crush Alan's spirit, he's like, just quit, dude, you're outmatched. Alan's grinning, saying, you wrecked my arms, so now it's a fight to the finish. Hermios is like, can't you just give up already? Alan thinks Hermios feels the same pressure as Kurena, being the world's hope is tough, but he's not backing down. Hermios grins, asking, who even are you, dude? Alan's like, if the Demon King's the end, I'm Alan, the summoner of the beginning. The hero's eyes go wide, and Alan's thinking he just made up a cool name. Hermios decides to wrap up the fight and hands over the ring. He says the Elemental King wanted Alan, the summoner of the beginning, to have it. Alan's surprised, asking if it's cool since the guy might need it. Hermios is like, no worries, I've got another. The Elemental King's super generous, so they can keep battling. Alan's smiling, saying he'll quit, knowing he's too tired to win. The crowd's shocked, he's bowing out. Hermios laughs, saying, that's so Alan. The announcer's all, special battle's over, hero wins. Alan's team rushes over, pumped about their captain's skills. Kill's like, you did way more than I thought, and Dagraha's nodding, that's just how it goes. And that's a wrap on the martial arts conference. A week later, there's a big party at a hotel. The squad rolls in, and someone's welcoming the competitors. Seeing Alan, the other students are like, that black-haired kid's kinda weird. Kurena's all, he's famous now. And Inbel's like, Hold up, guys. A guard warns the man to be careful, safety's not 100%. Alan's thinking he's seen as a threat now when the prince stands up, saying they all had epic fights. But practice beats strength, so show some patriotism. And Alan's digging the mini-speech. Inbel's praising him, saying his fight with the hero was the Academy's best ever and that Granbeal should have hyped him ages ago. Alan shows his dagger, saying he's the Viscount's family's main guest. The guards are shocked they missed the weapon earlier. Alan's all, "Thanks, Granbeals, for the chances, I'll protect you guys." Inbel's nervously like, "You can go now." Meanwhile in Gyamet, Hermios is back home. A girl asks about the rank E kid he mentioned. Hermios smiles, saying Alan gave him hope, though he's not sure why. It's December, and they're in the final level A dungeons. Dagora's stoked, saying they beat the dragon without Kurena's extra skill. Alan's smiling, thanking Griff for the assist. In the chat, the short girl notices her levels up again. Only Alan's struggling to level up. Kill's like, "Check out the treasure chest." Alan sees the ring, checks the book, and realizes it's not orichalcum. Suddenly, a mysterious voice congratulates them, saying they get a pass to the S-level dungeon. It's in the John Pani Monastery of the Balkus Empire. Since it's dwarf land, Cecil asks Maruru if she knows anything, but she's like, never been there. And she only knows that the people there are all about worshipping the god Diagrani. After a quick think, our boy wonders if they can switch to Balkus Academy by year 3. The mysterious voice keeps going, saying once they ace the S-level, they can tackle the master dungeon. The young ones are shook, thinking they might have to face the god Diagrani. Meanwhile, the main dude's just dreaming about what the prize could be. A few days later, the king of Latash kicks the bucket and everyone's got to rock mourning clothes for a bit. By January, the crown prince snags the throne, and boom, 2 months fly by. At school, classes are still rolling like usual. Thanks to the magic ring, Alan's casting spells like a pro now. Suddenly, the teacher barges in, saying the principal wants to see the Game Junkies squad. In the office, the elf's looking all tense. Straight up, he spills that some of the young ones got a decree to join the king of Latash's battle. Meanwhile, Sophie, Fulmal, and Maruru gotta head back to their homelands. Curious, our boy asks if the principal can spill more tea. Looking sad and jittery, the elf says 10 million demons are heading to Rosenheim, Balkus, and Zhogying. The protagonist realizes that's 10 times more than last time. The principal explains that before, the creatures hit spots where the strength was weaker, like Zhogying. But since the hero showed up, Rosenheim's now the weakest link. Because of that, 3 million demons attacked, wrecking the northern bastion, and 70% of the whole place is under the Demon King's control. Worried, the princess asks if Queen Rosen's okay, but the elf says they can't reach her. To make things worse, Rosenheim's fall is just around the corner. Intrigued, Alan wonders why they weren't called sooner. Embarrassed, the principal says elves aren't fans of other tribes on their turf. When asked about Zhogying and Balkus, he says they're chill for now, but loads of enemies are just waiting for the right moment to pounce. After thinking it over, the protagonist asks about the elves helping with healing across the continent. The elf says they've all been told to head back to Rosenheim. Without the healers, the continent can't handle 2 million enemies. Alan asks where the other 4 million demons are, since only 6 were mentioned. The principal says the rest are lurking at sea, ready to ambush. Worried, the group starts brainstorming the best way to stop disaster. Crossing his arms, the protagonist says saving Rosenheim is the only play, since the Demon King's army will hit in order of priority, meaning after Rosenheim they'll move to Zhogying and then Balkus. After explaining, he says pulling all support teams from the continent would break the alliance, which would seriously mess up the ties between the 5 regions. So saving Princess Sophie's kingdom is top priority. Cecil asks how 7 people can take on 3 million demons. Shouting, the elf insists everyone needs to stay positive because Alan's the chosen one of the Elemental King's prophecy. Agreeing, the protagonist says they gotta do what needs doing. His words pump up the crew's courage. Emotional? The princess says she's super lucky to have them as friends. Coming closer, the dwarf says she'd love to help, but she's already been called to Balkus. Sticking to the plan, our boy suggests sending a ton of recovery leaves to Zhogying. Since the item can boost up to 1,000 soldiers at once, his plan is to send at least 600,000 leaves. When asked where the herb's from, the young man says it's from Rosenheim. Confirming, Sophie says this will be the elves' apology gift for pulling the healers from the continent. Pumped, the protagonist says after this, they'll send the item to the other regions. Maruru thanks the young man when she finds out she'll take 1,000 recovery leaves with her. Grinning, our boy says after they beat the Demon King, next step is exploring the S-level dungeons. Emotional, the dwarf says she'll be waiting for all her friends in Baucus. Taking charge, the professor admits he didn't know the summoner was so good at managing stuff. The director says he's got a mission to finish, so he's counting on the group to save the queen. Grabbing Dagraha by the shoulders, the dude with the pompadour tells him to stay safe. Then he drops the bomb that the protagonist's skills are way beyond the second years and Kurena's got some serious muscle. But hey, the battlefield ain't no dungeon, so everyone's got to keep their eyes on the prize, which is, not getting KO'd. Speech done. The squad's off to the showdown of their lives. On the way, some students are all, "Yo, is it true you're heading to Rosenheim?" When they hear it's legit, everyone's throwing out thank yous and good lucks like confetti. Rolling up, Lifo's all, "I got Kills fam covered, no worries." Outside, the hero crew waves goodbye to the academy. They promise to do whatever it takes to keep the other students out of the war zone. Later that day, the blonde dude says his farewells to his fam. Mina's all jittery, saying she'll pray for her bro, while Cecil hands over a letter to one of the guys. Just in case things go south, her dad needs to know. Feeling a bit down, Alan's like, "Sorry guys, it's my fault you got those decree letters." But his pals are like, "Nah, we want to take down the demon tin too." Next day, just outside the academic city, Spirit B's gearing up to hit Jogin for some demon army intel. Our dude tells his summons to stay low-key around the locals. The Baron's daughter pops up announcing everything's ready to roll. Sophie thanks her squad and says once they hit Rosenheim everyone can chill with their fams. As the magic ship lifts off, the princess tells her crew to blend in as humans. Her land's been on lockdown from the outside world for ages. Hearing how chill the place is, Dagraha's like, well, wouldn't it be awesome if our fams could crash there? Meanwhile, the protagonists crossing fingers they make it in time to help out. 4 days later at Ninho Seaport, Cecil's stoked the city's still standing. A guard's shocked to see the elf princess, but quickly tells her to hop in the carriage for the elders' meeting. On the way, the crew sees the injured folks. Blown away by the scene, the kids are like, "Not enough healers to go around, huh?" Kurena asks if she can start using the healing herbs. With the green light, they split into 2 squads. At the palace, an elder greets the princess. When asked about the queen, he says she's in Tiamo but no way to reach her, and to top it off, the demon army might close in tomorrow. Our dude accidentally spills the beams and everyone clocks he's human. Sophie explains he's the savior from the Elemental King's prophecies. To prove it, the protagonist asks if he can heal Lucidral, who's missing an arm. With the go-ahead, he uses the Blessing of Paradise. The elders are floored when a new arm just pops up. Handing over the item, Alan says it can heal and boost mana and strength, so he's going to use about 1,000, and a soldier's like, "Is that really elf magic herb?" But the princess shuts him down, so he just rolls with it. Our dude calls in Eerie and Papo to sub for him. The girl with the big hair explains they're magical beasts. The protagonist says he'll chat with Lucidral through the bird when he's far away. Shelpiarone tells everyone to follow the young dude's lead before bouncing. Outside, the young woman faces a bunch of peeps worried about her safety. When asked to hide, the elf's like, "Nobody bails until it's time." Sobbing, a woman says monsters ate her husband and son right in front of her. Shaking, the princess insists quitting ain't an option. Alan steps up and says they gotta hustle. After hopping on one of the summons, the elf vows to save Rosenheim, so no one should lose hope. The long-haired soldier gets his mojo back and tells his guy to round up all the commanders. In the sky, the protagonist tells everyone to hang on tight before firing up the Falcon's awakening power, while thinking about how far they gotta go. 2 hours later, Kurena spots the city of Tiamo. Quickly, our dude tells Hiro to use his ability to scope out the scene. Then, he says, the demon army's already got the place surrounded, but the fight's on pause. Seeing the princess roll in, the soldiers say they'll take her to the queen. Inside the palace, the elf can't believe she's really seeing Sophie. Mom and daughter hug it out, and the queen says the young woman's dad and Fulmal's fam are safe in the nest. Watching from a distance, the protagonist senses something's off, and realizes, yup, the animals totally vibe with the elves. When asked about her squad, the princess introduces Alan as the boss of the game junkies. Everyone's buzzing, asking if this dude's the one from the prophecy. The queen gives a big shout out to the young man for his help. A mysterious hooded figure rolls up and says the city won't survive tomorrow's attack, so the elf should chill in the nest. Rosen's not having it, saying she's got to stick with the 70,000 peeps hiding in the city. Our boy, all polite, asks about the casualties and how many soldiers are still kicking, hearing that about 6,000 are ready to rumble. The young man whips out the magic herb, saying after healing the elves, it's time to bust the enemy blockade. For this, they'll drop a surprise attack when the creatures are catching Z's. Kill asks about the stash of healing items, and his buddy says he's using 2,000 now and saving 2,000 for later. Eri pops up and gives the soldiers a mini heart attack. Worried, the queen sends up a prayer for her daughter's win. On the way, Alan spills the plan to hit a squad of 13,000 baddies. They roll up to a super dark spot, and he calls in a bunch of Doradoras and Karorans to light up the place and smack down the rank of beasts in one hit. After summoning Harami Fukahiri and Genbu, the young man asks the trio to flex their normal and awakened powers for the attack. The healer throws up his magic shield, and the princess calls in a favor from the Elemental King. And just like that, everyone gears up for the showdown. Our boy hops on the falcon with Cecil to launch an aerial attack. Meanwhile, the squad promises to keep it chill, thinking. The summoner realizes it's been ages since he last faced a monster mob outside a dungeon, while calculating how many elves have been chomped since the war kicked off. Finally, the protagonist vows to make all the baddies regret it. Before checking if his ally's ready, holding her staff, she gives a nod. Then, she preps a mini meteor and hurls it at the demons. Shocked, our boy notes that about 10,000 creatures got wiped out. On the ground, Kill tells Kurena to hold off on her extra power. The rest of the demon crew spots the trio and the summons too late. In the sky, the Baron's daughter sighs, wishing she could use that attack more than once a day. Alan spots beasts with healing vibes and says they gotta take them out fast. Opening his system window, the summoner decides to use the night to thin out the enemy numbers as much as possible. The blonde fires up her stone blade while the protagonist tells the crew that about 3,000 enemies are closing in, and the elf healing is still in progress. So, the plan is to pivot and launch a surprise attack to the south. The next day, Rosen's shook to find out the squad took down over 40,000 demons overnight. Lucidrill's relieved but says 3 cities are still in hot water. Since the elf army had to split, and to make things worse, the demons did too. Far away, the soldiers held down the fort's security until the squad showed up. Wiped out. Our boy says each city got 500 restoration leaves and summoned beasts, which made him use all the celestial blessings and an extra 2,500 level B magic stones. Even so, one commander says peace will only last a few days. The protagonist agrees, knowing at least 2.8 million demons are still scattered across Rosenheim. Calming things down, the queen says she's super grateful to the young man who brought a glimmer of hope to her people. When asked what he wants, he says he needs more magic stones and a meetup with the Elemental King. The princess says that's basically impossible, but the tiny creature on the queen's shoulder asks what the summoner wants to know. Everyone's jaw drops, realizing Rosen was there the whole time. Alan rushes to thank for the magic ring. Then he says he'd like a special gift for keeping Rosenheim safe. The spirit asks what the young man wants and finds out he wishes for his whole squad to level up to hell mode. The creature asks for a sec to check some stuff. Then it opens its eyes again and says the god of creation Elmia denied his request, making the protagonist realize a demigod's still a small fry in the god world. Still, he pushes and asks if the spirit could boost his friend's ranks a bit. Laughing, the squirrel spills the beans that the summoner's dream of being the Demon King made Elmia whip up a high-level roll. Determined, our boy asks if switching roles is a thing. The Elemental King gives a nod but warns it might shave off a bit of the young dude's lifespan. Alan throws all his XP on the table. Even surprised, the creature's down and says they'll only level up 1 rank and the spell's just for those in the room. After peeking into the young man's thoughts, the spirit decides to gift Mira a 1-star talent. With everything sorted, the protagonist's like, I need some Z's, and bounces. Next morning, squad rolls into the summoner's crib. Nervous, Cecil's all, spill the tea about the Elemental King chat. Thinking, our boy figures it's a good time to drop his secret identity. Grinning, he shares that Elmia helped him reincarnate and he got picked to be a summoner. His friends? Totally mind-blown. Until Kill jokes they're lucky he wasn't picked as the Demon King. The shock's back when they find out the young dude's actually 35. Trying to chill the vibe, the protagonist says he only spilled the beans now cause they're squad goals. Before dropping that every time his crew hits max level, a cooler role unlocks. Even if they're a bit lost, the girls decide it's a win. Elsewhere, the elf army's gearing up to smack down another enemy horde. A massive dragon rolls in, spitting fire everywhere. But thanks to the summoner's item, the soldiers heal up in no time. When the dragons toast, everyone's like, how'd that even happen? Kurena rolls up, suggesting they jump into the fray too. Our boy checks his summon stash and decides to unleash the Alipons. The creatures pop off with their OV position move, spawning an ant army. With everything set, they charge ahead. Rolling up, the healer's like, used all my support magic. Stoked with his army, our boy says only the hero's extra move can one-shot an Alipon. Then he orders his summons to spray formic acid. Thanks to the goo, the enemy's defense takes a nosedive. Thinking, the protagonist decides no magic stone gets left behind. Yelling, he tells the army to box in the demons. Kurena pops her extra move and dives into the fight. Meanwhile, Cecil jumps in with a spiral cyclone. Arrows are flying, and Dagor is blowing stuff up with his axe. Sophie calls in Ifrit, the big elemental, to roast the demons. The soldiers are shook by the scene, but soon they rally, all to keep the princess safe. Pumped, Alan sees that if they keep this pace, it's GG for sure. Suddenly, the soldiers spot the beast booking it north, and they start celebrating, hyped they get to see another sunrise. Unlike the 3,000 soldiers who are RIP, Kill rolls up to an elf cradling his daughter, and using his graceful energy, brings the young girl back, making her blink awake. Leaving, the young man feels stoked he pulled off his extra move, but remembering he can only revive one person a day, he's a bit bummed. At the palace, the queen's over the moon hearing about the 10,000 enemies down, chatting about the win. A soldier wonders if any drama's gonna pop off at the north gate. Impatient, Gartrube is like, Rosen should hit up Nest City, but she ain't having it. Volmel tells the elf to chill on, pressuring the queen, even if he's her fam and the top spiritual mage in Rosenheim. Watching the guard, Alan's puzzled why he can't spot any spirits around him. Another soldier rolls up saying they've snagged 3,000 magic stones. Curious, the queen asks if the summoners still got celestial blessings, and he says he's on it, but to recharge faster, the lady's gotta cough up more magic stones. Switching gears, the young man says his summons have intel that the demons bailed from the 4 fortresses and are regrouping up north, so his crew's gonna chase the enemy to seize the chance. Meanwhile, one of the commanders should tell the Nest forces to head back so they can reclaim the capital. When asked about his plan, our boy's all, I'm gonna wipe out the last 250,000 demons. Next day, the squad quickly wipes out a fleet of 3,000 baddies, but on day 3 of the hunt, the protagonist senses something's off. The princess's guardian is all, dude, I saw it too, and I'm freaking out, we might not be able to smack down those baddies as planned. At the palace, everyone's jaws are on the floor because like a million demons are about to crash Tiamo's party. Alan's breaking it down, saying the fleets that bailed have teamed up with the backup army for a mega attack, which means, the queen's hideout might have been busted. Determined to win, the summoner's like, yo, soldiers, we need your squad. Sophie's mom's all, this is the only shot, 'cause moving 70,000 peeps in 2 days? Not happening. The main character's like, thanks. Can the commander whip up an escort team? The elf's like, sure thing, and says if the troops roll back smoothly, they'll have 30,000 soldiers guarding the city. Cecil's like, aren't you scared, summoner? He's all, nah, the only thing that freaks me out is my crew being in danger. Kurena's like, I'll protect everyone, no cap. While Marshall's just vibing with the group's bravery. 3 days later, Gartroop is like, no way, only 7 people took down 40,000 enemies. But then he's like, focus up, we got 60,000 more to crush. Seeing the barriers aren't doing squat, he decides to call in the Earth Spirit. Yelling, the commander's like, protect the queen at all costs. Our boy rolls in on his summon, all, made it just in time. Without touching down, he checks his stash. Seeing his crew's wiped, he figures recovery potions are a no-go. So he's like, time to use summons that never get tired. The beasts charge at the enemies, no hesitation. Noticing the demons are hangry for a fight, the young dude's like, time to unleash the dragons. In a flash, a chunk of the enemies wiped out. Even the kingdom's toughest guys impressed. After peeping the demon army's size, our boy's like, Kurena, Cecil, Sophie, time to go beast mode. The girls just nod and get to work. And bam, attacks are hitting enemies all over. The mage is like, Earth spirits, help a buddy out. And a stone hand pops up. Seeing the demons still pushing, the commander orders the 5th troop to go all out. Thinking, Alan's like, my magic stones are going to be toast in 30 minutes, not cool. Suddenly a baddie smacks the sword girl. After the healer steps in, she's like, I'm still good to go. The main dude's like, maybe leaving the rank A beast to her and Dagraha wasn't the best call. Meanwhile, at the north gate, a soldier rolls in with a big load of magic stones. His buddy's like, thanks for the hustle, now dump 'em in the hole. Our boy's stoked to see the reload happening. After a bit more time, the summoner's like, now I got 300,000 magic stones. A bunch of Doras pop up and unleash flames of wrath. The main dude's not stopping there, summoning another beast squad. His friends are all, dang, those dragons are OP. Meanwhile, the soldiers are shook that the enemy army's getting pushed back. A few hours later, turns out the creatures bounced from Tiamo's front. But Alan had to burn through 200,000 magic stones for that. The elves are all, thanks, Elemental King, while they bust a move. Meanwhile, the main dude and his pals are chilling with a nice bath. Then they hit up the palace to report to the queen. Smiling, the queen's like, thanks, black-haired hero, you're the prophecy's MVP. Feeling a bit down, our boy's like, we just got lucky. Still, he wants to shout out the scouting team for their help. When asked about next moves, the summoner's like, we can't chill yet. But for that, they gotta build a beefier fortress. The commander's like, the northern fortress got snatched, but the enemies probably didn't set up defenses. So he's sending 300,000 soldiers to take it back. Another elf's like, that'll take over 5 days. Alan's like, I know, and I'm planning to hunt the leftover baddies meanwhile. Later that night, the main dude summons Aerie and asks her to sneak into a certain spot. Next day, the creature finds something. The main dude's bummed to learn Rapolka's fortress is mountain locked, but figures even if Aerie's caught, no one's gonna pin it on him. Quickly, the summon sneaks in with a disguise until a demon's like, Grasta's waiting for you. Our boy's like, dang, these monsters are pretty smart, and figures out who's calling the shots, finally. But plot twist, these creatures are kinda human-like. The boss, super ticked off, demands to know why they blew the last battle. One minion suggests maybe the elves called in backup. Another demon argues, nah, the spiritual mages just leveled up. The straight-haired demon's like, that's whack. We made mad progress without a hitch. The leader, losing patience, spills that he asked the devil for backup. But the devil's still chilling in the capital. So, the plan? Go full pincer move with reinforcements to wipe out the elves. We zoom 10 kilometers north of Tiamo. Alan, all worried, says it's all on the elven army. Then spills the tea on what he found out. The princess, a bit on edge, mentions the devil's never shown up in their turf. Dagraha, curious, wonders why the demon army's taking a shortcut to hit the south. Everyone quickly figures out the creatures want to hit the city that feeds the elves from Tiamo. Kurena, hearing Nest has 2 million peeps, says they gotta do something stat. The main dude says that's the plan and asks her and the axe dude to flex their extra skills. The warrior's like, pretty sure she can multitask skills during limit break. The summoner, holding her cheek, says she's gotta believe she's in the hero class after all. Then he says they're diving into hardcore training to nail those skills. Meanwhile, he's plotting how to fix his own issues and unlock an attribute. Time flies and everything's set. Turns out the plan to surround Rapolka involves 300,000 troops. 3 days later, Rukidorala shows up, saying 50,000 troops are ready, plus he and Gartruga are in. The queen staying put in Tiamo. The elf, all fired up, vows revenge on the one who took his arm last battle. The main guy tells the archer to leave the demons to his crew. Then he's off to lead the charge. In the sky, the summoner tells Fulmal to target the bat to the northeast. The elf nails the enemy from 1 kilometer away. Alan, thinking, realizes he's never seen the Guardian use his extra skill. The elf interrupts, asking what he plans after reclaiming Rosenheim. The main dude straight up says he wants the Elemental King to switch everyone's jobs. Hearing he'll hit 4 stars if that happens, the archer zips it. On another beast, Cecil calms Sophie. He says the summoner won't quit unless he's toast. Later, they roll up to the fortress. The black-haired boy takes charge, saying they should hit the south gate. Then summons his armored warriors. The armies clash fast. Everyone sees the enemies are dead set on holding their ground. Inside, the creature leader mocks the elves for thinking they can win. The enemy fires giant arrows first. The summoner's beasts block them. The big guys use max reflection, bouncing damage back. Gartruga gets the call, knows it's his time. The mage summons spirits, activating Eternal Garden, boosting all elves within 1 kilometer. The army commander yells for soldiers to wipe out the fortress takers. When the time's right, Alan says his crew's gotta move. Before bouncing, he tells Rukidorala to chill on the extra ability. Soon after, they hit their spot. The main guy summons Molar to dig a huge hole in the mountains. Meanwhile, Dogora and the archer keep watch. With the shelter ready, they chow down. Curious, our dude asks the princess why the fortress was built. Sophie explains that ages ago, elves and dark elves ruled the continent. The world tree was in the elven kingdom, so dark elves started a war. They shot down any peace talks. So the fortress was built. And the battle raged for ages, until one day a girl found a spirit and named it Rosen. Thanks to the contract, her hair turned silver, and she became the Witch of Prayer. After the young woman turned the tide of the fight, the Dark Elves got another chance to chill on that continent. But nope, they said no again, and got the boot. When asked if the witch would be queen, the princess is like, nah, me and mom are her descendants. The army commander pops up to thank the summoner for the assist. Alan gives him props for the solid work, and says sorry for not joining the brawl. Then, the young dude says they'll snag Rapolka back the next day, but if the baddies speed up, they'll switch up the game plan. Even knowing the battle's gonna be tough, Rukidorala promises everyone will back the summoner for Rosenheim. As soon as dawn hits, the elf checks the time, then announces it's go time for the fight. Back at the fortress gate, Kill says they'll split up from there. The main dude tags along with one of the units to a tunnel, and explains his squad plus 5,000 elves will sneak into the fortress to open the gates. The mage isn't feeling it, but the summoner says the odds are in their favor. Inside the tunnel, everyone's shook by how massive it is. When the clock hits 11:50, our guy says it's Kurena's time to shine. A loud crash happens and the demons quickly notice a hole in the ground. Ready to roll? The summoner tells the wall team to follow Gartruga, while the rest roll with him to the south gate. With so many enemies, Sophie decides to flex her extra ability. The great elemental shows up along with the protagonist's beasts. Without missing a beat, the demons start shooting arrows but get blocked. Grinning, our guy says the princess's wind magic is top tier and expected nothing less from a Witch of Prayer descendant. When the clock hits 12, everyone activates their extra abilities, and the enemies get attacked from all sides. Alan tells his crew to stick close to the walls until they hit the south gate. When they do and the passage opens, the elven army finally charges in. The protagonist and the general are stoked to meet. Determined, the young dude says his plan is to win without wrecking the fortress. Later, he asks 5,000 soldiers to roll with him to the outer walls, while the rest keep handling that area. Meanwhile, in front of the south gate, Rukitaral tries to keep his cool. While facing the 3 demon bosses, smirking, Grasta asks if he didn't chop the archer's arm in the last fight. The smooth-haired demon then says he must have used the elf's magic herb. Without a word, the general says his men aren't the creature's match. At that moment, Alan shows up with his squad. Surprised, one of the minions says he didn't expect elves to trust humans. The group leader mocks the team, making the protagonist laugh and call the demons dumb. Fuming, the boss orders his crew to take out all the young ones. Because of the enemy's height, Dagraha says they'll need to hop off the griffins to fight. Our guy agrees and says Kurena will handle the old dude, while his buddy takes on the Beastman and Fulmul fights the long-haired creature. Meanwhile, he'll shuffle his cards to stop the worst from happening. The swordswoman notices her opponent looks human, but tells herself she's got to take him down no matter what. Yelling, the trio's leader says he hates being underestimated. The young axe dude gets tossed back by Yagulf. While the archer tries to hit Neftira, Alan warns Cecil they'll start with the Beastman. Dagraha drops his avalanche strike, making stone spikes pop from the ground. The catch is, the enemy's got a skill called Deadly Spatula. To help out, the Baron's daughter launches a fireball and nails the creature. Taking advantage of the duo's distraction, the enemy mage decides to attack with an ice column. The protagonist dodges just in time, and decides to summon Doradora and Kuroring. The long-haired demon is shocked to see the dragon. Still airborne, the blonde girl unleashes her watercut move with full force, making Yagulf drop to his knees. Gastra says that's enough and orders the Beastman to open the extra gate. The creature obeys and transforms, which leaves everyone stunned, as no one thought demons had extra abilities. The axe boy watches his opponent charging at him with sharp claws, but thanks to the summoner, an EB pops up just in time and uses its total reflection skill. In the air, the Beastman faces 2 other summons, and after taking the Fire Wrath strike and the 9-bite strike, he gets taken down. Alan's mind is blown. 6 million XP points just dropped in his lap. But then, boom, the boss interrupts his thoughts. Gastra's staring him down, saying Alan's gotta be a liberator or something. Alan's all, huh? Trying to figure out what the enemy's on about. Gastra's like, no time to explain, kid, plans are changing 'cause of you. Neftira's not having it, but she's told to go report to the devil. Alan's like, Kurena? Time to flex that extra ability. And Kurorin's up too. Kurena unleashes her death field power. The demon boss dodges the 3-headed beast, zooming towards the griffin duo. But, bam, the swordswoman swoops in just in time to block him. Alan's like, keep those powers coming, team. Gastra's eyeing the girl, realizing she's all about brute force. Alan's thinking he's hero-class strong now. But then, he gets a heads up about the slick-haired demon and tells Doradora to stop him. The dragon shows up, breathing fire like a boss. The mage barely escapes, but he's not toast yet. Sophie tells Fulmul to chill and use his extra ability. The elf fires an arrow, then randomly apologizes. Kurena gets tossed by the old dude, flying like a rag doll. Dagraha pops up, saying they're in this together now. Alan's like, focus on the big boss, guys. Later, the demon's on his knees, all beat up, but he's grinning, claiming victory 'cause Neftira got away. Before vanishing, Gastra's all, you kids can't beat the devil. Alan's jaw drops. 32 million XP points, and he's ready to use his command ability. He gives his crew a big shout out for their epic work. Hours later, the fortress is back in their hands, shocking Rukitaral. The princess shows up, apologizing for the demon escape. But Alan's like, no worries, Ares on their tail. When asked about being a liberator, they're all clueless. Next day, the queen gets the good news. A soldier's like, we found the demon's comms set up. Alan's wheels are turning about the enemy troops left. When asked about the plan, he says, first, crush the demon army at the south gate, then beef up defenses. His squad's gotta take down the troops heading for Nest. His friends are trying not to groan about facing a million foes. Suddenly the elemental king's flying around. He's all smiles, saying the prayer time's done. but there's still a bit to go before he's the full-on elemental king. Alan's watching, wondering what being a liberator even means. And what's the devil's next move gonna be? Far off, Neftira hits her destination. She's in the capital, Fortenia. Alan's seeing it all through Ares' eyes, and the world tree's massive. But it's weird, no beasts around. Inside the castle, the mage tells Liesel he's back. He spills the beans on everything that went down. The devil's annoyed, telling him to move. He's blocking the world tree. The demon's all sorry, while Alan's freaking out. Without getting out, the leader's like, the reason for the loss is right there. Then asks about the invocation. Aerie unmasks, saying she works for the world ruler. The devil laughs, calling her boss an idiot, making her mad. Liesel makes a shiny sphere, telling her to get her boss to meet him. Aerie vanishes with one hit. The mage gets the green light to keep reporting. Back at the fortress, the girl wants in on the fight. Alan gets it, she's mad, but they got crucial intel. Sophie asks about the capital, and Alan says the devil's obsessed with the world tree and he's not leaving Fortenia. So they gotta focus on taking down the 4 million troops left. 3 days post-fortress win, Alan's asking if they can restock all the magic stone. The soldier's like, yep, and Marshall says they're moving out fast with the army. When asked if the game junkies are gonna take down the last 1 million baddies, the summoner's all, nah, he's gonna solo them. The queen's jaw drops, while the princess is trying to figure out what's up. Aerie steps up, saying all the summons are backing the young dude. The commander decides to roll with the protagonist. Switching gears, our boy jokes about the devil having long ears and silver hair just like Sophie. The soldiers are like, could Liesel be a high elf? But Rosen's like, nah, he's gotta be a dark elf, though she doesn't know anyone by that name. A bit jittery, she asks if the crew still wants to roll with the elves. Everyone's in, showing they don't care that the fight's not a human thing. Alan's wondering if the elemental king's going through some kind of glow-up, since he hasn't woken up yet. Then, he tells the general he's bouncing early the next day, so the dude should watch over his squad. Next day, the summoner's got his friends on a game plan, and says Dagora's extra skill is their ace in the hole since it's beefier than Cecil's mini-meteor. Hearing his buddy can't level up, the axe dude asks if his summons don't get beefier with the command skill. Shaking his head, the protagonist pulls up a system window showing the young dude's attack is stronger than his. Everyone's like, be careful, summoner. He nods, promising he will, before calling Griff and firing up his new attribute. Up in the air, Alan's thinking it'd be cool to chat with someone before taking on 1 million baddies. Out of nowhere, Aerie, who's on the central continent, says someone special's here. Hermione shows up, apologizing for being late. The summon reminds him he was supposed to roll solo, but he says the Sword Saint's part of his crew. Then, the heroes all heard you and your squad took down 2 million demons in 20 days. But he's curious if the summoner can really wipe out the whole demon army. Aerie's like, her master's got a plan. Relieved, the young dude's like, his stamina and mana just bounced back, and asks if the protagonist knows anything. Nodding, our boy says he's been using a magical elf item and wants to hook them up with 100 more. The hero's like, now he gets how Rosenheim rose up. When asked if the item might be his own creation, Alan switches topics, saying his beasts will focus on freeing the elves' land before bouncing from the Gaiamet Empire. So, another creature's gonna show up that night to drop 1,000 more elf miracles. But, if the continent's still standing in 10 days, they'll get another 1,000 as a thank you from the queen. Hermione asks Sylvia to grab the 100 miracles and fill in the generals. Seizing the moment, the protagonist asks if the devil's shown up on the battlefield. The hero's like, nope. Our boy then says the creature's gonna show up soon, so he wants to know if it's got any weak spots. The hero's like, if you're planning to fight a devil, better bail if you don't want to end up toast. The summoner asks if his buddy's ever taken down a devil before. After confirming, he explains his extra skill was a gift from Elmia, but he lost a lot of friends in the process. Alan asks if a devil could be an elf, but the hero's got no clue. 3 hours later, above Rosenheim's sea, our boy's ready to face 1 million demons. Spotting dozens of rank B monsters in the back, he decides to take them out before the showdown. Aerie warns the enemies are in attack range. Our boy then fires up the summoning command skill, leveling it to general class. The creature calls its troops through militarization, showing now the boy can whip up his own army of summoned beasts. The protagonist asks his ally to smash the transport monster's head. Aerie obeys, using her gravity skill, quickly taking down the crushing turtle. Pumped, the summoner's like, now it's just about smashing everyone. Everyone staring at each other for a bit, until one of the baddies spots the boy's black hair. Yelling, he tells his crew to take down the young dude. The summoner's stoked to be noticed, and calls Dora Dora to join the fight. In the air, the dragon busts out its move called Boiling Fire. Suddenly, Aerie warns the flying demons are closing in. The young dude asks her to handle the baddies with her epic awakened power. Boom. A massive black hole shows up. It starts sucking in and squishing all the demons within a dozen meters like a vacuum on turbo mode. The main guy notices the enemies have hit pause on their attacks and figures it's time to sink them all with his magic stones. Using one of his summons, he sneaks a peek at how his squad's holding up, and finds out the creatures on the flip side are taking turns resting, saving up energy to ambush his pals, which means the devils switched up the game plan. While munching, Alan hopes Liesel isn't underestimating a gamer who just spent 5 days straight playing. We zoom over to the fortress of La Polka, where Ares telling everyone the summoner pulled an all-nighter. Cecil says he's got to hang in there a few more days, but the enemy's power level is off the charts. Dagraha wonders if maybe they should thin out the beasts at the fortress. The summoner's like, nah, because about 4 million demons are crashing the city tomorrow, planning to totally surround the fortress through the mountains. Rukidaral's whining they don't even get a minute to chill. Before panic hits, Ares says her master's got a plan, but everyone's got to hold the fort for 5 more days without adding more beasts. Checking the chart, the Baron's daughter points out they're surrounded on all sides. Showing it ain't over yet, the summoner rolls out the strategy the main guy cooked up, and everyone's like, phew. Before bouncing, she warns some beast will bring wood and 2,000 bottles of magic herb the next day. Next day, the axe dude's like, yep, the fortress is swarmed by 4 million troops. Alan tells Dora to take out the flying baddies first. The dragon's like, sure thing, and blasts a ton of boiling flames, turning the enemies to toast. And, just to be extra, it unleashes another breath for good measure. The soldiers are shook at how beastly the dragon is, then they rally and start firing arrows, yelling. The main guy tells everyone to use all their skills to keep the walls from getting wrecked. Meanwhile, on the west side, a squad of 60,000 elves and 10 alapons are duking it out with 500,000 demons. At the same time, 2,000 young alapons launch formic acid. The enemies are all confused when they get hit by the goo. At the top of the fortress, a soldier tells the others not to let the creatures bounce back from the attacks. On the south side, Class B magical beasts are battling the demons without needing buffs. A mirror spots a fireball coming its way, and using its shield, blocks the sphere with complete reflection. Our dude figures maybe the best move is to leave the south and north on defense. Elsewhere in the fortress, the game junkies, Gadaruga, and 90,000 elves are going head-to-head with 500,000 demons. Pumped, Kurena says it's time for the elves to take 5. Showing the shift change idea from the summoner was clutch, and the tip to use magical herbs was on point too. After day 1, the swordswoman's worried, wondering if her buddy's okay. Cecil says maybe the young dude's having a blast while fighting. We hit day 5 of the battle and find out the elves are burning through over 2,000 magical herbs a day. Plus, on the east and west walls, about 250,000 enemies got wrecked. Even so, the non-stop attacks weakened the defense, and the casualty count kept climbing. Kill tries to heal another soldier but flops again. Dagraha tells his buddy not to stress too much, but he's like, they've already lost 10,000 men. Soon he really wants to know how long this is going to drag on. A few hours later, the main guy shows up and thanks the healer for his hustle. An elf rolls up and says the summoner's a walking miracle. Seeing his buddy, Kurena dives into his arms. Sophie asks the young dude to chill for a bit, but our guy says he caught some Z's while flying, which means it's go time to speed things up and wipe out the 2 million demons still hanging around. 8 days later, the whole enemy army's totally wiped out. Gatruga swallows his pride and gives props to the summoner, and so they set up the funerals and gather the magic stones. 2 days later, Rosen thanks the crew for all the help, but Alan's more curious about why the Elemental King's still snoozing. The young ones are stoked to hear the Bocas Empire also came out on top from the battle. But the current snag is the demons won't scram from the capital of Rosenheim. Our dude steps up and says thanks to the Queen's investment, everything's moving faster. When asked what this investment is, the summoner spills that he asked the elf to lend a hand. Hermios pops up and asks if this is how they usually treat their vets. The main dude explains he borrowed the Empire's hero. The young guy nods and says he'd love to get his 1,000 magical herbs as payment. Kill asks about the central continent and finds out everyone's chill thanks to the miracle item. The summoner jumps in and says if there's a demon weakness to exploit, they should totally do it. As everyone heads to the meeting room, Rosen says he'll whip up some grub. Marshall gets hyped, and so does Lucidral, who hopes Alan and Hermios can snatch the capital back from the demons. Later, everyone digs into a sweet banquet, chowing down. The hero says the last time he had such bomb elven food was when he scored the recovery ring. Since humans can't roll into that land without an invite, when asked what kind of squad he'd want, the armored dude lists some jobs, and says, for him, quality is king, but now he's curious about what the summoned beast can do. Grinning, the main dude says he'll spill the tea because he trusts the young guy. Outside, the hero finds out the summoner didn't go full power when they fought. Our guy explains he did that to stay off the Demon King's army's radar. Holding some papers, Hermios says he wants the fight against the creatures to be just him and the black-haired dude. Annoyed, Dagraha and Kill ask why the special treatment. Chill. The young guy says the rest of the crew is just dead weight, since they're only strong now thanks to the summoner and don't have any killer talents. The main dude pulls a face, clearly not vibing with that comment. But stepping up, he says in the last battle the hero lost many friends, so he gets it. Even so, the young guy says it's up to each person to join or not. As long as they know the victory odds are 50%, Kurena's courage takes a nosedive. But Alan pats her shoulder and says if things get hairy, they'll bail. Even if it means delaying the capital's recapture, since they'd need more training for a rematch. Laughing, Hermios says the young guy talks like it's a martial arts fest. When asked what they'll do, the rest of the crew says they'd never ditch the summoner. The hero says they're super stubborn, so he'll wish them luck. Fulmul steps up and says he wants to use his extra ability in the battle. Hearing this pumps up the main dude even more. Finding out only Dagraha can't use an extra ability, the hero's shocked, and suggests he and the frontline duo spar a bit. Knowing the young guy's only around for 10 days, our dude figures he's got a plan and watch closely. 3 days later, Kurena and the axe dude ask for a break. But even so, the young guy says he'll fight since his defense stats are top-notch. The hero jumps in and says people who are idiots tend to learn extra abilities faster, and that might explain everything. Cutting in, Alan announces the attack plan's finally here, which means they're off to Fortenia the next day. When dawn hits, Gartruga asks if our dude's sure he should stay. He nods and says someone's gotta be in the city in case things go south. Rosen says he's counting on his daughter and asks where the hero is, finding out the young guy went ahead. Knowing the capital could get wrecked if things go wrong, the queen prays for the elemental king to have their backs. The young ones thank her and promise to fight with all they've got. Later, the crew finally spots the world tree. Kill says the place is stunning, while the summoner tells Fulmo it's time to split. A bit further, Alan comments on how chill the place is. Our little squad finally rolls up to the palace. Inside, Niftira's shocked to see 6 people. Meanwhile, the devil says he couldn't wait any longer. Seeing the main dude, he says he must be the so-called liberator. Shouting, our guy confirms and says he's there to send him back to hell. Without getting up, Liesel says surely the elves begged the young guy for help on their knees, which makes it all even more pathetic. The protagonists all, this monster's too weak for me to waste my epic time on. Then, the dude spills the tea that he knows he's a dark elf, and he's been obsessed with the world tree for like 1,000 years, so his mission? Kick him out and give the place back to its OG owners. The enemies all, nah, the tree's ours and no one's taking it again. Sophie, all jittery, yells that the tree should be under elf protection. Even though something's fishy, our boy's like, the devil still led a beast army to wipe out the elves. The creature's like, just pest control, bro. Alan's like, that's why we're all here. No chill, he summons speedy beasts. Everyone's ready, even Ari and her squad. Neftira's not thrilled to see Doradora, who, following orders, blasts scorching flames at them. The slick-haired demon tries to hold on, but gets yeeted through a wall and bites the dust. Griff jumps in to shield the younglings. Riesel pops out from under a rock, saying the summoner's not what he expected. Running, the creature focuses on taking down the dragon. Our boy shook, seeing his creation wrecked with one hand, meaning the devil's attack power's off the charts. Still, the young dude sticks to the plan, sending his crew into battle. Dagraha and Kurena charge but get launched far away. They crash hard into the rubble, and the axe dude tries to play it cool despite his broken bones. The demon general's a bit surprised, thinking he might need to step it up, but Ari and Doradora swoop in with a combo attack. Liesel drops his guard, and the swordswoman's ready to strike again. No hesitation, she goes, limit break. Still, the enemy sends her flying, not knowing he's in Fulmul's sights. From afar, the elf fires a light arrow. The creature senses something's up but gets caught by the swordswoman and hit twice. He's like, that was weak, summoner. Kurena swings her sword, but it's all blocked. The protagonist figures it's time to use his skill. But surprise, his friend freezes and gets her head slammed. Dagraha jumps in but takes another hit. Eyeing the archer, the enemy's like, I got magic too. Cecil hits with a fiery strike. Meanwhile, the axe dude and swordswoman get saved by Sophie's wind magic. Facing Alan, the demon's like, those who can't pass the gate are fools. Our boy's shocked to learn his opponent's a liberator, finally getting why he can't use extra skills. Since if someone's already in that mode, those skills are just normal. Same for him and the dark elf. The rest of the crew's trying to figure out why the creature's unharmed until the summoner's like, we gotta bounce now. The warriors just follow orders, no questions. thinking the demon general's like, did I stress for nothing? But decides it's better to regroup and win. Turning, he starts taunting the protagonist, calling him a noob, not knowing he's about to get ambushed. But our boy's shocked when his three-headed dog gets wrecked fast. The enemy's like, I know you're out of moves, but then Hermios shows up to save the day. Liesel's curious, asking what he's doing there. Grinning, the hero's like, I'm here to end you, boosting everyone's morale. With his sacred sword, the boy lands a killer blow. Even with the blade through him, the creature says something before vanishing. Seeing the massive crater, the protagonist's like, my ally's still scary as ever. Grabbing his sword, the hero's glad the sneak attack worked. Then he gives props to everyone for their effort. Alan's relieved he made the right call since they couldn't beat the general alone. But seeing nothing in the grimoire, he asked his ally to finish the creature for good. The demon pops up again, admitting he didn't expect the hero, revealing the boy only destroyed one heart. Everyone's trying to wrap their heads around how that's even possible. As he transforms, the enemy's all, yo, Hermios, your legs frozen or what? Seeing his opponent's new form, now with 4 extra arms and wings, the hero's like, uh-oh, I'm in deep trouble. He asked if the summoner's got any bright ideas, but all he can think of is running for the hills. Charging into the attack, the general's all, a half-baked hero like you can't take me down. With the blow, the young dude's sent flying like a frisbee. Kills all, know where he's gotcha, and activates his healing powers. Meanwhile, Liesel's grinning, saying none of them are leaving this place alive. The protagonist's like, dragons, assemble. Even though he knows they'll only stall the enemy for a few seconds. The hero's up in the air, telling Kurena and Dagraha to back off before he charges at the general with his phoenix power. Sophie gets tossed like a rag doll, but her guardian swoops in just in time, shouting our boys like, Princess, unleash the Great Spirit's power. Crying, she's all, I tried, but nada happened. Alan's like, keep at it, that's our ticket out of here. Since if the enemy starts using magic, the hero's toast, even without butter. Determined to stop the worst, the summoner charges, saying it's better for the fight to be just between 2 liberators. Worried, the young ones are like, what's the plan, dude? Realizing his friend plans to be bait, Truan is like, stop, you crazy. Seeing the general prepping a spell, the protagonist's like, this is my shot to get everyone out. At the right moment, he summons the armored giants to reflect the attack. But surprise, Liesel's already onto him. And dodging the summons, delivers a smackdown to the dark-haired boy. Worried, the swordswoman's like, why's Griff just standing there? Aerie shows up, telling Hermios to lead the retreat. Smiling, the hero's all, not letting humanity's hope bite the dust today. As he charges into the attack, Kurena's trying to wriggle free from Griff's grip to help her buddy. Meanwhile, Dagora's digging through rubble, yelling he only followed Alan to get stronger. Suddenly, the summoner's hand pops up. After climbing out of the hole, our boy's like, I'm sorry, dude. With a serious look, the young man's like, are we still bailing? But the protagonist's more about saying goodbye to everyone. The enemy stops pounding the hero once he's out cold, and without a pause starts heading for the summoner. Determined to protect his buddy, the axe-wielding boy leaps up, ready to strike. And it's right then his extra ability, full body, full soul, kicks in. Part of Liesel's body splits like a banana peel. Watching from afar, Cecil and Kill are stoked for their friend's epic move. Showing the attack wasn't enough, the devil's all, stop messing around, kid. Everyone's jaw drops seeing the blonde boy take a serious hit. Aerie swoops in, stopping Dagraha from hitting the ground. Our boy's healing his buddy, begging him to wake up. When that doesn't work, he asks the healer to use his extra ability. On his knees, the boy uses the divine drop, backing up the protagonists like, me and Kurena got your backs. While healing the enemies all, the axe dude wrecked my second heart. Shouting, Hermios is like, this creature's weak, a swordswoman strike should do it. To help, the summons go full power with their attacks. Nervous, Alan's wondering how many hearts this monster's packing. Trembling, Kill admits he can't heal his friend. Desperate, Sophie's pleading for the Great Spirit to show up. Rosen appears, saying the elf's lucky he hasn't gone god mode yet. Shocked, the young woman realizes the creature was waiting for this moment to awaken. The Elemental King faces all the young ones, and starts swinging his tail to unleash his power. Our boy's shocked seeing all his allies' stats boosted by 30%. Kurena's like, feeling better than ever. Furious, Liesel's all, how dare the Great Spirit break the gods' rules, but it says he started it when he tried to mess with his precious elves. The creature's got advice for the summoner, but he's like, nah, I'm good. Even so, the Elemental King spills that his blessing can nix the young man's cooldown time, shouting, the protagonist's like, we can use our extra abilities again, which means Kill can try healing Dagraha again, and Kurena can finish off the devil. The 2 young ones activate their powers, no hesitation. Using the Thunderblade, the girl charges at the enemy. Alan's on the ground, totally impressed, but he knows it's not enough. To help out, he teases his buddy, saying even Dagraha can use his extra ability. Boom, a flash pops up and the swordswoman finally kicks in her light cord power. Up on Griff, she whips out the Thunderblade again. The protagonist's all hyped, saying the young woman's attacks are finally gonna hit hard. Hermios backs up the warrior, saying they're all epic. Then he charges at the devil with his Phoenix Blade. Liesl loses some arms and gets even more ticked off. Unlike the duo, who are finally starting to think they might actually win this, but the enemy's all, "I'm never giving up on the world tree." The summoner sees the creature trying to bail and decides to stop it. But surprise, the devil busts out his Dark Soul ability. Knowing he can't stop it, the protagonist asks Cecil to use her extra power, since they're far away and magic cancels magic. Cecil's on it, launching her mini meteor, which gets a size boost thanks to the spirit's blessing. While Liesl's struggling to stay alive, the hero's ready to smash his last heart. The sacred sword hits the enemy dead on, causing a mega explosion to go off. The warriors watch from afar, sure the battle's finally done. Kill tells Dagraha they won and wonders why he's still snoozing. But since no XP's rolling in, our boy's like, the general's not toast yet, so they'll let the axe-wielding dude nap, if that's what he wants. The other warriors roll up and ask how the young dude's doing. The healer says he nailed his extra ability. With arms crossed, our boy's all, his success rate's 100%, which ticks off the Baron's daughter. Proving the summoner's right, the blonde dude opens his eyes and charges at the swordswoman, saying he heard everything up till now. The healer's mad, asking if that's why his buddy didn't want to wake up. The crew thanks the Elemental King before zeroing in on the real enemy. The Baron's daughter checks if Dagraha's really okay. The young dude's like, "Yeah, but my stomach's killing me." Still, he can't wait to use his extra ability again. Everyone heads to the crater from the explosion. The protagonist's bummed, seeing a third of the city's gone, even though it's kinda his fault. A bit further, they land and spot Liesl on the ground. Hurt, the devil says he couldn't wait any longer. Then, he tells the young ones to step aside from the world tree. Seeing the creature's body fading, Alan's sure they've won. Without looking away from the tree, the enemy says dying in the promised land isn't so bad, even if his bros aren't there. But he warns that after his death, there'll be a second, a third, and so on. The devil apologizes to his people before vanishing completely, showing he had feelings, after all. The summoner checks the grimoire and sees he's leveled up, but the XP for the general's death hasn't hit yet. Suddenly the Great Spirit's like, something's off. Seeing the creature's new form, everyone's wondering if it's turned into a god. Looking ahead, the Elemental King's like, "Peeking's rude." A leg pops out of a rift and the stranger's like, "No need to stare at me like that." The warriors are shook when they see Kubel, cause he's a top general none of them can beat. Smiling, the enemy's like, "Hope Hermios is getting paid well." Then he reveals he won't fight anyone with a god around. Remembering all his friends who died by the monster's hand, the hero asks what he's doing there. Introducing himself as the demonic army's commander, the devil asks Alan to step up. Lying, the protagonist says the summoner sacrificed himself to beat Liesl. Shouting, the enemy tells the young dude to quit stalling and admit he's the one he's after. Then Kubel says it's our boy's fault, his life's on the line, but since his mission was just to ID the boy, it's time to bounce. The young ones try to figure out why he showed up, except for the protagonist, who thanks everyone for their effort and says it's time to head back to Tiamo to chill. And so, the Battle of Rosenheim wrapped up 43 days after the game junkies showed up. The elves threw a party when the good news hit, but the warriors just wanted to nap. The next day, the queen thanks the summoner for everything, but he says it was actually the hero who took down the demon general. All to dodge being the spotlight. Switching gears, Rosen spills she never thought Liesl was a dark elf, and since they can't just let it slide, she's gonna have a serious chat with the creature's rep. Alan wraps it up saying even if they strike a deal, they gotta stay on their toes. The Elemental King pops up and wants to give props to the squad for keeping his elves safe, so he's gonna keep his word and boost everyone's skills. Grinning, our dude's stoked to hear that, especially since he only became king thanks to his crew. Even knowing this, the spirit says he won't mess with anyone's gameplay style, but he will level up one of the warriors to 5 stars. Without a blink, Alan asks the creature to hook Kurena up, since the young lady's already 3 stars and can only switch class once. Pumped, the swordswoman thanks her buddy, but the elemental god flips the script and decides to change everyone's class. The main guy's hyped to see none of his pals lost their extra skills, even though overall they got a bit nerfed. Jumping in, the squirrel says it's going to start tagging along with Sophie. Watching from a distance, Hermios says the young ones are truly something else. Proving it's not over, the spirit announces someone wants a word with the hero. Delmia takes over the squirrel's body and says the young dude gave it his all to protect her kids, so she's giving him a shot to switch class. The young dude's now dubbed the King of Heroes and gets the mission to look after the crew. Checking out his new stats, Hermios says a lot's changed. Then, he says Alan was spot on about finding a way to beat despair. Grinning, the main guy says that's why they gotta stay positive, before thanking the King of Heroes for all the help. Switching topics, our dude says they gotta hit up the Rank S dungeon, but only after swinging by Maruru. A few days later in the capital Fortania, the queen announces to everyone that the war's over, and so the elves raise a toast to the heroes who saved the world tree. Looking up, the young ones spot the spirits partying too. The main guy asks about the fruit on the tree and finds out it's used to make the magical herb. Knowing it'll take time for the country to bounce back, our dude wonders if Sophie's gonna roll with them. Out of nowhere, the queen steps up and asks her daughter to fight alongside the summoner for the elves' sake. The girl nods without a fuss. Then, Rosen hands each squad member a bag with 1,000 gold coins. The main guy says he doesn't need cash but would love a noble title from the kingdom of Ratashu. Cutting in, Hermios says he's heading back to the central continent but will catch up with the squad in the dungeon. The young dude says bye to the summoner and bounces. Buzzing, Alan says they gotta hit Ratashu to snag the rewards. Dagraha says he wants to be a knight, while Cecil says she'd be cool with a tax break. The main guy then says, if all goes well, Kill might even get back the Kalmar lands. By the end of March, the central continent wraps up the war, and our crew graduates from the academy. So, 10 days post-graduation, the squad gears up for the audience with the king. Holding a bunch of scrolls, Kill asks if they can really pull it off. Confirming, his pals say no one's gonna notice a thing. In the castle, the king thanks Sophie for the magical herbs. Stepping up, the young lady says it's an honor to be in the big guy's presence. Taking charge, Rosen introduces himself and says Imbil made the right call saving the elves. Everyone's shocked to see the creature, while an elder says they wouldn't be there if it weren't for the game junkies. Grinning, the king says helping Rosenheim was his top priority. Seizing the moment, the elder spills that the queen decided to make Alan the advisor of her city. Rukidoral explains that the advisor is the marshal's right hand cooking up tactical plans. People aren't thrilled knowing such a high rank went to someone so young. Thinking it over, the main guy figures with that title, he won't have to go out fighting because of the kingdom's boring demands. Continuing, the elder reveals Rosen wants to set up an embassy between the two countries. With nothing else on the agenda, the king just nods. Proving it's not over, the elf says. On top of that, the princess wants to tackle the Class S dungeon in the Bacchus Empire. A noble's all. Swordmaster can't leave the kingdom, but Inbel's chill, saying the journey's cool if the elves are nice to his peeps. Before the dude wraps up, our boy's like, hey, remember the promise to fix up the counter, fam? He's asking as Rosenheim's advisor. The chancellor's fuming, but the summoner's like, here, check these scrolls. Reading about Kill's epic battlefield wins, the elder's jaw drops. Still, the king's like, what your dad did? Not cool. So, you get half the land and a barren title. A few days later, there's a lit party to celebrate the country's friendship. Stargazing, the healer's dreaming of going back to noble life and making a safe spot for his fam. 'Cause most folks lost jobs after the White Dragon showed up. Dagraha's like, good luck, dude. Hope you become a Viscount, even if you gotta, replace the current one. After April, the summoner and axe boy hit up their hometown. They find out that in Mayor Roden's second year, planting kicked off and the town's booming. The protagonist heads home to see his fam, where his siblings are hyped for his visit. Fulmal's like, the summoner's still a kid around his fam. Alan's like, I didn't roll solo, and introduces his squad. His dad and Teresa are shook by all the changes. Then, everyone rolls into the protagonist's crib. Kurena and Dagraha reunite with their fams too. They chow down on a feast made with mad love. Our boy's like, how's Mashu's training? Mashu's like, been grinding hard. When asked if she wants a talent, Mira's like, heck yeah! They make a quick call, shocking the Elemental King. Laughing, the squirrel's like, here's Monk Talent, thanks for everything, summoner. Alan's stoked, realizing his fam squad's got 3 members now. Later, the swordswoman and axe boy head home, while the rest crash at the protagonist's place. Next day, Dagraha and our boy chat about the young knight. When asked what he got from the kingdom, the summoner's like, didn't need anything. The crew rolls up to the White Dragon's mountain in Kalnar territory. Even though the dragon's huge, the protagonist's like, priorities to slay it and end the beef. So Kill should see it as a gift. The dragon's curious, asking what the invaders are riding and who the young dude is. Our boy's like, healer and mage, do your intro since this beast's your fam's enemy. They step up, saying they're here to slay the beast. Laughing, the dragon's like, didn't expect Dambriels and Kalnars teaming up, but he's been waiting for this showdown for ages. The protagonist's like, stay strong, squad, we got this. Kurena and Dagraha get ready to rumble, and, without a second thought, they charge the massive dragon. The dragon's like, amateurs, and preps a fire attack. Cecil steps up, tossing an ice ball to block the flames. Alan's like, "Full maul. Use your extra skill. Shoot an arrow in its mouth." Meanwhile, the swordswoman and axe boy strike from above. Sophie, worried, asks if she should call on the divine spirit, and our boy's like, "Do it." With her staff, the princess summons the earth spirit, thinking the protagonist's like, "Lucky to have Rosen on our side." With its moves limited, the dragon's confused, but gets hit by different summons. The summoner orders Axeboy to use his extra skill to chop off its head. Dagraha tries, but misses. Kurena's like, "Time for limit break." And with one epic hit, the dragon's head's gone. Kill's like, "Nice shot, ally." Even wounded, the dragon's like, "Knew you were plotting this, summoner?" Our boy's like, "Yup," thinking the dragon's got mind-reading skills. When the enemies toast, the swordswoman and Axeboy level up. Happy, the healer's all like, "Whoa, didn't think we'd beat that beast so easily." After the epic win, the squad's off to the capital of Kalner feeling like total legends. Everyone's freaking out, wondering why dragons are rolling up. Hamilton's all, "Chill, fam," before stepping up to the crew. The hero's like, "No biggie, we took down the dragon with barely any mess." Once he's all decked out, the healer hops on his horse, strutting through the crowd, rolling with the count and the axe-swinging knight, looking like a squad goals pick. The crowd's buzzing, stoked the dragon's toast, because now they can get back to mining mithril. At the counter crib, the kiddos are shook by how massive the place is. Nina pops up, all smiles, seeing her bros in one piece. A royal messenger rolls in, giving props to the healer for saving the fam. He drops the news that the dude's gotta hand over the white dragon to the king. 'Cause nobles gotta share the loot. Alan's not having it, saying they should fix up the mine and hire some peeps first. But hey, if Imbel wants to snag the dragon's head, he's down to make a deal. Especially since there's some sweet cash for taking out the beast. Later, Lifo's cracking up 'cause the summoner outsmarted the royals again. Kill shows up, thanking the dude for looking out for his fam, and hands over a gift. Dagraha's off the hook, 'cause he's got a bigger quest to tackle. Happy. The healer's all grateful to his pals, and they're all like, "Dude, we're so hyped for you." Next day, after sorting everything, the crew's off to the Bacchus Empire. On the ship, they're all, "Whoa, this place is crawling with dwarves." Alan drops a bomb, saying his summon found a baby white dragon in the mountains. When asked if he's gonna off it, the summoner's like, "Nah, gonna raise it, 'cause it might help them figure out the Demon King's mojo. Plus, they want to see if the little beastie goes wild after a while. Unless, of course, the Elemental King's got the deets." Munching, the squirrel's like, "Nope, not my gig." After a few hours, they finally roll up to the Bacchus Empire. Turns out this place used to be just another kingdom on the block. But about 50 years back, the Demon King's crew crashed the party. To fight back, the kingdom gobbled up its neighbors. Now it's got 200 million peeps and the beefiest army ever. In the capital, the girls are all wide-eyed at the palace's size. Dagraha's buzzing, saying visiting new places is the best. The gang hits up an inn to crash for the night, planning to hunt down Maruru tomorrow. As soon as the sun's up, they're back in the lounge, ready to roll. Out of nowhere, Nukakai, the foreign minister, shows up, calling the princess and her squad for a chat. In the dining room, Kurena's drooling over the feast. The old dude's grateful for the recovery potion, saying they kept the casualties low even with the biggest invasion in ages. Alan's side-eyeing, wondering if the dwarf snatched the potions from Maruru. The minister's all, "We'd love to hook you up with magical tools for Rosenheim's fix-up for a price, duh." Then he switches gears, chatting about how the rank S dungeon's no joke. Sophie nods, saying they plan to bring the short-haired girl along. The old guy's cool with it, but says the emperor wants something equally epic in return. When asked what, Nukakai spills the beans about knowing the celestial blessings. Grinning, the elf's like, "Sure, I'll hook you up." After breakfast, the squad's wondering when they'll see their buddy. Cecil's got a bad vibe, but the summoner's all, "Nah, it was a solid deal." Suddenly, Maruru bursts in, all emotional seeing her friends. She leaps into the hero's arms, saying she missed them tons. Then the crew fills the dwarf in on their wild adventures. She's all smiles, glad they're doing great. Then the tiny one spills that you can snag a golden plate in the rank S dungeon. On the way, our dude notices his buddy's way more confident since she graduated. Plus, she's rocking a 3-star talent. The gang finally hits up the Tower of Trials. Happy Maruru is all, Digragni's totally here. Inside, they see it's packed to the brim, but Kurena and Dagraha are most shook by the beastmen. After passing through the gate, Kill's mind's blown that the city inside's even bigger than the capital. When asked if the Temple of Digragni is the structure in the center, the dwarf nods and says that's where they'll dive into the rank S dungeon. People around spot Alan instantly because of his wild hair. He's totally blown away by how many people have already tackled rank A dungeons. At a stall, a lady's stoked to hear the squad's aiming for the level S dungeon. The short one pipes up wanting to rent a magic disc. With the disc in hand, she explains the plate goes in to create a golem. Curious, the receptionist asks about Maruru's talent. When General of the Magical Earth is mentioned, jaws drop all around. Grinning, the lady says the young girl can move a mithril level golem with copper or silver. The main dude asks if he can rent a magic disc too, but finds out it's gonna cost 10,000 gold coins. Our boy figures, yeah, that checks out before he slaps down bags full of coins on the counter. The dwarf thanks him, but the young man says it's an investment for all of them. After leaving the temple, the crew rents a nearby house to set up base. While munching, the swordswoman dreams of being the first to conquer an S-rank dungeon. Bringing the mood down, the summoner says fighting demon generals will be tough, especially with one being super high level. Maruru's all, bring it on, because Tam, her golem, is gonna be a beast. When asked if she told her fam where she is, the dwarf shakes her head, not wanting to worry them. The main dude says they'll need at least a year to conquer the dungeon. After that, he's gotta level up his summoning skills. Cecil raises a hand, asking why the young man keeps splitting the loot equally, since he's the one who needs crystals and gold coins the most. Seeing everyone nodding, our boy's glad to hear it. The next day, the squad heads out to face one of their biggest challenges yet. Looking around, the dwarf's shocked to see some groups have 20 people. The announcer welcomes the game junkies, asking if they want to hit the second floor. Kill jokes the dungeon's kinda lame with only 5 floors. Pumped, our boy's all about going to the second floor. After teleporting, the crew's amazed by the place's new look. Cecil notes there are like 500 people there. Suddenly, Maruru spots Garara with Peppaku. The admiral rolls up, asking why she's with humans. Without skipping a beat, the dwarf introduces her pals to the army's supreme leader and instructor. The blonde guy tells the old man she's the elven princess who hooked them up with potions. After a thank you, the man asks if the group's just 8 people. Alan confirms. The admiral suggests the dwarf switch teams. After all, her squad could use a talent like hers. Turning it down, the protagonist's friend insists she'll conquer the dungeon with Alan. To stop her buddy from being snatched, Dagora's ready to throw down. Fuming, Maruru vows never to forgive Garara if her friends get attacked. The old man backs off on the team switch but threatens to take down our boy if he bails with the girl. Taking charge, the instructor apologizes, saying the admiral's been off his game lately. Then the rest of the crew lifts the old man and heads to the 3rd floor. The dwarf apologizes to her friends while they try to figure out what just went down. After some thought, the protagonist decides the little one can be a tank, since she can pilot a golem, giving them more attack chances. Still, the whole crew promises never to ditch Maruru. Smiling, she vows to protect her friends with Tam. Knowing they might snag a golem on the 2nd floor, the summoner says they should go. They get there fast, and other adventurers are stunned to see 2 elves and a bunch of summons. In the air, the dwarf's relieved her squad hasn't caused any major drama yet. The protagonist fires up his ability, spotting mostly rank B monsters, but after another look, he finds a massive creature. The catch is, the beastmen want to take down the monster too. Knowing it's best to steer clear, our boy asks Goncho to find another boss. Sometime later, he spots another monster, but everyone needs to hustle before other adventurers show up. Griff kicks in his super speed. A bit closer, Alan sees the beastman running away from the monster. Kurena thinks that's kind of sus. Then everyone spots a massive creature with a shell as tough as rock. Seeing the enemy can fly too, the protagonist tells the swordswoman and Dagora to jump in. Then, he tells the other adventurers to scram. One of them, all freaked out, asks how they plan to take down an S-rank beetle. Maru's shook, but the summoner's like, chill, I got this. Running, the beastman warns that magic's useless on a BB. The axe dude comes back with his buddy and says their attacks did zilch. Grinning, our boy says it's a perfect chance to flex their powers, as long as Rosen's got their back. The squirrel wakes up and blesses the squad to boost their stats. Alan says he'll go first, so everyone should wait for the right moment to pop off their extra abilities. Then, he summons a bunch of caballos. The creatures use their awakened power and cause a massive boom. Next up is Dagora, with the elf and the mage. A big attack smacks the enemy right on. Watching, our boy notices his dragons getting swole. But, bummer, fires a no-go against the big beetle. To dodge a hit, the summoner calls his tech use, which, after blocking with the shield, use their reflection power. The monster gets yeeted back hard, but it bounces back up fast. Seeing it's hurt, Dagora and Kurena jump into close combat. The swordsman's strike pierces the shell, but the boy can't use his extra power. Seeing the axe-wielding dude got snagged, Folmal jumps in. An arrow hits the enemy and the warrior finally breaks one of its legs. The protagonist asks if his buddy can still fight. The boy's like, yeah, and I won't get caught again. so the squad decides to keep the pressure on. Cecil notices the monsters plotting something and asks what it could be. Seeing one of his dragons getting grabbed, Alan realizes the beetle can suck up energy and figures it's way too strong for a second-floor monster. Because of this, he says it's time to bail. After ditching the creature, the crew spent 6 hours taking down other floor bosses until they snagged 3 silver coins. Next day, the protagonists hyped to leave the second floor. Meanwhile, Kill and the Baron's daughter are bummed about not finding any chests or golem plates. The summoner tells Maruru sorry and says they might score the item on the 3rd floor. After handing over the medals, the whole crew gets teleported again. But, surprise, the place is a desert with 0 plants. The girls notice the ground's kinda sus. Suddenly, the healer yells to show his friends the golem right ahead. The dwarf explains the pilot's inside the crystal in the big guy's chest. Out of nowhere, the creature morphs, showing it's using a magic disc. Excited, the girl says during a naval battle, Tam Tam turned into a warship. Dogora suggests asking the cube how to snag the plates. The announcer says the crew needs at least 7 medals to hit the 4th floor. Alan says if everyone goes back to base, it'll be tougher to collect. Worried, Kill and Cecil ask if they can still do the tasks and chill. After thinking, the summoner says they can spend 3 nights in the dungeon and 1 at the base. With everyone on board, the crew heads to the next mission. In the air, the protagonist looks for the Admiral among the golem users but can't find him. Sometime later, he spots a team of dwarves and beastmen, and finds out the monsters on that floor are in the sand or caves. Quickly, the young man summons Aerie and asks her to check out the structures. Maruru says it's not a sure thing there are monsters in the caves. Even so, the team decides to scope out each one until Alan finds a portal. Suddenly, a bunch of giant scorpions pop up, which gets Kurena super hyped. With his friends ready to rumble, the summoner says he'll make a few beasts so they can use their skills without stress. The swordswoman charges at one creature and takes it down in 1 hit. The protagonist says those are E-rank monsters, so they should wipe them out fast. The mage throws a stone ball, while the swordmaster and the axe dude land several hits. Shouting, our boy warns a big monster's gunning for Dogora. The young man gets cornered by 2 enemies and finds out they're both the same class. Looking ahead, the swordswoman gives a heads up that another big baddie just popped up. A wicked monster shows up to crash the party. The summoners all, this is totally the boss, save your epic moves for this first day. Except for the dude with the axe, knowing it'll be tough for the duo to handle the boss. The main guy's like, I'll keep it busy with my squad, you guys handle the small fries. The mage goes all Elsa with ice needles, and is stoked that the creatures are weak against frozen water. Our dude tells her she can now help Kurena and Dogora. After a bit, the squad gets ready to face the floor boss, which is already a bit beat up thanks to Alan's summons. In no time, the monster's toast. The main guy's pumped to see it dropped a crystal and a medal worth about 200 gold coins. Kill jumps in, saying he's kinda tired, but the black-haired dude's like, training ain't over yet, so they start munching on magic fruits. After hours of exploring other caves, the crew took down 3 floor bosses, snagged 3 iron medals, 2 treasure chests, plus some sweet weapons and armor. Chillin' the summoner's like, we'll level up soon for sure, so better hunt for more monsters and plaques. Maruru pulls a funny face, but when asked, she says she's cool. Switching gears, our guy says collecting crystals is just a matter of time. The dwarf grins, saying she'll watch and learn all she can. Suddenly, they hear a noise and decide to peace out. Turns out in that dungeon, besides chests, there are sneaky cubes that swap medals and plaques and can even zap you to a bonus or death stage. In the death stage, adventurers get sent to a monster-infested nightmare, so it's best to steer clear of those sneaky tubes. Later on, Alan steps up and says he'll chat with the item. Meanwhile, his pals should stay sharp and not sell out for anything. The cube greets the squad and asks if the young ones want to trade their plaques and medals. Going against his pals who quickly say no, the summoner's like, sure thing. The voice explains the item's gotta be iron and you can only trade once with 3 medals and another with 1 plaque. Our dude's like, I want to trade my medals. He scores the golem's head part and hands it to Maruru, who thanks him. Dagora's all, getting the rest should be a breeze. Suddenly, the summoner spots a Genbu in the air that might be the floor boss, so they better check it out up close. In no time, the crew reaches Scarlet's spot, which is as red as BB. Nervous, the dwarf's like, is it really safe to fight something this huge? Alan's like, definitely not, but if we give it our all, we might win. Starting the formation, he tells Kurena and Dogora to aim at the creature's body with their epic moves. The swordswoman's the first to power up and jump into the fight. The duo attacks from different angles, and surprise, the monster's body splits, but it starts to heal up fast. Shocked, Cecil's like, that level of healing is super rare. When asked for a plan, the main guy's like, we just gotta hit it harder. Summoning Eri, the dude says she can go all out. Black holes pop up while dragons unleash a firestorm. On the flip side, the Swordmaster lands a heavy hit, while Fulmal fires a light cord. The monster's body turns into Swiss cheese, and it's Cecil's turn to unleash her epic move. The small meteor snacks the creature right on, but our guy warns the fight's not done yet. Sophie follows orders and gets ready to cast the Spirit King's blessing. But, in a flash, the enemy's head is back. Alan's like, let's try again with the status boost. Until 30 minutes pass and the crew's convinced they don't have enough firepower to beat Scarlet. After a few days, they hit the 3rd floor and head back to base to sort their loot, besides snagging almost all the golem parts. 20 days later, Kill asks if he can chat with the sneaky cube, feeling lucky. The main guy lets him try, then remembers his odds are better, but it's too late, and in seconds, the warriors are hyped about scoring the right arm. Maru starts tearing up, saying she really admires them all. To hype her up, Alan tells her she can now flex her skills like a general from the magical land. Outside, the dwarf finally calls in Tam Tam, and mentions that the golem's skills are shown behind the disc. The summoners shook to see the girl's health and magic stats have leveled up too. Pumped, she says she's gonna slap on an enhancement plate to boost the big guy's attack. Then she hops into the golem and starts moving it. Ups. Everyone's jaws drop when they see the flying arm strike. Amazed, the main character jokes they might need to rename that move. Kill announces it's already noon, meaning it's time to hit up the 1st floor. A bit later, Hermios shows up at the base and greets the squad. Our dude asks what's up with all the luggage. Rosetta steps up, apologizing, saying it's her ability's fault. A woman rolls up and says she's part of the sacred. The summoner's surprised to realize he's in the hero's hood. Cecil grumbles about the squad crashing her team's base. Our dude says everyone can chill as long as they pay rent. Sylvia slides over and thanks them for the magical herb stash. Hyped, the King of Heroes says it's snack time. We bounce to a tavern, where Garara's hanging out too. Curious, the old man asks why Hermios is chilling with these kids. Grinning, he says the young crew helped him beat the demon general. But today, he's just there to train on the 4th floor of the dungeon, not to conquer it. Pepeku pops up and stops the old man from spilling too much tea. At the table, the King of Heroes says all 19 members of the Admiral's crew are magical land generals. Mind blown, Cecil says that means they've just met the world's strongest squad. Raising a mug, the warrior hopes everyone vibes now that they're roomies. Suddenly, Doberg rolls up and tells the Elemental King he wants to switch classes. Curious, Rosen asks why the swordsman wants to do that. The guy doesn't spill and just says he's down to switch classes even if it costs him most of his life. Freaking out, Kurena says he can't do that. Chill vibes, the squirrel says he's super grateful to the warrior for coming all this way, but since he switched classes without a heads up, everything's still a mess. The swordsman gets it and thanks the creature for hearing him out. Confused, the main character wonders why Doberg's risking it all. Suddenly, someone bursts into the tavern looking for the summoner. Facing him, the guy asks if he was the one who saved Uru. Smiling, our dude says he recognizes the warrior next to the stranger from the BB battle. Zuvan Albahar introduces himself as the 2nd prince of the Beast Kingdom. Alan wonders what the prince of the biggest country is doing here. Reading his mind, the Beastman says he's here to give the young dude whatever he wants as a thank you. Drawing a blank, the main character says he'd like the prince to back his squad if things go south. Van's surprised to find out the young dude plans to conquer the dungeon, but Hermios says no one on the team is tied to Giamat. Plus, his crew doesn't plan to finish all 5 floors. The prince tells the summoner to hit him up if he changes his mind, and he thanks him. Jumping in, the King of Heroes says the Beastman can also call if he needs anything, but the prince says he doesn't need their help before bouncing. Sitting back down, the Sacred Sword owner says he's got something to share. Cutting to the chase, he says he heard if the first prince of the Beast Kingdom takes the throne, the central continent's gonna get attacked. Shocked, the summoner asks if this means the Empire's gonna wreck the 5-continent alliance. Cecil wonders why the Beastmen would do that since the real baddies are the demons. Hermios spills that ages ago the people of Zu were ruled by the Giamat Empire, which enslaved them. Our dude says it makes sense now why the young man mentioned the kingdom of Ratashu, since if he were to break the alliance, he'd do it when the demon army's attacking the Empire. So, the place would be cornered and the southern half would have to fight the Beastmen like they're the Empire's defensive wall. The hero confirms and says that's why Giamat backs the 2nd prince, or the warrior princess. She's the King of Beasts' youngest daughter. When asked why Van's here, the young dude says nobody knows. The kids are all, do these creatures really hate us? What's their next move? Alan, keeping it real, says if they attack, the Beastmen and demons gotta go. Hermios, chuckling, says they should focus on keeping the alliance tight first. Outside, Cecil's all, oh, this is so frustrating. Kurena asks the summoner if he's got a plan and he's like, nah, better if we all just chill. Sophie says the elves got the heroes back and Maruru's like, same with the dwarves. At the base, our dudes all, let's conquer that dungeon, squad goals? A month later, Alan's grumbling about Rosetta invading his bubble. The Baron's daughter pops in, asking if they can kick things off. The warrior, laughing, tells her not to stress, he's got the hero on lock. Rosen rolls up to check everyone's stats. And he's all, y'all are crushing it, even the gods are impressed. When asked about switching classes, the summoner's like, still can't, bummer. The Elemental King announces he's about to drop some magic. Everyone's hyped to see how much they've leveled up. Sylvia's all, what are you guys staring at? And the hero's like, we can see levels too, it's lit. Dilberg stays quiet, dreaming of class changes someday. Alan tells Sophie to start bonding with tiny spirits. Next day, squad's off to Rosenheim. In the capital, the princess and crew are stoked about the rebuild progress. After a bit, with the Elemental King's help, the elf seals her first spirit contracts. Until there's just one left, chilling where the dark elves used to hang. The boy points to Corpacor, asking the princess to check it out. She goes over and asks the little dude if he's down for a contract. When asked if he's solo, the boy's like, yeah, my crew bounced after beefing with the elves. Sophie asks if she can help, and the spirit's like, can you vibe with my people? The princess promises she'll keep chatting with the dark elves. The little guy's grateful, and boom, last contract sealed. Watching from a distance, the heroes all, world peace ain't easy. Gotta think bigger than just beating baddies. Finally, it's time to hit the dungeon's 4th floor. Dagora's curious if the salamander can throw down, but gets a spit in return. Alan says a spirit user should back the princess, but Fulmal's like, Gartruga's struggling too. After placing all the medals, the squad gets teleported. Elsewhere, Cecil's like, are my feet in water? The hero confirms, and amidst the squad's hype says there's lots to do. Everyone's shook to learn they gotta beat all floor bosses and wipe out S-class creatures to move on. With arms crossed, the summoner's like, no wonder the hero wasn't into dungeon conquering. In the air, the Baron's daughter mentions they've been on a giant lily leaf this whole time. The squad spots the Admiral and Hermios with their crew. Dagora's like, walking would be such a drag. Up ahead, our dudes all, I found some rank of monsters, let's level up. Maruru jumps, calling for Tam Tam, which is way bigger than the enemies even though it's not at full power yet. The golem smashes, and it's Cecil's turn to shine. With a killer spell, the mage zaps the enemies. Kurena and the axe-wielding dude team up on one creature. They attack together, until eventually, just one monster's left standing. Out of nowhere, the salamander bails, leaving Sophie worried. Ignoring everything, the little spirit causes a massive boom, leaving everyone totally stunned. Kill asks if his nearby buddy's okay, while the sames bum the Griffs are now fried chicken. Seeing the blonde dude's got no clothes, Alan's like, weird, that armor's supposed to be unbreakable. The princess comes over to apologize. Dagora, covering up with his shield, says it's cool as long as she keeps her distance. Noticing Sophie's magic and health took a hit, the hero offers a celestial blessing. While the girl hugs the salamander, Rosen warns her to be careful. Our dude reckons it'd be epic if everyone kept an eye on the elf during the next brawl. Hands over a recovery ring to her right after, like a boss. When asked if she's chill, Maruru's all, yeah, I got this, and says she can fix her golem in no time. 'Cause she's got that repair skill, duh. A treasure chest pops up and out comes a ring of knowledge like magic. Kill tries to say something, but Cecil's stare shuts him up, so he suggests boosting her attack power instead. August rolls in and Dagora's all pumped, saying it's his turn to take on Dilberg. Back at base, Alan's busy crafting stuff with Fulmo. Meanwhile, Sophie's trying to keep Kempi in check. Elsewhere, the Baron's daughter wonders how Rosetta ended up with the hero squad. Grinning, Rosetta says she met the hero while rolling with bandits and decided to join the crew. Hermios nods and spills that Elmia said the girl holds her future. So it'd be cool if Cecil trusted her squad more. The main dude rolls up and, switching gears, asks if they can find orichalcum on the 4th floor. The hero King's like, totally, since his team found some in a shell deep in the ocean. Thanks to Rosetta's treasure hunting skills, of course. Later, everyone heads out for some grub. At the tavern, Aru spots the summoner and asks if he wants to join for dinner. A beast girl tries to hide her rage seeing a human. Then they start chatting about the dungeon. Alan's curious if he can snag some intel from the duo, and finds out the creatures are being forced into the dungeon for a year by the first prince. But they bumped into Zoo on the way, who's all about conquering the place and becoming king. The summoner's like, this mission's tough, and the young dude agrees, and spills that Baku's not letting his bro have a solid team. When asked if he wants to conquer the dungeon too, the main dude's like, heck yeah, especially after hearing orichalcum's up for grabs there. Next day, the young dude uses Gembus to kick off the ocean search. One turtle quickly spots a massive shell, but hours later they realize they didn't find what they wanted. Our dude switches tactics and spots another even bigger shell. Before he can act, enemies show up. In the air, Alan warns his pals that one monster's an S-rank floor boss, known as Crimson Kaiser, the Sea Serpent. The summoners shocked Ares' team, who got called, failed the mission. Thanks to the 4th floor ruler's minions blocking their path, our dude didn't plan on facing an S-rank beast that day, but he wants that shell, so he'll take on the boss. So the others should save their skills and take out the smaller ones first. Dagraha charges in as soon as he's summoned, while Kill activates the light wall to boost his pal's magic resistance. With Tam Tam, Maruru lands a punch on one of the monsters. In the air, Cecil's throwing ice needles. Meanwhile, Fulmal's firing annihilation arrows. A bit jittery, Sophie asks if Kelpie's still game. Suddenly, the floor boss lets out a terrifying roar. Amidst the windstorm, the warriors are like, "What the heck is that?" To everyone's shock, the creature called for backup. Seeing he's about to get hit, the main dude tells Griff to dodge. The golem gets hit, and Alan figures it might be better to bail. Yelling, he says he'll call the dwarf. Showing that running isn't an option, the little water spirit breaks free from the princess and heads for the enemies. Using its power, it wraps everyone in a water bubble, which starts floating like crazy. Rosen explains the cost for that is steep, so fighting like that isn't smart for long. Using brute force, the monsters start breaking free. Our dude then asks Ari to do something. The Griffs turn around and finally the crew escapes. Far from there, Cecil's like, "I'm not ready to fight those monsters again." Meanwhile, the boys try to crack open the giant shell. The main dude's eyes light up seeing a big chunk of orichalcum. Stoked, Maruru asks what the dude's gonna do with it. He reveals he's planning to make a big sword for Kurena. Kill's like, "For sure, we'll find more soon." 3 days later at base, Hermios is shook seeing the crew found orichalcum. Upon hearing only one was found, Rosetta's all, "Come on, we gotta step it up." Switching gears, the King of Heroes is like, "Hey, I'll hook you up with my sword guy." Next day, the healer's chatting about how this part of the continent's totally different now. The main dude's like, "Isn't this the spot that got mashed with Balkus?" Fast forward 48 hours and boom, they're in Gouverne City. It's like an artist's paradise. Hermios tracks down Habarak in his workshop. Alan's thinking, "This blacksmith isn't as intimidating as I thought." Then the young dude introduces himself and spills why they're there. Hearing dungeon, the old guy's yelling, "Adventurers like you make it impossible to forge orichalcum." Our boy's all confused while the hero's trying to chill the blacksmith out. The old guy snaps back to reality and starts apologizing, tears and all. The swordswoman's like, "What's with all the drama?" Later, another dude shows up saying Habarak's calmed down. Elsewhere, the old man's always, "Sorry, can't help, lost Freya's blessings." Turns out since the continents merged, the Empire's been hyping Dagraha, which ticked off the fire goddess, making her mad at the dwarves. Rosen jumps in, "Nah, Freya wouldn't ditch her peeps." So, he's gonna ask her himself. The blacksmith's like, "Who's the squirrel?" And Sophie explains he's the Elemental King, protector of elves. Later, the creature's back, and says while they fought the demon army, S-class generals hit the god's realm. The main dude's like, "No wonder we didn't see any S-rank monsters." The Elemental King confirms, saying demons were more into the god's realm. But wrecking what the creator goddess made ain't easy. Still, Freya's temple got hit, and the sacred treasure's gone, which means the goddess will turn to stone in 3 years and no more mithril forging. Dagraha's asking about the stuff they already got, but the hero's like, "Not enough for all the soldiers." After thinking, the summoner's like, "Did demons hit Freya's temple because of no prayers? Since that might have weakened the goddess." The dwarves are all puzzled while the boy's like, "If that's true, I know the enemy's real plan." When asked, he says the Demon King wants to wreck this world in the god's realm. So, humanity's gotta step up to stop it. Alan's wondering if a team-up's possible, even though the 5 regions basically hate each other. We're at the Tower of Trials. In the restaurant nearby, warriors are chatting about life without fire. The main dude's pondering the enemy's next move, but figures it's unpredictable. Hermios pops up saying he made a deal with Dagraha so they can ask for anything. Grinning, our boy thanks him, while Dagraha's mind is blown. When asked about the sacred treasures, the hero's like, the god was super vague, and since he didn't even know these treasures existed, he couldn't do much. The summoner's like, the sacred treasure's gotta be a faith-gathering vessel. So, whoever gets one can become a god. Kill's worried, asking if they should focus on getting Freya's treasure back instead of the dungeon. The main dude's like, "We're too weak for that right now." So besides conquering the dungeon, they gotta make weapons and armor without fire. Hermios agrees, saying he'll get the Jammet Empire to handle it. Zu shows up, asking why the summoner called him to chat in a place full of Empire folks. After a long chat, the Beastman gets how tricky things are. Even so, he says his people won't buy the story except for Shia, who went to another country to nab the evil god cult leader hiding in the Beast Kingdom. Our boy asks if the young woman's ready to rule, and the second prince is like, "My sister's amazing." So his plans to stay and conquer the dungeon, and help the group if the young ones need it. 2 months later, on October 1st, Stinger, the Empire's top squad, starts battling the 5th floor bosses, which means our little crew might not snag the prize. The hero pops up and asks if the summoner's birthday is today. Our boy nods but says no to the drinking invite. Then he checks if the Admiral's crew is all good since it's already past noon. Finally, the warriors bounce out of the dungeon. With one arm down, Garar says he needs to head back to help Pepeku and Bobogwa. Maruru rolls up with the main dude to heal the old guy. In a magical twist, another arm just pops up. The Admiral asks if the young dude's got more healing stuff, showing he's all in to dive back into the dungeon. Hearing that those who leave can't come back, the old guy tells his sidekick to zip it. The warrior doesn't listen and says no one in the country can replace him, so just roll with it. Hearing this makes the old guy's eyes go wide. Then Garara drops to his knees and lets all his feels out. After moving to another spot, the Admiral spills that 6 people didn't make it in the battle. Maruru starts crying over Pepeku's loss. When asked what's next, the Admiral says he's breaking up the group and will own up to everything, including the fight against the demon army. As for the other squads, they should ditch the idea of taking over the dungeon. The main dude disagrees and says it's gotta be done. A woman then says if that's the case, everyone will pray for their souls. A few days later, Garara didn't head back to his base and drank till he dropped. Rosen shows up and says he's switching up the Warriors class for the last time as promised. With the grimoire in hand, the main dude says his friends are epic, while a young girl from the Heroes crew says they've lost the title of the strongest team. Van rolls up and says the young ones are like the 10 great beasts of his land. Hermios agrees and says if the royal fam made a team, taking the dungeon would be like stealing candy from a baby. The Admiral wakes up and says no one can beat the boss on the last floor. Even so, Dagora says they'll only know if they give it a shot. Fuming, the old guy says the young ones will end up toast, so it's better to keep Maruru out of the fight. The next day, Alan tells Kurena not to sleep on the info Garara gave. Since he was the only one who faced the enemy, they still don't know. The dwarf steps up and says she's in for the fight. The main dude thanks her and spills he found another hidden cube. The swordswoman and the short-haired girl get picked to mess with the item. Suddenly, everyone gets zapped to a place full of cyclopes. Our boy yells and warns they're in the danger zone. Seeing Tam Tam go for the attack, the axe-wielding boy realizes the creatures aren't rank A. Maruru lands a hit, showing her golems got the upper hand. When the creatures start dropping, everyone starts leveling up. And boom, a sweet XP farm kicks off. Focused, the summoner remembers he's got one more thing to do. 4 days later, the heroes' team warriors are shook to find out they hit the death phase. Pumped, our boy says 3 of his friends leveled up and 1,000 monsters got wrecked. Making a grim face, Rosetta says the hidden cube got way cooler from that point. After the rest of the squad shows up, the main dude asks if they can borrow Hermios' name for a bit. At the Adventurers Guild, he tells the receptionist he's got something from the hero himself. Reading one of the papers, the woman bounces and asks the young ones to hang tight. After a few minutes, the guild leader shows up and asks if it was really the Sacred Sword's owner who sent that. Alan confirms and reveals it also has the treasure chest and hidden cube spots on each floor. The old guy can't believe his eyes seeing the death phase map. Our boy then says the hero's giving out that info for free to cut down the dungeon's death rate, since he doesn't want more adventurers biting the dust. The leader thanks him and says he'll spread the maps around, and so the whole crew leaves the guild building. With arms crossed, the old guy spills that he knows it wasn't Hermios who did that, but the elf counselor. Still, the next day, the info is dropped in the hero's name. The young dude walks down the street trying to dodge the adventurer crowd. Entering the group's base, he says the one who should get the thanks is the summoner. Suddenly, the second beast prince pops up and says he heard the mission info to conquer the dungeon is still on track. Alright, buckle up, cause this story's about to get a glow up. As this helps bring his squad back home, he wants to shout out a big thanks. In November, the game junkies are hyped about the new gear and claim they're all set to crush those S-rank monsters. On the second floor, the main dude suggests starting with the BB, no extra skills needed. Maruru follows orders and calls in Tam Tam. When the beetle hits the ground, the summoner calls in the Aeropons. The creature busts out its special move, unleashing a ton of formic acid. Our guy warns he'll keep the heat on, but his summoning's gotta dodge getting snagged. Doradoras show up, spitting scorching flames. To help out, Fulmel fires off the flaming dragon arrow, and boom, Kurena and Dagora dive into close combat. Explosions everywhere, but the enemy's still kicking. The main dude then asks Sophie to handle the rest. She nods and calls in the salamander for backup. The spirit shows up and wraps the beetle in a fire tornado. When the creature's toast, Alan scores 120 million XP points, but when asked if he leveled up, he spills that nothing's changed since the demon general smackdown. The axe dude rolls up saying he found a copper medal in a crystal. Pumped, the summoner says it's time to take down Scarlet. On the third floor, the crew gears up for a non-stop attack. Cecil decides it's his turn to strike, but 3 hours later, the enemy's still kicking and healing up. A few days roll by and Sophie switches class for the last time after sealing more deals. Turns out the elf can now use Gale, Dryad, Pygmy, and Nymph. In December, the squad tries to take down Scarlet for the 4th time. Dagraha, all fired up, says he maxed out his attack power just for this showdown. The main dude warns that healing's gonna be slow, so kills gotta be careful. The Baron's daughter drops a mini meteor, and it's Maruru's turn to flex Tamtam's new power. The golem steps up and calls in the lightning sword. With one swing, part of the monster's body is sliced off. And finally, it stops healing. Grinning, our guy says he gets it all now. Seeing the creature trying to bail, the princess activates her extra move, making Gnome pop up and pin the enemy down. Alan then says it's go time for everyone to attack. A killer blow smacks the giant worm, which bites the dust and drops 250 million XP points. The crew throws a victory party, all thanks to Maruru. Staring at the golem, the summoner wonders why Garara lost to the upper floor boss even with 20 big ones like that. He starts thinking about the next monster and, remembering he's getting a new power soon, decides to push the conquest to next year. On January 1st, the squad rings in the new year inside the Tower of Trials. Turns out God gave the church an oracle to announce the class change systems dropping in April. When asked why the sacred treasure theft's on the down low, Rosen says it's to keep the world chill. Determined to unite humanity, our guy says he can't wait for the class change. A few days later at the base, he celebrates seeing his synthesis skill level up, since this means he can summon 80 peeps. The young dude checks out his equivalent exchange attribute and is stoked to see he doesn't have to stress about running out of a certain crystal type. Stepping out the door, he announces he's going to test his summons in the dungeon. The others ask to tag along. Our guy's cool with it, but tells them to just watch. On the second floor, the summoner calls in his rank A beasts. Okio-san stands with Tsubami and Solarin, saying it's a pleasure to meet the young dude. Tacos promises to be useful, just like Hayate, while Rokanel stays quiet. Seeing Hatch's size, the warriors start wondering if the summoner might be a bit too OP. Checking out the grimoire, our guy says that besides the size, his creation stats hit 10,000 points, but to his annoyance, he still can't use the commander skill. Cecil comes over and asks if there's any creature the dude hasn't summoned. He nods and calls for Maris. An angel appears, leaving everyone totally shook. The summoning looks at itself and says finally Alan heard its prayers, which means now it can take down Kubel. While Rosen introduces himself, Kill realizes they're face to face with the first angel, the same one that serves Elmia. Turns out every god's got an angel serving them, and this one's the big deal. Confused, the main dude asks why the creature became a summoning. Maris spills the tea that when the Demon King's squad rolled up on the god's turf, he got clapped by the top general and was told to bounce back. Then the angels all, "Yo, squirrel, spill the beans on what went down after I'd bit the dust." The hero squad's like, "Wait, did this little dude do all that just to help us humans?" Angel's nodding, saying he's the mastermind behind the summoner class too. But the creation goddess was like, "Nah, no shortcuts, no OP powers." So he had to grind hard till now. Alan gets it. The summoning wanted to dodge the grind at all costs. Maris, all hyped, is like, "Let's see what I got." A few hours later, everyone's watching the angel smack down an S-rank beast. After dropping the Thunder of Judgment, he finally takes down Kaiser. Our boy's bummed he can't whip up more creatures like that. Maruru's like, "One angel's plenty, trust me." But the new summoning's like, "I'm only running at half power, bro." When asked how he lost to Kubel, he says the general could one-shot all the young ones. The summoner's curious if the angel knows about the last floor's boss. Angel's clueless but promises to help with his skills. Sophie's pumped. Kurena's wondering if they can win while Kill's eyeing the loot. Alan's like, "All medals collected, time to hit the 5th floor." 10 days later, squad's gearing up for battle. Garara's like, "Don't push your luck with the final boss, kiddos." Before they bounce, Hermios is like, "I think you can escape, but stay sharp." On the 4th floor, the summoner slots in the last medal, thinking he needs to stay sharp because who knows what baddies will pop up. They teleport in and it's pitch black. Suddenly paths start lighting up. Following the Admiral's tip, the hero suggests they start exploring. After some searching, Cecil's like, "We need a copper, iron, and mithril metal to face the boss." Our boy's smart, saying, "Let's hit the copper room first." The cube pops up for teleportation. Inside, they face a massive golem. Dagraha's like, "This feels like a dungeon boss room." Knowing there are mid-bosses in an S-rank dungeon, the summoner checks his cards. Then he calls in the squad, including Maris. Maris gets the mission to find an opening. The angel charges at the giant, but it switches up and smacks the summoning. Alan figures the enemy's got some serious attack power. Hurt, the angel activates his aura to summon Orochi. A huge three-headed dragon shows up, shocking the warriors. Except the summoner, who knew it was coming. Orochi spits flames everywhere. The enemy's body gets roasted in hellfire. The big guy fights back, leaving the dragon with one less head. Still, the hero says Kill doesn't need to heal the summoning, cause it's got super regeneration. With the test done, our boy tells his crew to start attacking. Maruru charges with Tam Tam and the squad kicks off a massive team attack. Dagora's like, will this work? While Kurena swings her sword. Sophie, worried, says the spirit attacks aren't landing. The swordswoman asks if she should use her extra skill, but the hero says to wait. After the signal, Maris uses his attribute grant. Now all the warriors can zap lightning, the enemy's weak spot. Cecil's first to try her new power. Then her squad follows suit. Our boy's like, it worked, clear the way. With the path open, the angel drops his judgment thunder, but the golem's still standing. Alan tells his friends to use their extra skills. In seconds, the enemy crashes to the ground. The summoner eagerly opens the treasure chest, stoked to find an S-rank crystal, plus a copper golem medal and a mithril plate. Seeing the wooden chest, Kill figures the next ones will be silver and gold. Cecil, keeping her cool, says there's only a 10% shot at a silver chest. Sophie spots a cube at the corridor's end, wrapping up the squad's first win. 3 days later, back at base, the summoner explains there are 3 more bosses besides the floor boss, but he's worried cause the copper golem was just a bit weaker than Liesel. Chillin' on the couch, the admiral's all, this is the only baddie we'll ever beat. Next up, the golems are iron beasts, so maybe it's time to call it quits, even Hermios. Once the old dude bounces, the hero spills that his crew didn't snag the sacred treasure, so it's gotta be on the lost continent. The main guy calls up Maris, asking if the angels got any deets on the item. The creature's like, saw it once, but it keeps switching up its look. Dagora's all grumpy, saying if the gods pitched in, it'd be a breeze. The angel's like, nah, they just point the way, but sometimes they bend the rules. Everyone's shook hearing that the summoning won't work if another race thrived instead of humans. Maris explains that loads of species got wiped out recently, including the beastmen who still hold a grudge against humans after all this time. So in his view, humans and demons are from the same hood and deserve a fair trial. The angel spills that 50 years back the goddess of reconciliation was sent to judge the troublemakers, but nada got fixed. Still, her presence freaks everyone out, cause she can even judge other gods. The young crew's hyped, claiming that goddess must be Alan, while he's wondering if the gods are behind the angel being one of his summons. The chat goes on, and no one spots the admiral eavesdropping from his hideout. Next day on the 5th floor, the squad hits up the iron room, which looks a lot like the copper room, but it's got 2 massive golems. For the first showdown against 2 Class S monsters, Alan calls in the troops. Maris kicks things off, checking if the baddies can morph. Turns out they can. One golem whips up a spear, while the other gets a shield ready. Kurena's like, which one do we smash first, and gets told to target the spear dude. Meanwhile, Dagora and Maruru are on shield golem duty with Orochi. The main guy yells for everyone to stick to the same plan as before. Seeing a summon closing in, the iron giant swings its spear. Our dude ups their dodge game by summoning tacos. The creature pops up and tosses a smoke bomb. Then, the angel uses his attribute grant skill. Before dropping the Judgment Thunder attack, the spear golem gets whacked and hits the deck. The summoner racks up another billion XP but thought the enemy would be tougher. Surprise! The giants back up, using repair energy. The scene's got the girls spooked. Switching gears, the main guy says to focus on the shield enemy now. So everyone swaps spots. A few hits later, the monster's down, leaving just the spear golem. But out of nowhere, the other baddie's back and the summoner's wondering if the resurrection trick has limits. He shouts for his pals to head to the right passage. Kurena's like, are we bailing? But the boy's like, nah, just luring them. Sophie calls for Nomu's help, who uses his earth power to trap the spear monster in the ground. The other enemy rolls into the room where the squad's at, clueless that the plan's to take him out before his buddy breaks free. After a bit, the creatures toast and Dagora's like, more, how'd you know distance was the key? Without answering, he says it's time to finish off the last monster. When they do, the 4th chest pops up. A bit bummed, Kill's like, at least that wooden chest's got more loot. Alan's stoked, revealing those items give infinite EXP. 10 days later, in Ratashu Kingdom, Cecil's chatting about the sweet weather. The axe dude's like, can we hunt something other than golems? But the main guy's like, I'm here cause I wanna be. Suddenly, Kurena spots Dora, who's mad, telling the White Dragon's kid to respect the summoner. Facing the creature, the main guy says no attacking people, period. Sophie steps up, offering meat to Haku. Our dude asks his summon to deliver something to Orochi before letting Subani loose, who's in charge of building a nest. Since it's a portal, Alan figures traveling's gonna be way easier now. Then the boy decides to try out another skill and surprise starts flying. In the air, he's all, flying solo's a whole new vibe. Maris shows up, saying mastering Haku's gonna be tough cause of the Demon King since the dragon might be under the creature's control. Alright, buckle up cause this story's about to get wild. So they decide to keep the creature on the down low and let Orochi play babysitter. After the chat, everyone heads over to Roden where the summoners fam, Kurena and Dagraha are hyped for the visit. Everyone's jaws drop seeing a ship in the sky. Then, boom, the main dude spills he snagged the ride for the Viscount. Granville rolls in with Marshall, all thanks for the invite. Inside the mayor's crib, Maruru's having a fam reunion. Seeing the summoner, everyone's like, the dwarf couldn't stop talking about you. With the squad assembled, the coming-of-age bash kicks off. The elf gives Alan props for the grass and says Rosenheim's never gonna forget what he did. Later, our dude chats with Mashu, who's pumped to tackle dungeons. Grinning, the summoner keeps the Demon King's army on the DL from his fam. He hands over some rings to help his bro with quests, but Mashu's like, nah, I want to level up solo. The protagonist insists, saying he couldn't save everyone in some fights and really wants the little dude to stick around just like his crew, so the young one should take the gear and keep his peeps safe. Mashu, all teary-eyed, thanks him. Watching the party from a distance, our guy decides it's his job to protect everyone there, revealing that his past life's memories are fading and that everything that matters is in this world. A few days later at the base, the summoners all, time to roll the dice with the Mithril Golem. Garara's yelling, we're toast before we even get close. Dagraha, a bit miffed, says everyone should take that as a heads up. On the 5th floor, the squad faces the beast. The protagonist calls his beasts and says he'll beef up the defenses since step 1 is scoping things out. Out of nowhere, the enemy takes flight and starts blasting with its cannons. Maruru tells Orochi to hang back with Tam Tam. Still, they both get smacked hard. The dwarf's like, both my arms are toast. Kurena and the axe dude charge the big guy, but it's too quick, dodging like a pro. The swordswoman's shouting she can't keep up with the golem. After backing off, the enemy fires again. Fulmal takes a shot with his great arrow. Meanwhile, Sophie asks Nymph to heal with Kill. Seeing magic's a no-go, Cecil's like, haven't we seen enough? Our boy nods and brings Rokanel into the mix. The summon shocks everyone by stopping the shots mid-air. But its body starts cracking, making Alan wonder if he's got enough juice. When things look grim, the big guy kicks in a special heal. Stoked, the protagonist tells his summon to unleash its power since it's doubled up. With convergent bombardment, Rokanel blasts a hole in the golem. The creature goes boom, and the summoner's hyped about finally having a sick attack move. After regrouping, the squad counts their medals. Seeing they've got enough, they hit the station to see where they're headed. The cube says to challenge the final boss, groups can team up if their medal count matches. But only 4 rewards are up for grabs, including a deal with the dungeon master. Dagraha asks what the summoner's plan is. Sophie, when asked, says she'll do whatever the young man wants. A month later, we find out the crew hunted 100 golems to snag the gold chest. Plus, the princess's skill level maxed out. At the base, the protagonist says today's the day to chat about the last floor's boss. After breaking down the group numbers, he says he wants to join the Sacred. 'Cause solo wins are a no-go. Hermios checks if everyone's really down for this, and they all give a thumbs up, including his crew. Grinning, the Hero King says he's in too, 'cause he's maxed out. Our boy's shocked seeing the young man's status board. When asked, he explains Elmia hooked him up with 2 extra skills. Curious, the summoner wonders how many extra perks someone can have. Cecil asks if they should get the Emperor's okay before diving in, but the hero's like, nah. Switching gears, Alan says he'd love Garara's crew to join the fight since the dude's been chilling at his team's base for 3 months. The old guy's down to join but says he'll fly solo cause he won't risk his crew. Suddenly, the rest of the Admiral's squad shows up and the squad's all like, how dare you underestimate us, dude? Cornered, the guy just shrugs and lets his crew head back to the dungeon. Maruru rolls up and hands over the golem parts made from some legendary metal. The dude takes it and says he'll spill some tea about the boss as a thank you. Zeus, all boy, that's pretty dope. And gets an invite to join in. But the second prince is like, nah, I want to solo this dungeon. And our boy tries to change his mind. Then the beast guy's like, I don't even have a squad that can hit the last floor. Out of nowhere, Marshall's like, yo, the 10 great beasts are here. Outside, the creatures are shook. To see Van? Then it's all handshakes and hellos. One beast is like, what's with all the humans here? Meanwhile, the second prince is all, how's this even happening? And the summoner's grinning, saying they all came to squad up with him. Before saying he'll break it down as Rosenheim's official advisor. The main dude spills that he got the 10 great beasts on board by offering 3,000 elven magical herbs. The second prince is like, how'd they go for that? and finds out Beku sealed the deal. But Beku's like, Rosenheim, chill if my kingdom bails on the alliance. But if Zoo's king, no one's getting hurt by this promise. The second prince's jaw drops, saying he'll never make it home in one piece. The summoner's like, nah, you got the smarts to trick the king, plus you're well liked. The beast guy's like, I ain't leading this, but then flips and says, okay, maybe I will. When asked about Shia, Alan's like, she doesn't seem to want the crown, 'cause her skills screen general material. The beast crack up, calling the young dude a sneaky human. The prince is like, why go all out? And the young dude's like, I'm after that first conquest reward. So the beast guy's gotta chill and be cool with the throne. The crew's all, this is our shot to flex the beast's military might. Even though it's tricky teaming up with the Giamad Empire, Van's down for it. Hyped, our boys like, time to chat about the world crisis. After that, they cooked up strategies and shared skills. With the summoner, Garara's like, even if we lose, I'm sticking it out. The night before the big fight, they throw a party. Maru's shocked the admiral's not sipping anything, while the second prince is like, I owe the main dude big time. Our boy's like, if the beast guy has a kid, give it a name with more than 2 sounds. Temedono pops up saying that's a solid idea. Then, the young girl tries to use her skill to find the fire goddess's sacred treasure. When she can't, Alan's like, astrologer, check Dogora's extra ability. The beast girl uses her powers, saying if the young dude heads southeast, he might find what he's after, but he better watch out or he might not make it back. Next day, the whole crew's off to the dungeon. People around are buzzing about the different squads, and the axe guy's a bit salty his buddy won't take credit for stuff. Doberg rolls up, saying the young dude shouldn't stress, 'cause you can't hide what makes you a hero. Rosetta tells Cecil everyone's banking on the game junkies. Finally, inside, the announcer's like, time to shuffle the teams. Seeing all the bosses on the last floor, the warriors are like, this is gonna be tough. One dwarf steps up, saying it's time to avenge the fallen. Our boy kicks things off by activating the buffs. Kill fires up the holy wall, and Sophie calls for Dryad's help. The beast guys get ready and power up. Everyone hears music and starts feeling pumped. Leading the charge, Gordino's like, I'm the guardian of the Tower of Trials, show me what you got. Garara's fuming, saying all he wants is to smash the golems since the last fight. All the dwarves call in their backup. The enemy's stunned to see the Hihirokame golem and the dragons. Yelling, the summoner's like, time for a tactical retreat, squad. The enemies are charging in, totally set on keeping the warriors trapped, but bam, the golems step in and block them. Seeing the big guys taking a beating, the main dude asks the admiral to fire up his special move. Even though it feels a bit early, the old dude nods and calls in his crew. Time for the epic super fusion, combining their powers. With their powers combined, the golem and the old dude grab the enemy and slam him down, WWE style. The other monsters all, oh, getting cocky are we? Then he starts blasting away with his cannon. As the shots fly, Rokanel jumps in to fight back. The big mithril guy gets taken down, but the tower's guardian's like, you think that's enough to win? Nah. The iron golems rush to their buddy and start using repair energy. Worried, the main dude tells Garara they should regroup. Gordino's laughing, saying it'll be a blast to crush these puny mortals. A bit further on, the admiral's team catches up with the others. Our guy spots the enemies marching in lines. He checks if Maris is ready, who nods and activates his power-up ability. With Tsubami, the summoner's like, let's do this. One of the monsters falls right into their trap. Hermios pops up, saying the big guy better brace for a smackdown. Kurena and Dagora are first to strike. The beastmen are hyped, can't wait to jump into the fray. The golem switches forms to shield itself. Still, Zoo and his crew keep up. The attack. The enemy leader hides behind his minions, ordering them to keep the warriors away. The King of Heroes doesn't care, unleashing his lightning destruction sword. Finally, one monster poofs out of existence. Gordino's tipped, firing at the admiral's team. Everyone's forced to fall back. More hits rain down on the warriors. They're hanging on for dear life, trying not to get knocked back. Kill jumps in, healing his buddies, showing he's got perfect timing. Relieved, the main dude realizes Sophie can now use the spirits. This could totally turn the battle around, especially since the resurrection golems are far off. The enemy leader's like, was that your plan, summoner? And starts yelling for the iron golem. Using his return instinct, the admiral pushes the big guy, giving the hero's crew the perfect chance to strike. Sylvia, Doberg, and Hermios activate their extra powers. They attack from all sides until the iron golems are toast. To finish off the flying beast, Sophie calls in the salamander. She teams up with Cecil and Temedono, causing a massive explosion. Then everyone circles around Gordino. The hero tells his crew to stay sharp. Showing he's not like the rest, the boss leader calls for his parts, and all the defeated golems come back for a mega fusion, making the monster way bigger than before. Alan's yawning through the villain's speech, but snaps back to strategy mode. The monster starts blasting everywhere. Our guy and Maris summon more Rocanels. The beasts zero in on the cannons, but they barely leave a scratch. The main dude figures if they don't crush the monster's legs, they're stuck here forever. The frontline warriors fire up their extra powers. Chubby's all, let's see who dares to challenge me. After a few hits, Hermios strikes with the sacred sword. Even after falling, the golem's legs start fixing themselves. With not much else to do, the summoner warns he's up next. But Zu tells him to hold up, saying as the challenge owner, he'll clear the path. The Beastman steps up to face the enemy. Meanwhile, the main dude's puzzled why he hasn't used his extra power yet. Sweating bullets, Van declares he'll be the king of beasts. He remembers his beloved at the same time. Fueled by rage, he asks the beast god for power to keep his promise. The prince's allies are shocked by the scene. So is our guy, not expecting to see his second ability. The beasts rally around the prince and start transforming too, showing why they beat Hermios before. Leading the charge, Zu tells his crew to follow him. Everyone dives into the attack using just their paws. The summoner thinks at this rate the enemy's toast. But then, surprise, Chubby's hand wraps around him. The warriors freak out seeing the young guy getting crushed. When asked if he'd lead them all, our guy shakes his head, saying he's just backup. Furious, the boss calls him a liar, then yeets him to the ground, saying he saw the boy flying and giving orders like a superhero. The second prince rushes in, saying they gotta save the summoner, but Alan's like, "Nah, I got this," and lifts the golem's foot, and with a sword in hand, tells his crew to attack. The boys all, "Defense is with the admiral's team, let's go." The summoner starts throwing punches like a pro boxer. Watching it all, Dagora's feeling super proud of his buddy. Chubby tries to attack but gets blocked by Orochi. Oof! The beasts jump in and the hero's squad joins the party too. A bit later, the big dude loses his legs and faceplants. Grinning, the main guy tells Cecil and Rat to finish it. The warrior's magic power doubles and a mini meteor shows up. Dagora's like, "That rock's huge," while the enemy blocks with an arm. Boom! Big explosion, and everyone's like, "Is it over?" Alan, with a celestial blessing, says the big dude's still kicking. The monster pops out from the rubble, and proving the summoner right, sheds the big armor to show his true form, like a plot twist. He powers up, causing a blinding flash. Freaked out, our boy warns the buffs are gone, tells the crew to reactivate. The golems all feel honored to fall by my true form. The admiral's team tries to stop him but gets wrecked. The heroes start doubting if they can win this. Alan figures the monster's power has an area effect, tells Tsubami to make a nest. Then he says they should split into 3 squads so the big guy can't nerf them all at once. Rosetta, shaking, asks if it's time to bail. The golem attacks again, saying he won't fall for cheap tricks. Maris shows up, tells Teku to use reflection power. The summoner yells it's too soon to quit, everyone hold on. The warriors remember why they're here, and decide it's time to win this thing. The summons use reflection power, but the enemy dodges like a ninja. Dagora's worried, saying the fight's dragging on forever. Flying, our boy thinks the admiral's super fusion would be clutch, but Chubby's too quick and good at dodging. Thinking hard, he decides between going all out or playing it safe. Rosetta sighs, revealing a secret ability she hasn't used yet. But Hermios better know he'll owe her big time. She extends her arm, using her phantom hand power. And surprise! She steals the enemy's nullification ability. Seeing the creature coming, the warrior's like, "Hold up." To help, Doberg uses his Guardbreaker ability, and smashes one of the golem's arms. The hero says it's the perfect time for everyone to attack. The admiral's team quickly activates super fusion. In the air, Alan tells everyone to buff up while Sophie calls Rosen's spirit. The elemental king floats, saying the battle's almost done. With the king's blessing, warriors get to use extra powers again. Gordino's like, "Not on my watch," forcing Garara and his crew to go all out. 2 golems get sliced in half. Maruru, not wanting to be next, attacks with her arm, and yeets the enemy far away. Fulmal starts shooting arrows, hitting dead center. Determined, the main guy says it's Tsuabiman's turn, so the admiral and others can fall back. Maris appears, unleashing thunder of judgment. Then, the 10 beasts charge in for the attack. As the final attack nears, the enemy whines about the warriors teaming with a god, but everyone just ignores him, savage. Multiple attacks slam into the monster. Smiling, our boy tells Kurena and Hermios to finish it. With a sword strike, a huge flash lights up the room. Gordino's finally down and the heroes celebrate with tears while the teams hug it out. Alan comes back with 5 high-ranking crystals, says to split them fair. Dogora, asked about his extra ability, gets fired up, yelling he promises to show his skills when they head southeast. The cube pops up, congratulating everyone on the epic win. Suddenly, certificates appear in the heroes' hands, but what really blows Kill in the summoners' minds is the rainbow chest. Holding one of the items, Rosetta's all, "Yo, this thing's worth like 200,000 gold coins, easy." Meanwhile, our main dude's just daydreaming about the next floor's loot. The game junkies snag the first conquest reward and Zoo's like, "I'm calling dibs on the rainbow chest." Even though she's not thrilled, the heroine with the sticky fingers decides to chill and takes the silver chest. The second prince rolls up and hands Owen a necklace, saying thanks. Meanwhile, the admiral's like, "Nah, you can have the golem plate," and gives it to Maruru. Rosetta's yelling, "Over my dead body will I give this up." Then, Dagragni pops in, giving props to the warriors. He's all, "Nice to meet y'all." Everyone's jaw drops because he's an adamantite golem, while the big dude's chatting with Rosen. Alan's peeping that they don't vibe well, and he's curious about the first conquest reward. When asked what he wants, the young dude's like, "I want my second extra ability." Denied, he asks the golem to flip the magic disc to hold 20 plates. Dungeon Master's cool with it and makes the switch right away. Maruru hugs the disc, all grateful to her squad. The admiral's like, "Whoa, even I didn't think of that." Dungeon Master warns, "The dwarf won't grow bigger even with more disc space, so check what's doable." The girl nods and asks if her crew remembers their promise. With all eyes on her, she declares she'll take down the Demon King with them. Zoo's like, "These kids got big dreams." Alan raises his hand, checking if it's go time to challenge Dagragni. The guy's like, "Yep, and I'll answer anything if you beat me." Our boy's planning to level up his squad, dreaming of an adamantite golem. Dungeon Master warns he'll report the day's events, and bam! Everyone's teleported outside. Other adventurers are shouting, wanting in on the dungeon-conquering squad. All teams throw their hands up and grin except Garara's crew, who strike a pose. That day goes down in history, celebrated forever. 10 days later, Kurena and Kill notice the summoners leveled up thanks to his good vibes. Outside the Adventurers Guild, the protagonist spots Maruru loaded with new gear. The receptionist buys the stuff, saying the guild wants a word with Alan. Inside, Hermios is all smiles and waves. Curious, our boy asks why the whole crew's there. McCallum, the guild boss, shows up, saying he's here to see the dungeon conquerors. The summoners puzzled why the guy traveled so far to see them. Without much detail, the general asks if Zoo's the leader. Confirmed, he says the guild wants to honor the commander and make him an S-class adventurer. Beastman crosses his arms, admitting Alan's the real leader. The others back up the second prince's story. Deborah realizes Doberg was right, you can't hide a hero's shine. Surprising everyone, the protagonist's like, "Nah, I'm good on the extra attention." The man insists the title would boost the young man's goals as only 2 S-class adventurers exist, including him. The other adventurer, Bask, was a troublemaker and vanished ages ago. The old man explains S-class adventurers have the same clout as the guild's deputy chief. The summoner thinks the offer's too sweet to be real, until the leader spills that he wants the boy to quit being Rosenheim's counselor. Cecil steps up, saying it'd be great for their group's master. The protagonist agrees and gets dubbed Summoner of the Beginning, besides advising the guild and monster slaying occasionally. Garara's like, "Time to party?" But the beastmen notice the prince is MIA. In an alley, Rena's grilling Zoo on why he hasn't gone home post-dungeon conquest. The girl gives him a flurry of punches, before breaking down and hugging him. 10 days later, in Donbao's imperial capital, the game junkies and all the squads roll up to the palace for a meet with the Bacchus Kingdom's emperor. Van's all chill, saying he's got some explaining to do about the 10 beasts, but he's confident he'll make it home with his noggin still attached. Howin gets an invite to the kingdom and says he'll swing by after wrapping up Maruru's classes. A dude rolls up and tells everyone to come inside. On his throne, Poopwin gives a big welcome to the heroes who totally own the dungeon. The emperor throws some mad props for bravery, and the admiral's all like, "Thanks, dude." The guy wants to know who's the summoner. Our main guy raises his hand like, "Yo, that's me." The dwarf's eyeballing him, thinking, "No way this kid did all that." Our boy's thinking he needs to win over the emperor's trust. Sophie jumps in, telling the chubby dude not to underestimate the kid. Poopwin's hyped, saying he'd love to see a summoning. The summoner calls up his cutest creatures, and he's all grateful, thanking the dude for letting Maruru join the Ratashu Kingdom Academy where they met. The old guy's all smiles with the thanks. Suddenly a soldier bursts in, saying the Church of Elmea is calling for help. Christeamenia, the Holy Land's capital, is on fire. We zoom over there, and spot a mysterious figure summoning something in the flames. Back in the Bacchus Empire, Zeus saying his Sashia was in the capital and nabbed the cult leader. The soldier spills more tea saying after Gushara Servlor the sacred religion leader got executed. A massive flame column shot up sky high, turning all the residents into monsters. The priest tried to bounce to kneel for help, but the creatures had the place on lockdown. Everyone's like, this is super weird. Alan's thinking, maybe the Demon King's army used the fire goddess's sacred treasure. Garara's like, that makes sense? While the heroes all, we gotta save everyone. The emperor asks, and the admiral's like, count me in for the battle. Another soldier crashes the convo yelling about an emergency in the Jamet Empire. Cause the demon army's invading the Forgotten Continent and there are like 2 million creatures. The old guy figures the Demon King's doing this to stop him from heading to Elmea. Our boy's wondering if his crew can save both continents at once. Asked why he left the Beast Kingdom, Lepi says he's clearing out demon leftovers in Rosenheim. The second prince is like, time to keep our promise. The 10 beasts are all in. Sophie reminds Van the king of beasts wants him back, but Van's like, I go where I want, when I want. Then the beast man shakes Alan's hand saying it's best for him to save the church. Pumpun's cool with the game junkies bouncing ASAP. The admiral's staying, confident his team can handle anything with their discs. Before heading out, the main guy promises to send support items later. At the base near the Tower of Challenges, Hermios chats with the crew. They're in charge of keeping things in check till they return. The summoner wishes the heroes squad good luck on the central continent and they say their goodbyes. We zoom to Rosenheim's capital, where the queen's thanking the prince and the 10 beasts for having her back even after everything. Zoo's like, a promise is a promise, we're all in. Our boy says Dagraha should stay cause the church is southeast. Not sweating the danger, the young guy's like, that's exactly where I want to be. The astrologer says Alan's crew's got a tough road ahead so they think the axe guy should stay. Fuming, he's like, I'm not a chess piece, I'll decide where I go. The main guy's cool with it but warns if things get hairy he'll make his friend bail from the fight. Before they jet, Rosen's got a gift for Sophie. Everyone's wowed by the outfit the prayer witch used to rock. With everything set, the crew hops on Tam Tam, now in eagle mode. Alan checks if Maruru knows the way to the church and she's like, yep, got a map. Then she hops off the chair announcing the aircraft's got private rooms for anyone needing a nap, but she'll crash in the cabin in case of an emergency. Dagraha watches his friends feeling all warm and fuzzy, and he's hyping himself up thinking he'll totally nail it when the moment comes. The summoner's all, hey, can I drop in the map of the church's country so we can zoom straight there? The dwarf gives the nod, and he starts plotting the Elmea religion HQ's location. Flashback to 1,000 years ago, the Jamet Emperor was a total buzzkill, booting dwarves and elves off the central continent. The Eastmen had it rough, though. The Adventurers Guild and Elmea Church had their backs. They're all about equality. No cat. This kicked off another war, and the priests yielded to Giariat, never to return. Even with the Demon King's debut, the place stayed chill. The squad finally rolls into the region. Alan's like, first stop meal, cause Theomenia's a lost cause. Kills all jittery, wanting to hit up the church city, but the main dude's like, nah, sending Maris there. The angel pops up, saying there's some glow in Theomenia. With Tam Tam's zoom, they all squint to see if it's a fire column. Switching gears, the summoner tells Maruru to floor it to the next city. They roll up and find a creature rave trying to crash the walls. A soldier's like, yo, rank B trolls busted the barrier. Boom. The gate drops, and it's go time. Then the healer shows up, dropping a sacred spell to zap the zombies. Our dude's scratching his head, wondering why the magic's hitting other demon beasts. Kills like, plot twist, they were all humans. The main guy's yelling, no hesitation, peeps. Seeing the griffs, soldiers are like, more baddies? Once it's all clear, the summoner's like, Kurena, Dagraha, do your thing. They smash, and the creatures poof like dungeon mobs. Alan's all, what in the world is this reincarnation biz? Cecil's beam power keeps the big bads at bay. Even if they can't unzombify the city folks, the main dude's going for divine blessing. Nada happens, so he's like, time to switch it up. He yells for Fulmal, Sophie, and Maruru to pivot. On the wall, soldiers are stoked for backup. Next to the mage, our guy's like, let's crank up the firepower. Hatches pop up ready to handle the reincarnated beasts. With beast powers on, Alan's like, open fire. Summons burst from eggs, rapid-fire style. The Baron's daughter's hyped, calling it a lit army. Meanwhile, city defenders are like, what even is this? An hour later, all the wall crashers are toast. The main dude calls in Hayadin crew to save nearby spots. Sophie's worried about Theomenia's sitch. In the capital, Maris is like, no hope for the living. Then the angel zones in on a temple light beam heading south. Our guy's like, ignore it, keep hunting for survivors. With orders given, he joins the squad. Grinning, the priest's like, Glad the city's safe, fam. He spills that he thought he'd be stuck for 5 more days. Asked if he knew they'd show, he nods, saying the church patriarch had a vision before he croaked. Still, the dude went ahead with Gashara's execution, but right before the enemy started floating with a fire jar, followers morphed and chaos went full send. In the madness, the Holy Master chose to stay and brawl. Even though some priests and soldiers bailed, most got roasted or beastified. On his knees, Krypton's begging Kill and crew to save his peeps. Alan's like, already sent help to Church City. Once the search wraps, everyone's off to shelters. Maruru's stressing about the infection spreading with just one chomp. Our guy's thinking, oh, good call on the church's SOS. Asked about Shia. The priest says she chilled in the city for 6 months, but after hearing about the dungeon win, she bounced back home. The dude spills more tea on Gashara's fire jar and learns about Freya's sacred treasure heist. Piecing it together, he figures the cult's got demon army ties. After thinking it over, Alan's all, yo, if there's a sneaky cult follower here, just spill the beans already. A lady with a baby pipes up saying Servlor promised to save everyone. Krypton jumps in, saying the dude used to spare some followers but totally offed those who stood up to him. The lady's not having it, shouting the cult leader was pure and squeaky clean. Alan's curious why not all cult members turned into monsters, especially since this follower isn't from the capital. He asks what it takes to join the cult, and the priest says everyone had to chug some holy water. Realizing the water's poison, the hero whips out an item to save the lady and her kid. Before spilling the beans that the cult leader gathered everyone to turn them into demons in one go. Kill tries to chill the crowd's anger towards the cult follower. After Sophie spills the tea on the veggie, Alan asks the priest to hand out the items to everyone and nab those who are outed as cult followers. Then, the young dude decides to scope out the capital and finds out Maris got wrecked by a demon general who looks like a beast man. When asked if he can beat the guy, he says he needs to cook up a plan first. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the county, one of the hero's summons uses its cool power to save some innocent folks. Our dude shows up and tells a family who's there to whisk them off to the city. Over 3 days, the young guy planted seeds and used aromatic veggies in towns and villages. Because of this, about 5,000 cult followers didn't turn into monsters and got quarantined. In Neil City, Maris explains the demon general used to be a god ages ago, but got booted out and lost his sacred swag. Plus, the gods knew about the cult but shrugged it off. Determined to get answers, Alan's all, we're off to Tamenia tomorrow. The angel drops the bomb that the Pope was found lifeless and all the sacred treasures got jacked. Cecil wonders if they should call the hero for backup, but the summoner's like, nah, he's swamped. Since the Demon King's army is on the move, causing chaos everywhere, Sophie believes they can take down a demon general. Dagora's all in, saying he used his extra skill last time, so he's ready to rumble. Grinning, the hero says he's got a victory plan and it's time for everyone to brush up on their strategies. On March 22nd, the crews shook seeing Theomenia's mess firsthand. They rush to the temple where most of the monsters are chilling. A bit further, Lycaoron's heard all about the summoner, and he's stoked to see he's rolling with an angel who supposedly bit the dust by his hands. Alan asks about the fire column, but the creature's like, info ain't free, buddy. The hero's all, fine, let's wreck the altar then. Maris sneaks up on the demon general, but the general grabs his hand and lands a nasty hit on the summoner, who was about to sneak attack him. Our dude crashes into a wall, but to show he's cool, he grins and says the enemy's attack power ain't all that, before telling his pals to start the smackdown. Cecil casts a spell, launching a fireball, but Lycaon swats it away with one hand. Kurena jumps in with her sword but gets a slap. She bounces back, saying she's not done yet. A bit away, Sophie calls for Gale's help. The spirit wraps around the general, holding him down. After breaking free, the enemy's like, what the heck's going on? Since the squad's way stronger than he heard. Alan yells the first part of the plan's done, now it's up to the elf and the mage. Nymph shows up while the Baron's daughter unleashes her blizzard skill. Seeing what's coming his way, the general's all, I'll show you that combo moves won't change squat. Our dude tells Maruru it's her time to shine. Using Tam Tam, she gears up to blast the light pillar and the enemy. No hesitation, she fires a laser cannon. Both targets get nailed, while the others shield themselves. When the smoke clears, Dagora's stoked to see the columns gone. Suddenly, the temple starts shaking. Alan's like, yo, Maris, Tsubaman, handle the general, will ya? Out of nowhere, this creature pops up from the rubble, mad as a hornet cause the altar's toast. It starts morphing, all dramatic, saying the squad's toast without the hero. The summoner's like, whoa, Gashara's stats are off the charts, way above a general. Then it hits him. Maybe the cult leader's chilling in that light beam pointing south. Boom, the angel's back with backup. Rolling up, the Mangerd's like, Lepe Tammy, lend a hand, yeah? Everyone's flexing their extra skills. Duggar is struggling to power up, so he's benched. Kurena's swinging with her King of Swords skill going all out. Fulmo's like, perfect timing, and zaps the enemy with a light arrow. The monster's like, how dare you, puny mortals. Alan sneaks up, taps the general, and tells Subamen, hit him with the return instinct. Like Heiron's like, wait, how'd I end up outside the city? Our dude's grinning, waving bye to the big guy. Reveals his epic plan to ambush from all sides with his top-tier summons. Cecil and Maruru join the party, blasting away with their powers. The generals hit hard, but he's all, this ain't my finale. When he bites the dust, it's party time, and they did it without the hero. The mage is like, why'd you risk it all for a theory, dude? No answer. Just a thanks to the beast duo for the assist. Temmie's like, can we head back to Rosenheim? Keep smacking down that demon army? Before they bounce, the girl warns Dagraha. Stay sharp, prophecy's still in play. The main guys, like, time to handle the city beasts. Maruru's all smiles, thanking him for the hustle. Dagraha's fuming, why can't I use my extra skill, huh? Our dude's like, Maris, spill the tea. What's up with that? Maris doesn't wanna, but he knows he's gotta, 'cause not even Rosen's got the deets. He starts, if gods give crazy blessings, balance goes proof. Plus, fixing the world ain't easy, and folks love finding loopholes. That'd make angels hit the reset button on everything. Everyone's jaw drops when the angel says he's been saving humanity for ages. The catch, the cycle of chaos and rebirth never ends. That's why he became a summoned beast, to dodge world-ending duties. Alan's thinking, did the creature ghost everyone 'cause it offed humans before? Kurena's freaking out, but her buddy's like, nah, Demon King's the real baddie, 'cause he messed up the balance, not caring about the chaos. Maris spills about the 8 heroes playing Alan's part of it. Says a goof happened, creating a talent rarer than the Demon King. To fix it, gods gave a kid the same age as the summoner a talent. So when the young dude aimed to beat the big bad, it seemed on track. After some brain work, our guys like, Divine Realms got the extra abilities on lock. Angel's like, yep, all but Dagraha got general class skills. Hearing his talents king class, Dagora's mind's blown. But summoning's like, king level skills are tough to crack. So tough, some can't even use them once a year. Still, the young dude's hero material, just like Hermios. Summoner's stoked, thanks Maris for the intel. Angel's like, party's over. If demons find out the heroes got more juice than the Demon King, it's game over. Their only shot? Restoring world balance. Alan's like, man, this place is a hot mess. Next day, Emil City, Krypton's like, these kids are God's messengers. Thanks the summoner for the beasts. Tells them to stay safe. After they roll out, the girls chat about Gushara's spot. Dagora's hyped. Wouldn't it be sick if the divine treasures south too? Half a day later, our dude's like, almost at the Central Continent squad. Cecil and Kill suddenly sense something's off. Everyone's eyes pop seeing the floating island. Getting closer, the warriors are like, how's this even real? Then they spot a pyramid chillin' in the island's center. Maris is all, yo, could this be a god hangout spot? Seeing those 3 beams of light, Alan's like, whoa, what went down in Theomenia might be spreading. And then he's all mad at himself for not thinking of this sooner. So, Maruru's on it, heading towards the temple. But, plot twist, our dude can't summon anything to sneak a peek inside. Tam Tam and Orochi are like, let's wreck this place. The angel's stressing, this ain't good, guys. The axe dude's like, let's split up and smash those altars. But the summoner's not feeling it. Kill steps up, come on, trust us a bit more, bro. The main guy's like, alright, let's roll with it. And he starts sorting out the gear and summons he'll need. Then he's all, I'm heading west with Cecil and Dagraha. Sophie's like, can I roll east with Fulmal and Maruru? Finally, Maru, Kill, and Kurena are off to the south. Knowing none of the paths need help from the same continent, the summoner's like, no clue what's gonna go down. With everything set, the squad splits up. The dwarfs piloting will hit the eastern pillar base tomorrow. The warriors are catching Z's while Okyosen's on watch duty. Next day, the short-haired girl's jaw drops. Whoa, the landscape's totally different. The elf's like, I see the endgame. Looks just like Theomenia. From above, Maruru is wondering how many places are in this mess. Fulmal's like, shouldn't we stop at the village? And Sophie's down with it. When asked why she's so keen on going east, the princess spills. Dark elves have been chilling there since exile. And since diplomats always check on the creatures due to the ceasefire, she knows the spot. The dwarf's worried. Isn't that enemy turf for you? She's like, yeah, but I gotta keep my promise to Corpacor. Grinning, the short-haired girl's like, I got the princesses back with Tam Tam. Alan's hyped. Can't wait to see what my elf buddy can do. In the village, elves are doing everything to keep creatures at bay. A mage rolls up casting spells to cut down the monster count. But surprise, a beast swarm shows up in the sky. The general's freaking out, but his buddy spots a dwarf's golem in the mix. Sophie, playing leader, tells everyone to be smart with healing and attacks. Then, they all charge in. It's chaos, attacks everywhere. Even a tornado shows up. The army chief's wide-eyed. What in the world is happening? An hour later, the warriors are trying not to melt. Maruru's like, think they noticed us? And the elf's like, yep, stay sharp. An elder pops up, thanking the princess for the help. The young woman's stoked to see Xiamir and asks if she can say hi to the king. The old dude's like, not without a heads up. But then he spots Rosen and changes his mind. All right, follow me. Inside, the dwarf's loving the view. The elder explains the central tree's about to become a world tree thanks to Faber. Alan's mind blown. Didn't know dark elves could chat with spirits. In the king's palace, he's like, wasn't expecting visitors. Before dropping his name, Olbers. Luke's pumped to see Maruru. Facing the princess, the elf's like, I forgive you for coming here, but that outfit's a bit much, since it's the priestesses who took out his people. Sophie's like, the elemental king gave it to me, so no hiding it. Rosen hops off the elf's shoulder to greet Faber. Then he's like, there's a kid who wants to see you. The spirit and Corpacor hug it out. Back to the king, the otter's like, hear the young ones out. The princess breaks down what went down in the religion capital, and says something similar's about to hit this continent. Olbers is shook learning about the Demon King's army plan, while the elf's trying to link dark elves to the baddies. Coming up empty, she tells everyone to steer clear of the city with the lake up north. Xiamnir's like, whoa, 20 years ago, Sacred Order the Shara followers gathered there, making the princess realize the Demon King's been plotting this forever. The king's worried. If this is true, the continent's in deep trouble, but he wants to know what the crew's really after. Sophie rolls up and says she's there to snag the map of the Muharino Desert and get the green light to a chill spot in the village, specifically outside the walls where the cool kids hang. Then she drops the bomb that she wants to chat about Liesel. The elf's all, been there, done that with the queen. But the princess isn't backing down, explaining that when her city got wrecked, 3 million elves bit the dust. Olbers nods. Yeah, heard about that. Cutting to the chase, she asks if the demon general, the dark elf, was the king's dad. Everyone's jaws hit the floor. Then the elf's crew starts yelling to ditch the ceasefire deal. The king's like, pipe down, everyone. He says his dad vanished 1,000 years ago, so Sophie's gotta watch her words. Sophie stands her ground saying Liesel was taken down by Hermios and his squad, but before he kicked the bucket, he said dying in the promised land wasn't too shabby. She still thinks the dark elves weren't in on the invasion and wants everyone to team up. Olbers says he'll hook her up with the map and shelter, but if the elders aren't cool with it, they can just boot him out. The warrior trio gives the elf a thumbs up. They grab the map and bounce from the palace. Faber's like, yeah, the story checks out. Liesel was all about elf destruction. The king gets a bit emo. He stands up, saying to prove he's not in cahoots with demons, he'll back the princess. Meanwhile, down south, Kurena shows off the rabbit she just roasted. Maris rolls in, saying the mission to save Sophie is on track. While munching, Kill's like, we can't keep up with Tam Tam. The angel nods, saying they'll probably hit their destination tomorrow. Thinking hard, the healer wonders if the creature's really a buddy, or if it'll flip if the gods say so. The angel, reading minds like a pro, says even if it's a god, he's got their backs. The young dude gets it and is told to catch some Z's. From a distance, Alan's like, my body's not going to be swayed easily, but I'm counting on them. Next day, the trio finally rolls into the city. Maris points out that further south is the Republic of Carlania, which went solo about 10 years back. Then, boom, an explosion catches his eye. As they get closer, they see the fortresses under attack. Freaked out, Kill's like, let's focus on the kingdom rescue. The angel's down, saying he'll handle 2 fortresses while they tackle the middle. In one fortress, archers are giving it their all against the beasts. Things get hairy when a monster snatches a soldier. Then the healer swoops in using his purification skills. Everyone's amazed as their wounds vanish. In the sky, the warrior's like, no worries about turning into magical beasts now. Up ahead, a Class A monster's ready to pounce. Kurena shows up just in time, slicing the enemy with her sword. She spins around, calling herself the Swordmaster, ready to help out. A purple lightning bolt hits the eastern fortress, and the healer knows Maris's crew is already in action. Telling the soldiers, the young guy says the attack's led by an ally who's also here to save them, so no wandering off from the fortress. After the hype, the commander says the king's army's gonna join the fight too. Our video ends here. If you liked it, leave your like. See you next time. Bye bye.